Hello, enemies of YouTube and the rest of the fucking platforms that I have saturated on this wonderful day of L, the defining name of Saturn, after the Messianic Abrahamic Sabbath, and I have not come to be nice. Oh, I see. You're afraid that you might potentially have to face yourselves. Well, I hope the fuck you do, because I am definitely here to call certain people out. Now, it seems that naturally the instigator of this 28-day endeavor, like that word or not, you fuck, has no ability to pay attention or heed, nor does he have any dignity whatsoever. Now, I was able to catch him whoring himself out as some profound thinking metaphysicist on Jack's channel like he was some amazing hacker with knowledge that is publicly available and convenient to anybody who knows how to operate a voice assist telephone, smartphone, laptop, whatever the fuck you think you're on. And he's trying to spread his whoring ass around as a YouTube prostitute to regain subscribers after being revealed as a fraud, a liar, an empty shell, an instigator, a drunk, an excessive abuser, disruptor, and now it seems he's had to hide part of his business out of fear. And his contacts and communications with people. Well, I'm going to spread you as far across the metaverse as I possibly can with your most pathetic and most ineffective personifications, because I told you plainly yesterday about your timing and streaming. This is intentional. I told you I would take it as a personal attack. You've learned nothing. You're incapable of learning. You have no respect. And seeing since I'm feeling absolutely just beyond the realm of tormentingly evil tonight, I am going to absolutely show you why you don't want to fucking stream over me as an adversary, which you have done consistently to protect your frightened little ass. You're a coward. You're scared. You've went into a state of protection against the illegal actions that you have managed to get yourself into, and now you're trying to cut ties with those connections. Bitch, I'm watching your every fucking move. I got 7 fucking monitors. And I have infiltrators. And as far as the non-melanin, red-headed Nephilim bitch that can't seem to get her shit together, hanging out with liars who have been proven to be liars, clanning up with those that are as deceptive as now I see that she is, and streaming over my timeline after being warned not to. Well, a little stark revelation. Birds of a feather flock together. And where you will find one deceptive, instigating, disruptive, untrustworthy, backbiting, content biting, stealing, directive, you will find the rest of them. They travel in such a small group, but I suppose empty shells that can project only other people's information and couldn't stand on their own if they had 4 legs to do so, are now my adversaries. And yes, I will absolutely view you as a contemptuous enemy with nothing but malevolent intent. Just as I saw you in the beginning of this on April 1st, you have not failed me or anybody that has observed what you're doing, what you can't do, what you're incapable of trying to spread, teach, whatever it is you think you're doing, but you're hollow shells. And the best that you have is AI or documentaries that other people have written, manuscripts from other people. And when you have to have machines do your fucking work for you because you are no talent, empty vessel, Nephilim, piece of shit, I will use every resource available to me to contend against your adversarial behavior. And this is just the fucking starter tonight. I have quite a bit. And, you know, Talcott, for letting Cage on your panel and allowing him to even try and gather some type of base again, I'm going to find you complicit, just like with the sanity machine. And you think people promoting opposition against you was kind of disheartening to you? Well, now you've pissed the beast off. And anyone attending these channels, anyone that promotes these channels or themselves through these channels will only lead further into the failure of Jack Talcott's deceptive pursuit. He will fail miserably. He is playing in an arena of spiritual demons that will eat his pathetic ass for lunch. And if he keeps speaking, I will make sure they eat his pathetic ass for lunch. And as far as the other two insulin pieces of shit, well, time for you to face your own karma, because you know not what you do, but you have been revealed for what you are. And that's the beauty of it. You put a spiritual fucking noose around your platforms, and now I'm going to hang you by them in such a metaphysical sense that you better pray to whatever vibing, positive deity you think you're in touch with to save your ass, because I know your darkness. I've displayed it for 26 days for everyone to witness and see. That goes for you, Chris. That goes for you, Max Vision. Pamela's mystical unamusings. Cage Delusion. Talcott, you were warned. And anyone else that decides to step up. I am malevolent. To hostilities and opposition. And that is what you are. You couldn't even survive 28 fucking days without revealing through blood ritual the essence of what you are. Soulless, empty vessels that have nothing to offer without the assistance of AI, bullshit, parroted, regurgitated garbage, documentaries from other dumb shits that have led you on a path of ignorant, hollow blindness. You make me fucking sick. And on this, the day of Saturn, by the El, by Kronos, by the god of death, I have decided to commemorate that very essence upon my opposition. Now, how that's going to wind up affecting you? Well, I suppose that determines on the level of integrity and honesty you've shown, which, if you go back through the past 26 days, you will see empty, hollow, lying, deceptive, conniving pieces of shit. And that includes you, maggot. And, you know, fools and tools, yes, I am calling you fucking childish since you want to bash my TikTok with, are you calling me immature? Yeah, bitch. You are immature. You always got some comment. You have no substance other than mockery and parroting. Get an original fucking thought. And Dominique, I got one special for you. Very special. So You and your old woman better come up with some serious Reiki action. Because when I requested that you use that Reiki power you talk so highly of, when I was ready to release myself from the flesh, you couldn't do a goddamn thing. You don't even realize the questions you ask. And you don't have the fucking answer. But I gave it to you if you were paying attention, you dumb fucker. But you're too fucking stupid. You're so fucking full of yourself. You and your Reiki. If anybody has any integrity whatsoever, go check this shit out. I mean, for God's sake. Ferment, direct energy, and what? Promote a platform that has shit for substance other than what a million other fucking platforms have offered, and then run around to panel asking an insolent question that only those who have been through the mystery schools to understand that type of thinking. You cast pearl before swine without the answer. You're a pathetic old man. For fuck's sake. There are so many more that I have to call out by name. And Bex, Flow State isn't going to save you, because nothing's going to save Flow State. But at least he was mindful enough not to try and stream over me. I do give him at least that much fucking respect. Not that I care for his fucking content. Drab, boring, unamusing, especially knowing that he come from We Are Awake all those years ago, trying to be profound in his thinking, learning from Ian. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Learning from Ian. Showing you how to work the ropes on a platform. And the same with you, London McFuck you. You're another trash piece of shit. I remember when you spoke so goddamn slow, it took you 10 minutes to get a fucking sentence out. And now you want to come across like you figured something out about the dimensions and potential esoterics of the plane of existence that we live in and on, and you want to use reflective idealism. You're a dumb shit. You are totally fucking retarded, because I remember where you come from. You slow slurping fucking piece of shit. And if you go to the Wayback Machine and you go to some of Ian's older panels from 3-4 years ago, yeah, you'll see London Man belligerently trying to get a word and a sentence out of his fucking mouth. The same as you will Flow State. The same as you will when Ian was preaching all this esoteric concept with his contempt against the government construct and what they were subjecting him to, and his terroristic environment. Because what? You had a YouTube channel so fucking small that no one even noticed it, and the people that did were more or less culted up. And then you had your ass smashed by the likes of Paul and Slave. Really? Zethetic Warrior? Really? I mean, for fuck's sakes, dude. And then come back with an apology. That'd be like the Christ did when coming down, teaching everything he fucking knew and believed in. And as he was hanging on the fucking cross, apologized to all of his followers for being a fuck up and a failure. And if you need documentation of this, there are receipts. Look them up. Jeez. Fuck you to Satan. There ain't a goddamned one of you who can stand on your own two fucking feet with a conceited ideal of original thought that you haven't contrived from somebody else. And to hijack the darker side of the shadow self as content. Are you fucking retarded? You don't know fucking shit about the darker side of yourselves. You're too busy sticking rainbows up your ass trying to vomit butterflies. You make me fucking sick and angry. Before, it was to prove a point. I entertained you. Then you stopped entertaining me. And I turned you into victims. And I exposed you for the pieces of fucking garbage you are. And now you want to antagonize me? You're beyond deaf, dumb, and blind. You're pathetically, fucking willfully stupid. There ain't a goddamned one of you that has done a goddamn thing to change one aspect of YouTube, the platforms here. You've done shit. And other platforms, you've done shit. You failed because you're hollow and empty. An empty fucking vessel, a fucking Nephilim, soulless ginger. Are you fucking kidding me? This deserves a prayer. It truly does.
Our Father, who art in hell, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in hell. Give us this day our day to sin, and allow us to trespass upon others as others trespass upon us. In your name, let it be done.
Well, there we go. There. The Lord of this world, the God of death, the L. Oh, what happened? Did Cage go quiet? Did he manage to respectfully shut his live off? Too late, bitch. You should have been watching the clock. I didn't keep my announced time secret. And I purposely changed it. Just to see how fucking pathetic you fucks are. And this right here, this is profoundly fucking stupid. Pamela's mystical musings. She just doesn't seem to fucking get the goddamn point. Even after I tried to remove her from the intensity of darkness that was coming because she isn't capable of spiritually withstanding such intense darkness. She wants to play around with the devil himself. And that's exactly what she's going to get. The devil himself. Pathetic fucks. And I've been in touch with a military veteran who served, and there's some interesting discrepancies because this person has obviously seen the shit. Lots of it. And there were some questions that I asked this military veteran. And I said, after showing him the description of the forensics, he had some interesting questions and information, which is now applicable to the situation. You think my fucking son was evil? Really? No, you dumb fucks. He just did something stupid. And then you wanted to put it in the paper that he heard voices and was involved in witchcraft and devil worship. Well, you know, that's swaying the public opinion before the trial anyhow. But You know, you are a small back ass fucking county, and you did a lot of shit that really now has been brought to light. And I can't wait for Satan to shove it down your goddamn throat. The fuck do you want, Cage? I thought I banned your ass. Like, you gotta come up with another fucking account? Dude, you come up here, don't expect niceness. Don't expect respect. Don't expect anything except blazing, pure, unadulterated malevolency. I despise the fact that you breathe air. It pisses me off. You piss me off. You empty fucking shell. Between your fucking parakeeting, your disruptive behavior, your fucktard attitude, your goddamn insults I've had enough of that you're gonna reap. Now you made me really pissed off by directly trying to stream over me. I've watched you. I've watched Pam. I've even watched Flow State. You should have stayed in hiding, you little bitch. Because after this ritual is over with Monday, you are now a personal goddamned enemy. You are now, by choice, my adversary. You piece of fucking shit. The fuck do you want? You got something to say, bitch? I didn't think so. You hollow fucking shelled piece of shit. Trying to regain some type of fucking base for your channel while still trying to hide your exploits. Well, fuck you, Cage. And if you got nothing to fucking say, then I'm gonna ban this fucking profile too. Really?
I'm here for the 26th day of the ritual.
You're not welcome here. You're intrusive. But I am going to enjoy just absolutely antagonizing the fuck out of you. You trash fucking empty shell of a parakeeting, indoctrinating piece of shit. You see that picture behind you, bitch? You think he's evil? Nah. I'm fucking evil, you cocksucker. I'm the one that's truly evil. I don't give a fuck about you or much of anybody else for that matter. And when you make yourself my enemy and my adversary, then I give absolutely zero fucks about your existence. You are fucking pathetic.
I'm just trying to enjoy the ritual access.
Oh, you're a part of it, believe me. You are goddamned well a part of it.
You know what you're a part of?
Yes, I do.
Enjoy.
I am.
There you go. I'm just saying, how you doing, Mr. Axis?
Fuck you, Cage. The fuck is it to you how I am?
Brody, you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Is that so? Well, it seemed to work. It exposed you for what you are.
Yeah, we'll see later on.
Oh, are you what? Are you antagonizing me to make further moves?
No, Axis.
That's what it sounded like. That's what I'm going to do now. You want to
Okay,
threaten me with my potential of what I'm going to see?
I know you can
Fuck
do
you,
it, Axis. It
Cage.
doesn't have to be
Fuck
that way.
you, Cage. Now, I'm going to push it even further. You
Oh
dumb
no!
shit.
Can we double it? Can we get 3 in a row?
What? You haven't had enough?
We need 328 days in a row.
No. After that, ritual's over with, man. You've been exposed. You and all these other pieces of shit, supposed YouTube fucking intelligent, esoteric, enlightened, high vibing fucking pieces of shit.
Never
You're
said that.
nothing. You're garbage, man.
You
Everything
know
that
what?
comes out of you is a
I think you're a
parrot.
treasure. You're a valuable person, Axis.
Yeah, well, you've misinterpreted me completely.
Well, everyone has value.
You think? You think?
Yeah, everyone has like a
Oh, yeah,
social
right.
security number.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? A social security number?
Yeah,
Is
so
that what you said?
that's a tag. It's like a mark on their fucking ear that has value to it, right? Like I'm pretty sure, like yeah, there's a value to that.
What's that got to do with anything?
Saying yeah, everybody's worth how much X amount of dollars, like for
To who? To who?
to the government.
Oh, I see. So you're a slave under a number.
I'm not, but yeah, well, everyone has it. You have a birth certificate and a number on your head, right?
I also have 3 ministers' license, one of which I just recently instated.
I know, Axis.
If you had been if you would have stuck around and at least observed when
Well, I
I
figure I'd keep you some
initiated
company.
that.
No one's competent. No one's competent. No one's here. So I figure I'd keep you some company.
I don't give a fuck who's here. I don't
Uh,
care if anybody comments. Have you not noticed that? I have done
I don't
everything
care
in my
either. But either way,
power
I figured I'd give
to
you some
run these
fucking.
fuckheads off.
Well, Axis. All I'm
You
saying
think
is
I
that.
want them here?
No,
Really?
probably not.
I've done used them for what I needed.
Okay.
They gave me
Ignored 'em.
all of the energy, all of the participation, everything that I needed to take from them. They
Well,
gave
special number
willingly.
26, so I figured I'd fucking pull up.
Well, what's so special about 26 to you, Cage?
Yod He Vav He Tetragrammaton.
Oh, Yod He Vahe, Tetragrammaton. Yod He Vahe.
How many
That
letters
would
in the
be
alphabet, Axis? How many bones
that
are in your
would
body?
be no shit.
How many
Are
bones are in your
we
body,
going to
Mr.
jump
Axis?
into gematria and divine proportion, Cage? Are you suddenly intelligent?
Why not? Let's have a good conversation, bud. Fuck it.
Fuck you, man.
All right,
And
well,
Yod Hey Vahe, let me tell you something about Yahweh, Yahushua, and the El. You know, those
Elohim.
are all fucking Sumerian deities that were adopted out of Babylon by the bitch Abraham, split into world conquering religions, and They are false fucking gods. El, Saturn, Yahweh, God of storms.
It's all back to El, right?
Yeah. Kronos, time, God of death, devourer of opposition.
Hmm.
You read all those. You didn't read them. You never read a fucking book one. You listened to all that fucking bullshit from Albert Pike, Manly P. Hall. They were telling you right in your goddamn face. And you never caught it.
No, I'm well aware, bud. Trust me, you don't even want to know.
Oh, yeah, I do want to know, Cade.
What do you want to know?
Tell me about it.
What do you want to know
Tell
about it?
me. Tell me about the Saturnalia,
After,
the El, Lucifer, divine proportion. Tell me these things.
how much time do you have?
I've got all the fucking time in the world. How about
But
you?
you see that's all you have to hear. How much time do you have? Father time.
I've got all the time in this world and the world beyond.
I'm sure you do. You understand things.
Well, explain. Explain. You listen to all the Manly P. Hall and Albert Pike,
What do
and
you want to
you
know about it? I'm
endeavored
gonna tell you a
into the
bunch of shit
fucking
you already know.
Masonic.
All right, I'm gonna tell you a bunch of stuff you already know. What? Why don't you ask me a question? I'll answer it for you.
What is the significance of Kronos before Zeus and Hades?
Well, we can get into the mythology of it all. The
It's
significance of
not mythology. It's planetary deities, if you knew anything at all about it. The planets were
we went
worshipped
over
as
this last
God
time.
by their energies. Each planet represents an energy.
Who's the only one Cronus never ate or couldn't eat or devour through time? Zeus, lightning bolt, shocked, electricity. Yep.
I don't recall Zeus taking over the position of the father of
He
time
didn't take over the position.
and death and opposition. As a matter of fact, Zeus and the Titans, if you remember, gave way to other gods.
Of course, right? There's a lineage.
But you know who still exists? Kronos.
You can't get rid of El or Saturn or the Grim
You
Reaper.
goddamn right.
You know, the scythe and that they harvest crops.
Yeah, I know all about it.
We both know about it. So
No, you haven't taught me shit about it. I've explained it to all these dumb motherfuckers that come here to try and listen to me
because
to
you've done
understand
your
what
own
the fuck I'm
research.
saying.
You've done your own research. Many people don't.
I don't give a fuck what people do. They're nothing but
Exactly.
a fucking disappointment to me.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Exes.
Yeah, you're one of the main ones.
Well, I'm working on it.
We'll keep working. Maybe in a couple lifetimes you might figure it out. Anyhow, as I was saying to my audience that will be listening to this and will hear this, and to a particular family and a particular hall of supposed justice, vindictive pieces of shit, and that fucking pathetic ass lawyer
But look, bud, we're gonna get
who
people
was
up here
now
now.
shut up. Shut the
Okay.
fuck
All
up.
right. All right. All right.
Who is operating with the prosecutor. Yeah, you didn't think that one would come to light, did you? But
Well,
you know what? It all
that's
boy,
the
shut
type of lawyer
up!
you want. Yeah.
Fuck you, Cage. This has not got to do with you. You fucked up with the dog. And when I got a military who served and was a veteran and got to look at the forensics and the diagrams, there was a lot of shit that was brought to my attention. First, the dog. You really fucked up there, didn't you? Secondly, was the hat was still on his head after taking 7 rounds to the back of his head. There was no forward splatter. None. And the chunks of flesh that were blown off of his fucking body, where were they? They weren't laying around. Or did the disappearing dog eat them after lapping the blood up from the dead body that wasn't apparent at all? But the dog was there the night before. It's awful strange that dog just disappeared between the night my son called on text claiming that he wasn't coming down because he was scared of your dog, and you claimed, dead man, that the dog wouldn't bother him. But yet, where was the goddamn dog? And where was the forward splatter? Where was the meat from the carcass that took those 7 rounds? You think my son's evil? You ain't fucking seen evil. I work with a whole nother realm.
You should see
One
where I
you
come
can't
from.
see.
Actually,
And every fucking pathetic, conniving lie that come out of your fucking mouths, Steuben County, you're going to be held accountable for. All of them. I don't believe in coincidences.
there is no
And I
coincidence.
don't believe in bullshit.
There is no bullshit or coincidence. That's fertilizer. So I'm saying what you're saying there's inconsistency with the forensic evidence.
Well, according to the military veterans that I've consulted, yes, there is so far. Oh my God.
Maybe they framed him or something. They don't, maybe who knows? There.
I don't fucking know. But I do know why he was sent to Miami. I do understand that quite well. And you know, the fact that you had the jury foreman who was a friend of the family, a lifelong friend of the family. Well, you kept that hid, didn't you?
I have no idea what you're talking about, bro.
The jury foreman was a friend of the family's and went to school with the victim.
Okay, well then that's a conflict of interest, and that should be a mistrial.
I want to know where the fucking dog was between
where's
that
the
night.
dog at? And that's a mistrial. They're not supposed to have anybody that's related on the jury.
Hey,
If you can prove that, then that's a mistrial.
and the lawyer, the one that I posted in the comments section, who costed my mom incredible amounts of money to accomplish absolutely fucking nothing except siding with the prosecution, from my observation, didn't ask one goddamn fucking question that he was requested to ask.
All right, so that's an ineptitude of counsel and also a conflict of
Yes, it
interest.
is.
Sure. Yeah. I never
And I'm
closed my
gonna
eyelids.
poster boy that son of a bitch all over the metaverse.
So that's who you're really pissed off at, not really me.
I'm pissed off at everybody. You and many others. Pamela's piss-headed musings. At least Flow State had enough respect to heed my warning.
I
And
don't
Bex,
give. I don't give
I'm
up on
coming for
people.
you too, bitch.
I'm not gonna give up on you, Access. I'm always a friend, bro.
Well, that's a one-sided thing.
That's fine. I'll take that.
I have absolutely seen the most disgusting, pathetic side of your species and all it has to offer. And as for the halls, insult to injury, yeah, I'm aware of your little vindictive fucking intent. That came to light too. And you know, reading the correspondence between me and my son when you were directly involved in the trial is
I
illegal.
wasn't. I wasn't directly involved in any
Not
trial.
you. I'm not talking about you.
Yeah. Okay, I thought. Sorry, my bad.
And reading the correspondence between my mom and my son, well, that's also illegal.
What? So
These
they
are
broke
people.
they broke
Oh,
privacy.
goddamn right. And
Okay.
on top of it, there was admission to it. I baited you like you were a fucking piece of shit worm on the end of a hook. And it just so happens a bigger fish caught you.
All right. Well, people with melon 10 axis that actually do that shit, they'll get dealt with. There's no ritual needed. They're gonna get dealt with either way. So
Well, on this particular last night of Saturn influence, I am absolutely, with all intent, summoning the god of death to spiritually take that whole goddamned group and lead them into absolute oblivion. They are the most despicable, pathetic, disgusting county of fucking pieces of shit, and he even fucking if he has no jurisdiction in that fucking county to be reading text and correspondence between me and my son, and then
yeah, I
want
don't
to
think
file charges against me.
file charges against you for what?
Intimidation.
That's what they're saying.
That's what he tried.
Who?
Austin Hall, the son of the piece of shit that got his fucking head blown off. And let's talk about that piece of shit that got his head blown off. Let's look at
What?
his history and his record. You want to call my son a piece of shit and deserves to die? Yeah, I remember that, you prick fuck.
I don't think anyone deserves to die like that, Axis.
We were in the courtroom, Mr. Murphy. Austin Hall, piece of fucking shit. using the cops so you could threaten me and my mom? What? You think that wasn't documented?
Sorry you had to go through all this shit, bro.
And you wanted my fucking son dead? Well, I checked in on your fucking pathetic piece of shit fucking dad. And you want my son dead? Over that? And then you want to come after me vindictively?
Or are these people listening right now?
I hope the fucking goddamn hell they are, because I posted. They monitor my fucking sites. I posted, and what I posted, I fucking meant, you sons of bitches. I have no sympathy for any of you. None. And especially after finding out the information that you're pathetic, fucking disgusting, filthy, crack smoking, whoremongering associate to the whorehouse of the outlaws, drunken
They smoke
piece of
crack
shit.
and do prostitution.
Yeah, he was fucking my sister-in-law, my dead brother's ex.
Now the plot's thickening here. Okay.
Yeah, didn't think I'd find that one out, did you, bitch boy? Where was the dog, you cocksucker? There's a hailstorm coming your way, and it's got Satan written all over it. El, the god of death, spiritual, metaphysical. What are you going to do, prosecute Satan? Are you going to prosecute what, the devil? My son had nothing to fucking do with ritualistic magic or Satanism.
None of that at all. And Access, you know what? From an outsider perspective looking in, it's a fucking terrible situation. People react different ways. And I don't blame you for the way you're reacting. Like, come on, bro. Like, you were the victim in this. You lost your son. Yeah. So, everyone lost in this fucking scenario.
Oh yeah, they did. But this piece of shit, he's seeking vengeance.
And we
He ain't just fucking happy with my son.
Access, sorry to interrupt, but you got Plastic Advocate in the background.
I don't see him.
He typed in the back chat. I'm sure he's there.
Well, he's not back there now.
I guess he jumped off.
Well,
maybe he'll come back on now, Plastic Advocate. But yeah, Access. It's a hard situation to deal with, bro. I don't blame you for the way you react or anything like that. There's none. This is why, because I have to put. I look at everything like, okay, I have to be in your shoes, right? Like, how would I react? I probably lash out. I probably
well, especially after everything that's come to light here recently. Yeah. Yeah, you fucking bunch of fucking perversion of justice pieces of shit. Lying, conniving, backstabbing. There are demons that have personalities that seek out judicial system fuckheads like you, and they all bear death on them. And that's not a threat. That's a prayer. So, your witch trials are absolutely obsolete. You can't burn witches. You can't prosecute the metaphysical. And you can't prosecute Satan or Saturn or El, Mephistopheles, Lucifer. As much as you would love to put that on documentation and charge Lucifer himself, you can't. It's all spiritual. It's all protected under the constitutional right of freedom of religion, and I can wish all removal of opposition, lying tongues, deceiving, perversions of justice, and low life all round pieces of fucking goddamn garbage. And it is by your own doings that I summons these spiritual entities to not only curse and condemn your family, but for your generation after generation after generation. May you suffer, and may all generations after you suffer for your fucking sickness.
Well, that's your constitutional right under the First Amendment of speech, freedom of speech and religious expression, right? Or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I can absolutely pray for the worst of anybody.
Yeah, that's
There
fine.
is not
right?
a fucking law against it.
Well, that's fine, but there's always repercussions, like putting that energy on other people.
Putting what energy?
Hatred.
Reflective, karmatic energy from the god
Yeah,
of
well,
death?
you know what? Like, I don't know the whole situation, so I know, like, I don't know how would I react if I'm in your situation, right? So, yeah.
The first question you should have is, where was the goddamn dog that should have been lapping the fucking blood up off your dead fucking dad, eating the flesh that was blown off of his fucking face and his hands? Where was it at? Where were the chunks of fucking skin, and how the fuck, after 7 rounds in the back of the fucking head, does he still have the hat on?
Yo, hello.
Hey, African, how's it going?
Yeah, I was just actually kind of reminding myself of what the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want.
I could show
He
you a
maketh
video
me lay
access.
down in green pastures, and he layeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He likeneth me to the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadows of death, I shall fear no evil. For thine art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest the table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anoint my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. I dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
Well said, Plastic African. I could tell you're a man that.
Our Father, who art in hell, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in hell. Give us this day our day to sin, and allow us to trespass upon others, as others trespass upon us. In your name, let it be done.
One good prayer deserves another. And whenever you're using the word Lord, you should probably refer to what its original meaning is. And if you're referring to some Christed one, you better figure that out too, because that's a fucking lying ass bunch of bullshit. And as far as that verse out of that fucking book, that was a Greek Roman prayer to a pagan deity.
You do know, Sirius Cylinder, don't you?
I know quite a fucking bit that
Oh, the
is just a
Sirius Cylinder,
minuscule amount.
right? King Cyrus.
I know what you just played was all originated from a Greek Roman
The Old
pagan
Testament.
deity.
That was the Old Testament of what we knew from Amalek, I guess. It's older than that,
Well, the
isn't it?
Old Testament was actually stolen from Samaria, Babylon, and Egypt.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter what it was stolen from. It just
Yes, it
accumulated.
does. Do you know what the
Why?
word Lord means?
Well, what does it mean to you?
I know exactly what it means. It means Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub.
Oh God, no. Why would it be Beelzebub? Beelzebub is a
Look it up.
deity, dude.
Yeah, look it up. That's what Lord means.
Is that your
Jesus
landlord?
means to heal Zeus. I mean, come on, man. If you're going to say these fucking prayers, at least know the origin of the names that you're using. You're calling on pagan gods.
That's Dagon, isn't it? From that. It's not what was Hebrew, that it was Elohim or Yahweh, that they were praying to Yahweh.
Elohim was
It
Saturn.
means many. It means many, not one, right?
Well,
Elo, Elohim, the El, and Michael, Angel. It's all referring to Saturn, the El, El, which is Saturn, called the El. That's
Yeah.
why the Hebrews split into two groups, because one was worshiping a storm god out of Babylon and Samaria called Yahweh, and the other one was worshiping the El, which was Saturn.
I do understand that it's from Saturn that actually the Jewish have always been with, right? But again, that's Yahweh. Oh, yeah,
Yahweh
Elohim.
was a storm god.
Yeah, it comes from, right? Well, that's
Yes.
why he is Alpha and Omega when he presents himself
No.
to.
He
Yes,
is a storm god out of a pantheon of gods
many
that
before
was
me.
utilized out of
Uh,
Babylon when they left Babylon.
no, Yahweh or God or Elohim says straight, I am Alpha and Omega. There are many gods before me, but I am the first.
No, he was not. Have you
There's
ever read
plural
any
though.
of the
There's more
Gnostic
than one.
texts?
Of course he was. That's the whole fall of us.
That's your
That's why the
interpretation.
destiny of the Christ exists today, why America exists.
No, 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 no. America exists because the
Yeah, it is.
European white fucking devil
You
took that
know,
fucking literature and conquered every fucking land that they could, making them submit to their religion. We went
how,
through this. You and I went through this. Now,
we
what, you
have.
forget suddenly?
I have not. You're right. I know.
Well,
So
we
the
all have
military,
look
right?
look access. You see how you're saying that people can have their own freedom of expression and all that. So if you
Yeah,
want
but
respect, you
see,
must respect other people's perspective too.
No, he's
you're in my
correct.
house,
We have.
and we did have this talk. So shut up, Cage. You don't know what the fuck you're speaking of. Me and Plastic African went over this for a couple of hours
Mm-hmm.
without
I'm
you,
sure.
bitch.
Okay.
Now he disappears. What, you don't want to defend yourself? We went through this a couple streams ago. Of course he's going to run. He's going to take his fucking belief and his false pagan gods with his pathetic false pagan prayer, meaning false pagan gods, and run. Because he
I thought
done
you,
admitted 2 streams ago.
I thought you guys were good.
I am. I have no problem with him.
And he's actually in the background. I think he hit the wrong button. Yeah. Sometimes that happens, you know.
Hey, yeah, I'm not trying to like take the piss, but that's why I can see it's coming, man.
People don't understand this channel. They don't understand the level of understanding that I've researched and studied into this fucking particular creation.
You
They have
lost the
no
other
clue.
right? What the
Well,
hell?
but he's not much of a fucking loss.
Oh no! Oh come on, that's not fair. Always
He's a
three.
liar, a deceiver.
Yeah.
His intent is absolutely malevolent. He's a disruptor. He has shown no integrity, and he has absolutely given nothing of value in the whole time that I've been associated with him.
Why? Oh, don't be like that. Take that
It's
back.
the fucking truth.
It's
No,
not
no,
fair
no,
access,
bad.
as Buddy
Easy.
said.
Exactly. I need to like wet my beard. I'm getting all
You know,
grey now. Shit.
he hasn't once gave me any information that was not collected or gathered through other people's text, knowledge, or parroted through some type of fucking video.
There's
He's
nothing
an
new
empty
under the
shell.
sun. There's nothing new under the sun, Axis. You can't just make
That's
stuff up.
why you
It's
have to
always been
go
here. It always will
beyond
be.
the sun.
It has always been
Hang
here,
on.
and it always will be.
Well,
It is
Dodgeball.
through the sun that you find the Father. That's a metaphor, you dumb shit. You're not gonna find shit in the creation.
Bro, just because you're angry doesn't mean you have to degrade and down people, especially people that are there to
What
help.
is that Hebrew name? Hang on. Access.
Yeah.
But isn't the whole thing with the Christ being born in a manger is that the Spirit of God was humility. If that, why they rejected the Christ as the Pharisee and the Jew, to say that the sticker Jesse wasn't this peacemaker, he should have been this warrior in the seat of David.
Well, if you follow the line of David and the true successor, which was the only one that God judged and removed from creation, was
No. He
was supposed to have been the chosen one in the line of David. Look it up. And God removed him, judged him, and removed him from the line of David.
No, he
from the face of the fucking creation.
Oh, come on, brother.
Look it up.
Come on.
Look it up.
Why?
Because it's the fucking truth. It's in the lineage.
Yes,
you want to follow the line of David? I told everybody. You should already know this. Cage knows this. I lived as a Messianic Jew. I studied Torah. I was immersed by Rabbi Lou White. You can find his channel here on YouTube. I studied in the Torah Institute in Louisville. Come the fuck on, man. You think I speak out of my ass? Completely removed by God.
Oh shit! Is God a verb or noun? Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. I like it. And we all get.
Did you find it?
No, of course I didn't, man. Well,
look, it's not hard to find. It's in scripture. There we go. Now I feel like I'm cool now.
I've got to get my glasses on.
Hold on. Yeah, put your glasses on. Hold on. I got to put my satanic hippie band on. There we go. Now I'm really cool. Yeah. Now Now I'm sporting it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Cage, do
Do you
something
reckon?
useful. Look up
Hey,
in the line of David. Because he's not going to. Because he's afraid to be proven wrong.
do you guys
Or
remember,
better
like,
yet, you know what? You guys ain't going to do a goddamn thing because that's what you do. Nothing. Nothing at all. You repeat, you mock, you fucking parrot, but you don't fucking do the research and the studying. I'll look it up and I'll put it in the goddamn fucking chat
I love it.
so people can fucking look it up for themselves. Jesus, fuck you, Satan Christ. Too lazy to fucking look up what you fucking indoctrinate yourselves with.
Oh, come on, man.
That's a fucking problem with you fucks. You'll talk a bunch of shit, but you can't fucking back nothing.
Why are you so aggressive, bro? Hey?
I told you at the beginning of this stream, I am not here to be fucking nice today.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't here in the beginning of the stream, sir.
Yeah, Access. I'm definitely gonna look that up, and I'm just sorry I got a phone call. I'm gonna be back after. And yeah, awesome. We all put our fucking shades on. That's cool. But yeah, I'm not running away or anything. I'm just letting you know. I'm gonna be back after. Thank you, Access, for having me. I'll be back after,
Yep.
sir. Thank you.
Now, I'm going to give you the link. And everybody else that's listening, so that you will understand. The actual chosen one from the line of David was
Hey, sir. It doesn't matter about that. To me, it's
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. Okay, to most of us, okay, to most of the world, to most of everything, was the point of the deity of the Christ was to say that no matter what, you are saved. Through everything that you do, I am there for you. Done. Period. No matter what it is, to the ends of the world. That was the first thing of the rapture, right? Where Christ went to hell, took the keys of
I don't
heaven.
believe in none of that fucking shit, man.
But then, if you believe, well, you're saying it with the word.
Because I know it. Because I know Hinduism. I know fucking Taoism. I know Buddhism. I know Christianity, Satanism, Mormonism. What the fuck religion do you want recited to you? I can recite them all.
Okay, sir. But it's not a religious thing in that degree. It's what's going on here with the world. As it was with even you take about the prophecy that's coming here. What does it say? That people will forget number this cattle. Yeah? People, be arrogant like Sodom and Gomorrah, +1. But the next testimony of the devil is to take that away from what Christ gave. Thought was fallen from Adam. Here we are.
There was two lines. There was the line of Cain, and there was the line of Abel, which was taken over by Seth. The line of Cain was from a different seed. That's why there was enmity put between the seed of the serpent and the seed of the woman. Self-explanatory.
Good, man. So how's your family doing?
I don't know. I don't have any family except for a surrogate dad and some little cute ass bitch that I think is the only girl on the face of the earth worth even looking at twice as being a true female and the nature of a female. She's not driven by the other things that females are driven by.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, I've been with my wife for almost 20 years now. I'm not married. I've been with her 20 years solid. I can't marry. I don't know why. I don't believe in it. I want to die
I don't.
like single. I don't have kids, not that I know of. But nevertheless, I think
Well, this is going on over
oh,
15 years celibate.
you've been celibate 15 years. Yeah.
This is going over, yeah, this will be the 16th year.
You've been celibate 15 years. Really? Oof. How do you deal with that?
Just fine.
Bit of sex.
First couple years was kind of
Why? A choice?
frustrating because whenever I had my first wife and we got a divorce, I had to wait for her to commit adultery before I could marry again because I was still messianic. My second wife, I had to wait for her to commit adultery. Now, first time, I guess is shame on me. Second time was shame on her. Or the first time was maybe shame on her. Second time was maybe shame on me. Whichever way it works. Ain't gonna be no goddamn third time.
My friend, in the military, we had a guy, a friend. I guess he was just a soldier. He had a small pecker. So Justin, we called him. We bullied him to a degree where he married a woman and she took everything. He took a gun from camp and he tried to kill her.
Well, I
Yes,
wound up taking such severe vengeance on my second wife that I knew if I had ever married for the third time, there would be no hope for that bitch for destroying my life. So it was better for me not to have one in my life.
A woman
Lest
did
she
destroy
be,
your life, right?
huh?
A woman did not destroy your life. You let that happen. You led to that as well. Don't forgo that. Yes, I don't know the.
No, my life. My life.
Yeah,
I'm not talking my children's lives, which she did damage to. She chose to be, she filed for the divorce. She left. She found someone else. That's fine. Hell, we had a girlfriend, a concubine that lived with us. We had everything. Children, house, fucking everything you could ever want. But she left it all for this bitch. And as I revealed in my dark confession, the bitch pulled up before we were divorced with a dumpster and took all my memorabilia, all my artwork, all my music, everything that I had compiled through my life and put it in a fucking dumpster behind my back and left me with absolutely nothing. And her parents helped. That's why I took such revenge on them. And now my daughter's in line for that revenge. She's about to suffer an unbelievable amount of hell.
you want that to happen. Yeah.
Well, the day that the gavel fell on my son, she disowned me and she put herself in that position. That's her fucking problem. She doesn't want a dad because my son killed somebody and my mom convinced her that it was my fault that he done it. Well, she made her choice. And she got rid of, just like her mom, the one prized possession that I gave her and told her, do not ever get rid of this. Give it back if you get rid of it. And that was the guitar that I played on stage for years. And then she lied about it forever until I had to confront her on it. Because my mother told me what she'd done with it. So fuck her.
Forgiveness is a great thing, huh?
Forgiveness? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know much about fucking forgiveness.
Of course you don't. Yeah. You just picked up, man. Who cares? That's all shit.
I've been forgiven so many times that I can count them on one fucking hand.
Yeah, dude. Dude, it's all just crap.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, really. You know,
As a matter of fact, I don't even think I need a whole fucking hand
a hand.
to show how many times I've been forgiven.
So, doesn't matter about that. Huh? Have you made that many mistakes?
Hell yeah, I've made mistakes.
Okay, here we go. All the nefarious. Are you again? Were your intentions bad?
No, my intentions were not to be nefarious until I met opposition and was wronged. Then I became nefarious.
Okay. Oh, that's weak, though.
Is it weak?
Yeah, it
Or
kind
is
of
it integrity?
Move away from it. Fuck it. Okay.
It's integrity.
Oh,
Don't mistake integrity and character.
No, I'm not judging you for that. I don't know what you've gone through. I'm not trying to put that on you. Don't be silly. But it's to me, it's like what I've seen, what I've gone through. I always know, okay, and I know this, is that the older we get, the more we lose, the more people die around us, right? The better even the enemy that you know that you had as your best friend. It's like, it's the way life is. If you get there. Because sometimes you won't even know, like, you peg it, and then you're like, go to the guy's funeral. Oh shit, you knew him? But then you guys are badasses. That guy was the connection.
Hold on, you're assuming that I have friends.
Yeah, you do. Of course you do.
I have a surrogate dad.
Depends on it. You have kids. You said you have kids, so there we go. Oh, they're your kids.
I have a dead kid. I have an adopted daughter. And I have a daughter that disowned me with my mother. So they're not my friends.
Oh, why?
And as far as raising a daughter, you raise a daughter for another man. A son will carry on your lineage, but a daughter you will raise for somebody else.
Okay. Yeah. Touche.
That's fact.
But if you're Jewish, it only goes through the blood of the woman.
Well, you know what? Good thing I'm Native American and Scandinavian.
I know. He said, I know. I like you. You're right, man. You're right, man.
Facts are facts, man. The minute somebody raises a daughter for themselves, they're probably into incest. Such as the Mormons.
Hey, just because I grew up a Mormon doesn't mean I am.
I'm just telling you their lineage and history. They allowed polygamy to grow the cult of Mormonism, and there was incestuous behavior.
Of course. I'm not denying that, but it wasn't in my family, thank God.
There you go. You're one of the lucky ones, right?
Well, I guess fucking thank God. But but wasn't that because it's like almost the, what do they say? Kubrick gets it, doesn't he? Kubrick uses it in one of his films, doesn't he? With Danny, he says they ate each other. What was that? The Donner Party.
That was the Donner Party.
Exactly. But there
They
was
got
many other
caught
things
out in the
throughout
fucking,
the history that we have as humans have had to deal with that to survive.
well,
Wow.
you know,
True story.
to survive for using polygamy and incest to
Oh,
grow your cult. Yeah, I'm just not about that, brother.
the only time incest is ever permitted in the Bible was, I believe, Thor.
Lot.
Lot, that's right. Lot, it was Lot, yeah. Lot's sister.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right, yeah, because the wife was sold. Yeah. Yeah, was
What?
Lot. Yeah, you know it. Yeah. It's the only time it came up. Yeah, clever. True. Not bad.
Yeah, I'm a lot dumber than I look. I try and tell everybody that. I'm just a fucking radical stupid ass.
You are, man. Definitely. Yeah, dude.
Stupid ass.
Yeah,
Radical? Yeah, that too.
stupider ass. Uh, that's
Yeah,
the
I'm as
one.
dumb as they come, man.
Dumb as, oh, that's disgusting. Dumb as they come. Come as they dumb? That'd be better.
Or whichever way you want to put it, it doesn't matter to me. I'm an abortion gone wrong.
Oh, no, you're not. That'd be stupid. That'd be stupid, man. You have children, bro. You've given life. You're a good man. Yeah, of course. You're part of all of us. You're great, man. Don't ever put yourself down. Depending on you, you've been a bad man. You want to, I mean, dude, I've killed people and murdered somebody, but I killed people. And people are like, oh, what? What does that mean? Well, my job, my duty. What's the name of me? So, I got away with it. True, Iraq, Afghanistan. I'm one of those.
I've never killed anybody that didn't deserve it.
Yeah, but I didn't take it out of them like that. It was just a there and then. I didn't go look for it again. So,
Well, did you kill anybody that didn't deserve it?
well, I don't think they deserved it. It was them or me. It wasn't like I was going out for anything. It was in my duty and what happened. Fighting, like combat.
Duty? Well, that's
Yeah.
what the SS soldiers said
Oh no, but that's
during
not
Nuremberg. I
It
was
was-
only following orders.
it wasn't orders. It was my duty.
No, you were following orders.
Well, I had to because I chose that because I was a volunteer.
Yep.
Because I thought, okay,
But
fine,
it
fine.
wasn't an excuse at Nuremberg. Why is it an excuse for you?
Well, it's not for me. I have to live with this forever. I have to deal with
Well,
what
so
I
does everybody that's taken a human life.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know this. The psychology of it is beyond. I know, bro. I'm not fail safe yet, bro. I've some of my men in my platoon killed themselves after the war. Okay, they killed themselves, and they killed themselves almost like 6 years later, like 12 years later. Could you imagine that? Kids and all that, and then just.
You know, my brother
But because
was.
no, they had good jobs. And
No, let me tell you. The legal system tormented my brother so severely. And then the last step was my mom and his dad had him put in prison for what they considered to be a terroristic threatening. And he wound up serving 3 years. And when he got out, he got in some more shit. But by this time, he was on the needle. And he overdosed on heroin at the La Quinta Inn to keep from having to go back to prison.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Sorry, man.
Yeah, Maury, my best friend, when I first got a career in the music industry, drove his car off of a bridge for a bitch, headed to my house to discuss his situation. My best friend at 14 years old.
Yeah.
killed himself because of school bullying. Suicide? Yeah, I know quite a bit about suicide.
I know. I'm saying that some of the guys that I have fought with, they were very strong, very man and man, couldn't take their nightmares. And I've
Well,
lived with mine. That's why I don't have children. I fucking have.
sometimes
That's why I
that's
believe
just
in Jesus and God, because I have to be judged by what I've done, and I have to be
who's
there.
going to judge you.
My
Who do
Lord,
you think is going to judge you?
my Lord, my God, my friends, my mother, you will judge
I
me.
don't judge you.
No, you will in that time and space.
No,
Yes, you
no, no,
will.
no, no, no,
Yes,
no, no, no,
I'll,
no, no,
I'll call you out in that.
no.
You have no, you can't say no.
Yes,
It's
the hell I can't say no.
you're not
What
allowed
are you
to.
telling me? I can't
No,
universally
you will have to see. You will
say
have to see what
fucking I refuse to judge you?
you'll have to see what I've gone through, experience it, and you'll be able to go. Shit. Oh, bad. No, I
I
don't think.
consider you a useful tool of population control and extermination.
Why?
We've been
How?
through this.
What?
What religion were you killing for?
I wasn't. I wasn't caring for a religion at all. It wasn't
Really?
a religious view when I was out there
So
serving.
the Iraqis weren't religious?
Was working my campaign when I was involved in. It's
Hold
not
on. The Iraqis weren't religious?
what do you think it was, buddy?
The
Like I
Saudi
said,
Arabians weren't religious? How about the people that you lost in your platoon or in your garrison? Were they religious? Did they pray to their God before they entered the battlefield?
generally,
Because I
no.
bet the other side did.
No. Well, I don't think they did. Not the
Or
same
maybe
way.
they should have.
It's not like I
Or
was.
maybe they just served the wrong God. But to you, I would say you were an absolute prime example of population control. You should have taken more lives while you had the chance. You should have carried an extra clip, a larger caliber, and many more grenades.
Well, it's not fucking. Nah.
What? It's not what? It's fucking war, man. They wanted to kill you. They wanted your fucking head on a stick. They
To
killed your
be
friends.
honest with you, they were understanding why the British were there. They didn't understand why the American was there.
Well, there you go. You were the invaders.
Nah, we coming back to get some fucking bait. It's
You
not
were
that bad.
the invaders.
Do you think
Even
we?
Bush admitted it later on during his presidency. The invasion of Iraq, Iran. The invasion. Come on. Don't sugarcoat it. It is what it was. It was an invasion on false pretenses.
Why do you think that happened? Huh? What do you think it was about? Really?
I think it was about something much deeper than weapons of mass destruction. I think it was about pillaging, depleting, archaeology, uh, domination and control, uh, land seizure and displacement. Um, potentially even a incooperative authoritative power that pissed the United States off. So they had to create a reason to go in, which Bush even later laughed about. Where are those weapons of mass destruction? I know they're out there somewhere. Yeah, it's not fucking funny when it comes to human fucking lives. But if you're gonna take them, take as many as you fucking can, especially on the battlefield. Just as I've learned how to do it through metaphysics. I don't need a fucking gun. I don't need a knife. Both sides were praying. Ain't that a fucking ironic bunch of bullshit? They're praying to their God. Americans, British, Allied forces are praying to their God. I mean, really? Really? Whose God prevailed? There's only one God that prevailed, the God of death. And he swept across that battlefield as though he was reaping wheat. And he harvested, regardless of what God they prayed to. That's reality. You fucking people and your fucking gods. Your fucking pathetic belief systems. Even the fucking Jews, when they were in Dachau, found their God guilty of forsaking them. Did you know that? The Ashkenazi that Hitler rounded up and put in Dachau and the concentration camps, they found their God guilty.
Well, you know the famous site in Israel where the Romans went up and the Jews killed themselves, right? You know about that, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So even that, yeah.
Well, there was only one individual which you should read about. His name was Maximilian. And they tried to kill that son of a bitch by starving him, isolating him, freezing him. And he was so devout into Judaism that it took them absolutely weeks upon weeks to get that son of a bitch to die. But he finally died. See, in a past life, I used to, after the bulldozers would dig the trenches for the bodies and they would sprinkle them with the lye.
Yeah.
I was the one that maintained the bulldozers. I made sure they were oiled, gassed. I helped.
Once upon a time ago, you say?
Oh, this is in a past life, yeah.
I think so. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if everybody's going to have a past life story, I've got to have one. So I thought about it, and I thought, man, wonder what I would have been. I think I would have been a bulldozer maintenance operator and mechanic. And I would have made sure that those bulldozers were capable of pushing that dirt into those trenches. In a past life. But you
What was
can't
that?
be charged for a
What
past
was that?
life, can you?
I like that film Apocalypto. You ever seen it?
Nah.
No, you should watch it. It's Mel Gibson's film, Apocalypto. It's great. Fantastic. You love it, man. Watch it.
Well, Mel
I'll not
Gibson was good during Mad Max, and
Nah, man.
after
What?
that,
Check it out, man.
I
I'm
think
surprised you haven't even
I
watched it. Apocalypto.
well after Mad Max, I didn't have no more use for Mel Gibson.
Oh, no, 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 no. I mean, he directs the film, not
Yeah, I'm
stars.
sure he's
Yeah.
making a big waves in the Christian community, and
It's not
I get
Christian film at all. No, it's not. It's just funny. It's good because I believe the way it looks at the old world, you know, or what some believe as what we think is modern today, right? I mean, many people didn't speak English, didn't know how to talk,
right,
right? Yeah,
right.
we speaking English, right?
That's one of my languages. Yeah, English. That's
Okay,
my
fair.
primary language.
Well, there we go. But how many people do you speak over the airways like this in your native tongue?
Only when I'm on the reservation do I speak in broken language of my nation, and I speak uh, enough German to get by if I was in Germany, and I speak enough Latin that I can decipher incantations and decipher text. I didn't learn it for any other reason than to utilize it as a tool.
Well, your terminology and grammar is pretty good for that. Don't get me wrong, I'm alright. But
You know, that whole Deus Provatus, no, Satanus Provatus, Oculus Solarum. And Dragon das Juden 2000.
so the last Pope, huh?
Fuck the Pope.
No, but it's the prophecy, isn't it? One of the prophecies of three with them. That's the
Oh,
last
it's
Pope.
supposed to be the last Pope. We're
Yeah.
without the Vicar of Christ, so that's why I made my confessionals online the other day. I was going to make three more and then three more until the 28th day, but when I realized that I was the only one making confessions, while there was no Vicar of Christ for the priest to convey it to, I figured I would convey it to the general public. But nobody else seems to be having any type of issue with their sin. They don't even have a fucking confession on their lips. They're all fucking so righteous that not a goddamned one of them could confess one wrong that they wanted forgiveness for or to confess. And I gave them the chance. What do you do with that?
I don't know.
Oh, I know what you do with it. You call them a bunch of fucking hypocrites, liars, deceived, indoctrinated fucks who are so self righteous that they can't be transparent. They're filled with deceit, blasphemy, and lies, according to their book. Is there any other way to view it? Am I missing something? It's just that I am directly honest about my nature. I don't hide it. I don't have to, because I don't answer to their authorities. I don't answer to their gods and their indoctrination. And I damn sure don't have to disguise the person I am to get along in this fucking society full of fake plastic fucking people.
Well, thanks, man. Cheers. It's all good. I get you. Be
I
safe.
am that I am.
Be safe.
Well, there it is. Everybody's a fucking saint. Everybody's a goddamn saint. You know, maybe if you got some of that shit off your chest and spoke it out, it wouldn't weigh you down so heavy. I can feel the emotion when I talk to you. I can feel your burden, your hurt, and your pain. But I'm not going to take it on. You're not going to dump that shit on me. Either you take responsibility for it, you accept the reality of it, you come to terms with it, and quit trying to push it off onto other people. Clean up your own backyard before you try to clean somebody else's up. I can feel your distress, your suffering, your pain. And until you let that go and come to terms with it, that will be the extent of you, which is probably what brought you here. And you had a chance to alleviate it, but you chose not to. So the best I've got to tell you, dude, live with it. Let's just hope it don't consume you to the point where you do something as stupid as deletion. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. What do you expect, huh? Someone to come clean and alleviate their guilt, their burden, to reveal themselves to what and who they truly are? Shit. That ain't gonna happen. Everybody's got too much fucking pride. Pride. Shame. Guilt. Dare you expose yourself? Be transparent. Well, fuck, you may have to be responsible for something then. Yourself. Got so aggravated I forgot what I was like. Oh, the only fucking line of David that was supposed to be the representative of the Christ line that God removed from the face of the earth and judged before all others. Good thing that none of you are representatives of the Christed one and that bloodline. Or maybe God would take you out too and permanently remove you from existence for not being able to hold up your end. Oh, you think asking for forgiveness is going to get you there? You think, in the name of Jesus, forgive me, or universe, please forgive me. Well, you know what, fuckers? It don't work that way. Because when you die, you'll take it with you. And for the biggest part of you, 99.9%, that will be your eternal hell. You'll take your baggage with you. And your soul will be imprinted with it. Because you did not learn. You wanted to hide it, conceal it, keep it hid. You fucking people are scared to speak the fucking truth. You're terrified. You're terrified of the truth, your own truth. You're terrified of death. You're terrified of any authoritative force. You're all a bunch of goddamn pathetic fucking failures. And it's right. Every fucking one of you falls short of the glory of God. At least he admitted he fucked up. The freak. Well, hey, monster, the freak. There's the leak. And I will be civil with you because you have been civil with me. And I will subside this state of projection. And I will speak to you as an equal man. Fuck Paul Unslaved. That's a fucking joke. And that's an insult to compare me to that fucking piece of shit. Talk about a grifting, lying motherfucking hypocrite. Really? Is that how you see me? As a lying hypocrite? Come on, the freak. Let us reason. The freak proved me wrong. And I told you, there are a few that I deem worthy. And your name happens to be one of the ones that I have mentioned time and time again. The freak, Callie. I mean, really. And there's even been a couple new ones. Singularity. So please, I've given you 5 that at least I see mutual value in, that have not failed themselves and everyone around them, at least on my panel. And your name was mentioned without contempt or judgment. All right, since you're not going to push the link, I'm going to go ahead and lay it to you, the freak. And even with you, there are things that you hide. There are things that you keep in the darkest shade of yourself. Hello, the freak.
It's me.
Yep. How's things going?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Good to hear. Very good to hear. If it wasn't for this 28-day investment, we got a book to finish and a new one to start if you ever are interested in endeavoring in it.
Oh, definitely. You know what? My Bluetooth is kind of blinking out. I need to change my headbuds here in a second. So if you give me a second.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks. I don't know what the heck's going on. Hair here is crackling.
Uh, and in case anybody's still wondering, yeah, I'm still fucking here. And I stand on every goddamn word I say.
Can you hear me, bud?
Yep.
Excellent.
Gotcha.
No, I didn't compare you to Paul that way. I was just saying the way you were addressing the fanfare. You know, you're all a bunch of fucking slaves, kind of a thing. You know, I found that kind of funny.
Well, I would contribute that more towards Jim Morrison than I would Paul and Slave. I mean, at least Jim Morrison had substance.
I wonder what's up with Paul lately, but anyway, yeah, I remember Val Kilmer passed on too, but man, was he brilliant in that movie.
Yeah, I actually have some old bootlegs of Jim Morrison, and he didn't just say that once. He actually would get drunk and go into tirades on stage, calling the entire audience slaves. And when he was arrested in not Miami, oh fuck, he was arrested on stage for profanity, and he called the pigs a bunch of fucking slaves during the actual arrest. Get your hand off me, slave! And that was an actual word for word replay that they used in the movie.
Yeah, he was a brilliant portrayal in that movie. I mean, just spot on.
Well, from all the bootlegs so I used to be a big Morrison fan. Used to be. And I was really inspired by his despisal of authority and his desire for artistic creativity, and yet his whole situation of kind of overindulgence and blowing it at the last moment. And yeah, it reflects in his stage performances, whether they were pirated or whether they were, audio off of reel to reel, and but most of his actual pirated stuff was on reel to reel. If you remember what a reel to reel is,
Yeah,
two
the
track
old
reel to reel.
35 millimeter film tape or whatever. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. Yeah, one reel to the other, and that's where most of the original bootlegs that I got to hear was from, and they were mostly captured by Thomas Vanderhaar, who's dead now, but he actually attended many of Morrison's performances, or the Doors performances. And I didn't know him long. I knew him through a coven of witches that I was staying with. And when he found out I was into the Doors, he really turned me on to some shit. Morrison. There was one performance, man, where he just, you could hear the absolute pleading for just some type of, I almost would say he was pleading to be loved. It was pretty sad, but he was pretty drunk at the time. He was slurring his words. He wasn't coming across very well. The recording wasn't all that great because that was way back, and yeah, he would go into some pretty heavy emotional spills. I actually have the very first demo of Celebration of the Lizard, the first time they ever performed it.
Mm. That's pretty amazing, actually. His story is gets a little shady. The fact that, well, you talked about his emotional kind of neediness or whatever. I think he got involved with a witchcraft type of woman or whatever, and that kind of seemed like the beginning of the end of his coherence almost. And also, I think it was either his father or his father's father. They were kind of wired in, or they were actual direct agents of the CIA or something. And so,
well, his dad was at the Gulf of Tonkin. He was on the ship. He was on a ship in the Gulf of Tonkin that whenever the supposed war broke out because of the Gulf of Tonkin, they said that they were fired on. Morrison was actually a part of the Laurel Canyon CIA development, and later on it turned out that his dad was an admiral, and that's the truth. And Morrison, after he got with that Pamela, not Pam, Patricia Krenwinkel was the witch that he got involved with, and he also had an affair with Nicole from the Velvet Underground, and the whole time he was with Pam Morrison.
Mm-hmm.
But
okay, so he wasn't part of, say, a CIA psyop, but his dad probably was, or could have been.
No, they sent him to Laurel Canyon.
Oh, Tonkin was a psyop, or a red, what do you
yeah,
call it?
Yeah.
Flag.
Yeah. The Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag, and Morrison's dad was an admiral there. He was there. Morrison uh, whenever the Doors started to form, spent a lot of time in Laurel Canyon, and then when he was in New York, he met Patricia Krenwinkel, and when he met Patricia Krenwinkel, he was still kind of in the Nicole um, uh, Nico from the Velvet Underground, and that's when he started getting into uh, different types of drugs other than just booze and weed and acid.
So, the Laurel Canyon, I only know like the porn girl or the actress, that or whatever. I don't even know what that references when it comes to say Hollywood.
Laurel Canyon was where the CIA had an operative base for psychological manipulation and influence over culture. And Jefferson Airplane, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, um, fuck, The Doors, um, oh man, all those fucking people lived up into Laurel Canyon, and in Laurel Canyon there was a recording studio that was CIA owned and operated.
And this is Los Angeles, not San Francisco.
Yeah, Laurel Canyon outside of Los Angeles. You can look it up. The history's there. It's all been declassified. It's just a fucking shell of a place now. The recording studio that was there, that was owned by the CIA, is empty, as far as I know and remember. From the last time that I looked into it, the housing, all the houses that everybody lived in Laurel Canyon are, run down. They're not upkept.
Was there an actress named
Yeah,
Laurel
right
Canyon?
off of Sunset Boulevard. Yeah, do what?
Was there an actual actress named Laurel Canyon, or is it a place?
No, Laurel Canyon is a place. Look, Mitchell MC, I don't know who the fuck you are, and you just got an N with an orange dot. Unless you cam up, show me who the fuck you are, you can go the fuck away. I'm not interested in you. And unless you've got something intelligent to offer to this conversation, put it in the comment section first. Otherwise, don't expect to get up here. You are of no value to me. None. Zero. Nada. Figure it out. But yeah, there was actors that were, uh, you know, that turned into from acting to music. They were given a directive for a particular type of sound that engineered the Haight-Ashbury movement. Um, that wound up sweeping across the United States as a peace love type thing.
That's San Francisco, though, right?
Yeah, it was all social engineering.
Okay.
And if you look at what Jared Jaguar is saying down here, he's done the research. Jared Leto, it's still active. I didn't know that. But right on, Jared. Good for doing your research. See, Jared, I can appreciate Jared just as well as you, man. He does his research. He knows his shit. He's been around. He's listened to all the YouTube gurus. He's been here for a very long time. He listens like a thief, and he knows his shit. You live right behind the hills of Hollywood. This fascinated me so much. Yeah, well, absolutely, it should. And Monster says, I'm not scared of anything, anyone, or anything. Well, Monster, that's a pretty bold statement.
There's also someone in the back, Mitchell Smith or whatever.
Is he cammed up?
I can't tell you.
Nope, he's not cammed up, and he just obviously isn't getting the picture.
He says he's
Cam
the guy
up.
from Utah.
Oh, Mitch, I'm sorry, Mitchell. There we go.
Yeah, it's
Brother,
okay,
you're gonna
Mike. It's generally
You're gonna
interesting
have-
how you forget about me, Mike. Yeah.
No, I didn't forget about you. You just should have put something in the comment that said, "Hey, it's me from Salt Lake City."
Yeah,
And I would have known
not
you
exactly
immediately.
from Salt. Yeah. I'm not exactly from Salt Lake City. I'm from the countryside, Mike.
Utah.
From
Yeah, Utah.
around 170 miles away from Salt Lake City. Yeah, it's too far away from Salt Lake.
Yeah, you're
Utah,
right,
man.
Jared. Mitchell has been
Yeah.
on here, and he's a welcome guest. Very much so.
Yeah, Mike. Exactly, Mike.
Nice to meet you.
Mitchell, this is the Freak. The Freak is a really good guy. He is one of the most non-judgmental people, but he is self-solidified in what he believes, and I respect that.
Yeah, Mike. Exactly. Yeah. I do know the Freak. I used to watch old shows. He used to come here around. Yeah. He used to lurk around here. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
I'm
Nice
actually
to meet
having
you.
a throat today. Yes. Yeah.
What's
Nice
that,
to meet you,
brother?
Mike.
Yeah,
Yeah. What's up,
yeah, I
Mike?
think.
Yeah.
So what's on your
Anything
mind?
new to say today, Mike? Yeah, Mike. Yes, pardon?
I'm just
Hmm.
continuing to be me and do what I do.
Yeah. Exactly. You're original, Mike. Access Plus is the most original shit out there.
Brother, I don't plan on changing because I haven't. I have no reason to. You know, I like me.
Exactly. Yeah. There's demons out there who try to change you every time, but you don't change.
Oh,
That's
no, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna. No, I'm sorry. That they can do whatever they want to try and sway my self-solidification, but you know, if it hasn't been determined that I have done the work, and at least, you know, I don't know, I'm stupid enough to believe my own shit. How's that?
Exactly. Yeah, Mike. Oh. Hey, Mike.
Well, I can say that when you
I
talk
have
about
something interesting in front about you. Hey, I have something interesting to mention right now in this chat to the Mike. About to Access especially, he would definitely like this shit. Recently, just a week ago, I've just encountered something very interesting in the conspirational line, in the conspiratory line. Would I
Yeah?
actually send you a link about? Yes. You'll find it very intriguing. It's very, interesting if you actually analyze this. Can I send you? Should I want the permission if I can send you the link, the chat?
Yeah, you can put it in the back chat. Or do you want
You
wrench?
can check it.
If you put something in the comment section, I can give you a wrench, and you can post it yourself anytime you want. Any type of link that you want to post.
Exactly, Mike. Oh, yes, I will check it out. I will send you.
Yeah, all you
Let
got
me
to
check
do is put the middle finger in the chat, and I will give you a wrench.
Okay, bro. Oh, actually, right now my YouTube isn't quite. I don't know. For some reason, the live chat isn't functioning quite well. So I will probably do it tomorrow. But today I want to send you something in the private chat. Okay, link. I will send you the link. Okay, it's. Hold on a second.
Sure.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Let me show you something interesting. It's about a person who was an ex-YouTuber around 2 years ago. But interestingly enough, his whole YouTube channel got terminated, Mike, just 2 years ago. For some reason, there was no strikes, no penalties, just YouTube removed it for some reason. But however, if you do analyze it, you will see that he was talking a lot of truths, a lot of interesting truths. Let me show you his second or third video. Hold on a second. You can actually review it right now.
Well, I won't review it on my panel up here, but I will review it in private, because YouTube has a nasty habit of pulling streams, deleting channels, striking channels. A lot of the reason I get away with what I get away with is because, like I was saying earlier, there's the family that my son killed the cop's dad. They keep my channel going because they want me to incriminate myself, because they're vindictive bastards. And as long as they're investigating me, and as long as they're on my ass, then I got a lot of fucking leniency to go spiritual.
Access.
Because one,
I'm sorry that my
what? You're all right.
oh sorry.
You're all
Yeah,
right.
I'm sorry that my
Same
net
reason.
access.
So-
I'm sorry that my network. Yes.
That's the reason that everything here is, one, this is based off of my freedom of speech. Secondly, I'm using this as a religious platform, whether that be entertainment or actual religion, which is a constitutional right that I have. And as long as I keep everything metaphysical and spiritual, then I can wish the worst of ill on anyone, summons demons, spirits, and malevolent entities, and what are they going to do? Burn me as a witch? Prosecute the devil? Fuck you!
Yeah. You're right, Mike. You're exactly. That's the truth. That's right. Hey, Access. I want to apologize because my network got interrupted just a moments ago. So I want to apologize, but I sent you a link. It's very intriguing, this conspiracy theory. So I'm interested if you're actually about to review it. There's no copyright strike. You could just simply watch it right now. Very interesting.
No, I'm not going to give them that opportunity, brother. I appreciate you, and if I review it and it
Yes.
passes the smell test, then absolutely, I don't mind airing it on here and sharing it with
Yeah.
everyone.
Exactly, Mike. Exactly. Yeah, actually, it's about a person whose name goes by Godgay Ramste. Right now, he's out there in Rumble. He just moved to Rumble 2 years ago because for no reason, YouTube just removed his whole channel. There's no any strikes, no nothing. Just deleted his whole fucking channel. So now he has to transfer his whole videos to Rumble, and now he's continuing his whole videos. However, I'm just sent you his theory. It's very interesting. It's about the whole dynamic of this earth. I really want to
Right?
Yes. I'm very intrigued to show you this because you would actually give some real introspective, real interesting conclusion about it. That's why.
Well, I'm very interested in watching it. After, later on, whenever this
Yeah,
stream shuts down, which I'm not intending on it shutting down anytime soon,
Yeah.
unless it happens. But yeah, I will definitely check it out and review it and see what the fuck, man. Because I had a lot of associates back right after the Q incident, and then Q became a conspiracy theory, and they started shutting channels down, pulling them, deleting them, and no warning, no nothing. They just started
Yeah.
fucking channels up.
Mm, exactly. It's interesting. I saw this pattern actually. Yeah, I noticed this pattern as well. Access.
So
I really want to have another. Actually, I want to ask you another permission in regards to it. Actually, I did mention that he transferred his whole channel to Rumble. So I can actually send the link in here, right? The Rumble link. You can watch it out
yeah,
later. His
yeah,
Rumble link, because it will actually give his
yeah,
old videos as well as his latest ones. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. I have an
Let me
account
give
on
you.
Rumble too. I do videos on Rumble.
Yeah, yeah. Can you share me what's your Rumble link? What
It's
the
just
name goes
Axis
by
Rat Blood. Axis
in
Rat
Rumble, right?
Blood.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Rumble
Yeah,
has
I don't
good
take.
freedom of speech.
Yeah, but they started using commercials over my shit, man.
Yeah, exactly. They do it all the time with other channels as well.
And
Now
that
they're
pisses
just
me off
commercializing.
because they used to not do that, man. You used to could watch my
Yeah,
content uncensored, and now
mm,
they want to fucking put commercials over everything.
exactly.
I was
I
on there
sent you the
last
link.
night, and I was actually getting timed out on just watching videos. I was getting timed out, so they still got some work to do.
Yeah, I know that KJ Osborne, who I'm associated with, moved to Rumble for a long time, but he still did. He still had one of his platforms held down because his other one was about to be deleted. Um, and he finally is starting to broadcast his full shows on YouTube again. That's KJ Osborne, and the other one is Enter the Stars. And
Yeah, Enter the Stars. Very interesting channel.
yeah,
Great channel.
he's a really good guy. Yeah, he and I don't always agree with some of his interpretations and some of his ideals that he comes up with as putting dots together, but the guy is pretty fucking prophetic, and he's
Yeah.
pretty much dead on it when he ain't reaching for shit. And
Mm.
KJ just does an amazing review every week of all the shit that's went down and happened. And I mean, he's an outright full blown Christian, and
Yeah, yeah,
he convicted by
yeah,
Christianity 100%, but he
yeah,
doesn't use Christianity when he's doing his weekly review. He just points
yeah,
it out for what it is and shows the information. And it's
yeah,
called What Happened, KJ Osborne. And then you have Enter the Stars. And both of those channels I watch a lot because they're straight up. They don't hold no punches back. They're both Christians, but that doesn't bother me because their information is fucking good.
yeah. Exactly. It's I noticed better as well. However, there's another aspect of it. I did notice that a lot of this universes they can actually call us grifters as well because they are all begging for money. You notice, right? You did
Right.
notice a lot of, yes, especially. It's interesting because Enter the Stars as well. He does has a lot of PayPal. He does mention it every time. A lot of his videos about to send him fucking donations as well. He did told me once to send him some $300 as well, $300
Well, I don't know
in his name.
about his finances other than that he does make his living off of doing YouTube videos. What he does with
Exactly.
his monetary thing is none of my fucking business because I'm not. It's no, I'm not about to support
Yeah.
his ass. I appreciate his information. I'll give him a thumbs up. I'll comment. I'll even talk to Casey. We've shared information back and forth, and but Casey's on his own, man. I'm not supporting him. And KJ Osborne, same thing. He's got his wells. They support him. They keep him in food and shelter, and that's on them.
a person needs to be actually strong to be independent as well. Because I noticed about your channel, you never asked for any donations from anyone, right? Access?
No. No,
Exactly.
I've got my own fucking money.
Yeah,
This
exactly,
is
mate.
all self-funded. This is
Yeah.
all self-produced. This is all me. And no, I
Mm.
don't want anybody else to give a goddamn dime to claim any type of credit towards this channel. This is my
Actually,
endeavor.
I want to inform you about something in regards to scientific. The King Stephen guy, that dude, he did once mention that you asked for donations. He's a liar. I know he's a liar. He did once say that you asked for some fucking money. He called you some grifter as well in his live stream. The Santi Machine guy.
Well, he's straight up fucking lying because I haven't
Yeah,
ever once
exactly.
asked for money. Now, I did make a joke one time that if I was to ever monetize, it would be so that I could buy 6 female Android sex partners to keep in my closet.
Yeah, mate. Yeah,
But
exactly.
that was a joke. That wasn't
Yeah.
intended to be taken serious. But no, I
It's
don't
obvious
ask for five.
because Access, I didn't know that you did make a shit ton of money from your music concerts, right, mate?
Yeah,
You
enough
made a lot
is.
of money
Yeah,
from
I
concerts.
retired on it.
Yeah, exactly. I actually, it's very funny. I do want to mention it once. This Stephen Dye, the Santi Machine, he did mention once he's a multi-millionaire. No, not multi-millionaire, but he mentioned that he's a millionaire. You really believe that?
No, no.
Exactly,
One
man. He
is
never.
his
Yeah.
etiquette. One thing is, if he was a multimillionaire, then he would have etiquette. I gave
Yeah.
my etiquette up for my freedom of expression. I'm not under
Mm,
A&R. I'm not under a contract. I have
mm,
complete musical control over. There's nobody that controls any of my music anymore. There's
mm,
no A&R. There's if I went out on tour, I would have to finance it myself now.
mm.
So,
Exactly.
and believe me, they're not going to take an embarrassment like that
Mm,
and promote in a in that arena, and especially with that type of people, his behavior. He would be
mm.
ostracized, excommunicated, and probably depleted just out of the fact of what he does.
Exactly, mate.
You know, the industry don't play with fucking clowns.
Mm. There's no room for fucking clowns. Yeah.
No, there's not. And whenever you have, you know, you have a public relations director, you have a handler, you have an A&R, you have all these people, and that's not even just performing on stage. That was whenever I had the dungeon and was in entertainment outside of music.
Mm, mm,
And if I would have acted anything like Steven, they would
mm,
have got me for breach of contract. They would have absolutely sued the fuck out of me, and they would have moved
mm.
on, and I would have had nothing.
Exactly. Mm. Stephen wouldn't even survive for a fucking week in the industry.
No, no, he wouldn't. They wouldn't have him. With most of these people that are, I'm going to say 99%, other than the ones that are controlled by media or YouTube,
Mm,
don't stand a fucking chance because one, they're not willing to sign that contract, which you have to have a musical lawyer to go over that contract. You have to give up creative rights, and you only get a
mm,
percentage of creative rights. And then you owe the record company until you can get it paid off or the whatever endeavor you're taking, and they take that out of the total earnings, and you get a per diem for quite a while until you actually start making money for the record company.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, people that talk their shit talk shit. You know, unless you've been there and a part of that,
Yeah,
you can catch them up every fucking time because they don't know a fucking thing about it.
exactly. And another aspect is that he barely has any skills, right? I don't think he has any musical skills, this Stephen guy, to
Well, he
actually
doesn't
play
have
anything.
entertainment skills. That's the
Yeah.
problem. He
Hmm.
uses other people's content to entertain. He
Exactly.
has a guru status, which is a cult type status of being caught in a hell realm, and that he is the personification of the way out. That is not acceptable, and especially whenever you're trying to give your entertainment to the general populace. Okay,
Yeah.
it doesn't work that way.
Exactly.
Didn't work for Charles Manson. Didn't work for Jim Jones. You know, there's cult after cult after cult, except for the Mormons and the Seventh Day Adventists and the Jehovah's Witness, but they did it on a
Hmm.
religious basis.
Hmm.
You know, I don't know
Yes.
if you've ever heard the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, but that's a musical endeavor from the Mormons, but it's under the religious their religion and the fact that it is a licensed and noticed and recognized religion. But the Mormon Tabernacle Choir is actually pretty impressive to listen to.
Tabernacle. Oh, tabernacle, right? Actually, very interesting. You did mention this word tabernacle. Actually, that's actually, I don't want to mention that. I sent you the link in the chat. Okay, mate. Access.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the rumble link. Actually, the person, the God Game Lobster, the person I just sent the link about, he made lots of videos about tabernacle as well. He literally decrypted and decoded every single aspect of tabernacle. You will know everything about the deepest meanings of tabernacle if you actually do look up his video. I really recommend it.
I'm
Tabernacle,
definitely
the
going to
shape.
look at it, man. I'm not going to discard it. I will look at it. I review
Yes.
when somebody drops something in my back link. I check it out. I don't just discard it.
Okay, okay. Oh, I do want to mention another point that is that if you do look at this videos, if you click this link, then you will see numbers. Okay, there's 66 videos right now in this whole channel, around 66, and each the videos aren't actually in systematic form. You have to watch it according to how the number is. If it's number one, then it's the first video he uploaded, and it was on YouTube. Second video, third
Oh,
video, and it will go at 66. But it is not in arranged order, in ascending order. It's all randomly placed around.
okay.
And there are three
That's
pages.
I'll
And there are
figure it
three.
out.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah,
Yeah, I think I
but
can
yeah.
discern the order if I really put
Mm,
my mind to it and try and concentrate and keep a coherent thought. I might be able to figure it out.
absolutely, sir. Oh, interesting. Mm,
But I do appreciate the link
yeah, yeah, yeah. Axis, you
because
had your dinner, Rao? Axis,
I'm sorry.
really out of stuff. You had dinner? Did you eat your dinner?
Actually, it's just lunchtime for me.
Okay, it's lunchtime for you, right? Actually, I'm about to have my dinner later on. Mm,
I understand. I like I said, I don't live by the same calendar. I don't live by the same
mm,
cycle. You know, my New Year is April. I live by a lunar cycle monthly. There's 13 months in my year. My day starts when the sun sets, and then when the sun
Yeah.
rises, it's time to go to bed. Um,
Yeah. Vampire.
you know,
Yeah.
oh well. Interesting thing about that is when the Sabbath starts on a Friday, it starts at sundown.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about that? Why it's
Yes, sir.
sundown to sundown?
No, sir. I don't know about much about this information. Can you
Uh,
tell me?
well, they say it's a time for rest when God rested on the seventh day. It was supposed to be the
Okay.
Sabbath. And you're not
Yeah.
supposed to
Yeah.
travel over a Sabbath journey. You're not supposed to work. You're not supposed to light a fire, a new fire. You follow all the Mosaic laws and you conduct yourself accordingly. Well,
Yes, sir.
if the first day started in darkness, then wouldn't it be more prominent for you to be closer and more in touch
Mm.
with the
Mm.
energies of creation when the sun goes
Mm. Yeah.
down?
Absolutely. Yeah. I didn't notice this. I didn't notice this once. I didn't sense it from childhood.
That's why most artists and people that are abstract in their uh, thinking and their creativity work better at night.
Yeah. Creation comes from darkness, right?
Well, during the day, you have all this bioelectric energy from all these humans, their thoughts, their ideals, their inner thoughts, their projections, all of their hate, their frustration, their discontentment. But at night, those people go to sleep and they prepare themselves for their work week or the work day or this, that, or another, and things get quiet in the field. The frequency of human interference subsides. I don't know if he jumped off but anyhow, I don't know if you ever knew that, DeFreak, but um,
Yeah, I would agree. I should pull up a verse here in the Quran. It kind of correlates with that, but you know, vanity to me is a joke. I don't think he's got much talent at all. He uses the same like lines over and over again, very uncreative. And he lies and he's a goddamn thief. So what else can I say?
well, fortunately enough, I had his main protege, which was the head of his harem, which is Callie. And Callie is a very insightful source of information about vanity or the Queen Regent. Not
Yeah.
all is as it seems.
She's an interesting girl. I like listening to her when you guys are talking.
She is amazing. Someone without judgment, contempt, or to ostracize me for my beliefs. This is a rare, very rare individual. Such as, we don't have conflict. Me and um, Singularity, no conflict. It's amazing that there are so few that are able to come up here without an agenda or or some type of motive, but just to share information.
I think with you call her Callie, you say, or because she I don't know
Izzy,
that's the name.
Callie, she was
Yeah, yeah,
her name was Callie when she hung out with the Queen Regent, but
yeah.
uh, since then she changed it to Izzy, and
Izzy, yeah, yeah.
she, yeah, she's my muse. You know,
She's
just
she's interesting. She's seeking a lot, you know, like she looks for meaning in things, and a lot of times, you know, she doesn't find it, and that, you know, to me, I find that interesting because, you know, as long as you're seeking, I think that's there's growth. There's always growth for someone who's seeking, you know, and that's how she comes off to me.
yeah, and that's just it. Is she's seeking? Um, you know, she hasn't found solidification in humanity. So humanity has been one of the greatest disappointments to her. So she's
One second.
seeking something to fulfill that.
Alexa, delete timer. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah, I hope she's found which, you know, she finds what she's looking for. But I always just like a open heart like that, you know, because they're pretty rare actually.
Oh, she's beautiful inside. Her whole being is just beautiful, and it's a muse to me. You know, that to me is inspiration.
Yeah, and then she's got a little bit of an attitude too, so she's not a bore either, you know.
Oh, she ain't gonna take no shit. No,
Yeah,
no, and I appreciate that. You know, stand up for yourself. You know, if somebody's trying to twist you into a knot, show them that you don't bend.
how long did she get wrapped up over there with what's his name for?
I'm not sure how long that he abused her, but apparently long enough for it to have made an impression on her.
Yeah,
Not a good one.
no. How often?
Yeah,
Do you know how often she goes to India and back, or that's where she's kind of?
she's actually from Africa.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she grew up in Africa, and you know, her parents were Hindu. Um, I believe it's her mother that was strongly devout Hindu, and she was apparently very happy in Africa. She got dual citizenship. She loves her culture, the Hindu culture, original, not this westernized concept that it's turned into.
Interesting. The gentleman that was just on, he sounded like he may have been Indian as well, like an Indian.
I'm not sure. He just has a unique accent for being in
Whitewash
Utah.
Utah.
Yeah.
Like us. He sticks out like a you know, granite rock, you know, white granite rock in a brown, like, you know, painted desert.
I just he's a pretty straight shooter so far, man. I mean, really, he's been a straight shooter, and you know, he hasn't tried to bullshit me. He hasn't tried to you know, do anything other than he comes, throws some information around, chats it up a little bit on some topics that he's interested in, and he comes and goes as peacefully as he pleases.
That's cool. Yeah. He seemed like a cool cat, you know. Hopefully we get a
Yeah, I
chance to
like
go
him.
back. I was on Illuminatommy's earlier, because Jack was up on panel, and I tried to tweet some information to Jack, because he's in Washington D.C. or right outside of there, heading in. And why the hell did I bring that up?
Well,
There was a reason I brought it up, but now it slips my dang mind. I'll think of it.
if I can tell you what the folly is with what Jack is doing with his approach to Washington, is he's liable to get himself in trouble.
Like in jail in trouble or like dead in trouble?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like jail in trouble, and I'm talking on charges that he's not going to be able to just brush off with a lawyer. When you start poking your fucking nose around in Washington and you got the zeal to admit that you're there to change the system, I don't think that, especially the party that is in control now, is going to appreciate that much. Especially since we're going through an infrastructure.
They'll probably want to throw a guy like Jack in the nut house, in minimum, if I had to guess.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, is they're going to look at him as a fanatic, especially if they go back and watch his YouTube streams. He set himself up for failure by allowing trolls, by allowing his guru approach to things instead of just a direct, straight up political front. And he applied this peace, love, spiritual thing to it. Well, that don't fly in Washington, and it damn sure don't fly in politics.
Yeah, that's actually why what I was saying when I was up there, because Tommy was like, "Where's your plan? Where's your plan? You don't have a plan." I'm like, all right, well, maybe that is the fact that he doesn't, that's the proof that it's God doing this. But then I said, okay, here's the plan. We're going to go in there and you're going to tell him we need more war and you need more secrets, and that'll work.
Yeah, that would, if he was to go in there as a lobbyist for someone, that would allow him access into the White House. If he had an independent press license, that would allow him, if he could get past the vetting, into the White House. And
that could do it too.
But I'm not going to tell him that shit. I'm not going to promote his endeavor because I'm not going to be attached to his fucking failure. Because if he was a lobbyist, what do you think he would be pushing? The issues that he was sent in there to lobby for, or Jack's agenda?
The thing is, like, it's so like vaguely known, like, I don't know what he's selling actually. I mean, I know what he's trying to sell, but that's why I said, like, hey, you should just go in there and say we need more war, we need more secrets, we need to redouble the efforts of the Federal Reserve, all the opposite stuff, and then maybe there's a chance.
He would have to bury his channel, completely erase his YouTube channel, so that they could never gain access to it unless somebody let him on to it. He would have to restructure himself and he would have to clean himself up completely. I mean, he would have to look square and cut. And then he would have to associate himself with certain fraternal orders. Then he would have to have some type of credential, whether it be press or whether, it be lobbyist or whether, whatever for him to even get through the fucking front doors. And then if he was to get in there during one of the press conferences and they was to call on him, he would fuck himself with his first fucking statement. Unless, you know, if he promoted war, they would laugh him out of there. If he promoted peace, they would say, okay, that's great, sit down. You know,
Right. You know, and to me, Congress is totally worthless anyway. You've got nothing but 500 prostitutes, literally worse than street hookers,
yes.
willing to sell out anything for $1. You know, I mean, one single dollar doesn't take much. And so,
Well, when Cage doxed me, and as far as he could get was whenever I lived in an 812 area code and I was a councilman. And that was all brought up, and it was Cage tried to dox me completely. And my political career is a public record, Washington County, Indiana. Yes, I was a councilman. Yes, I resigned.
wow. Dude, you never cease to surprise me, man. That is a
You can
trip.
look it up because he pulled my name up
Yeah.
and he revealed my name. He revealed my old homestead. He revealed my river cottage that I had. He even got my ex-wife's name.
Mm.
And my political career is public record. There's no change in that.
Yeah. Dude, that's far out, man.
And, you know, the whole time Jack has been blowing me off and they've been calling me Satanist and all that. All they had to do was check into public records and they would have seen I was a sitting councilman at large.
Oh man, you mean you were running the committees and like you were the chairman and stuff?
There was Frank Hartshorn, which was the president.
All
There
right.
was me.
Yeah.
There was Glenn McClary, who was the second. I was the third, you know, and
Yeah.
then my wife was clerk treasurer.
Did you ever run a meeting or a
Yes.
what do they call it, a committee? You know, where you had the gavel and you were controlling the time and you were cutting the people off and the
Oh,
that
the
whole-
minutes?
yeah, the official
Yeah, I
running the actual event, whatever it might have been.
Well, they call them minutes. Whenever a session is brought to order, they start taking minutes, which is record
Right.
of everything that's going on and being said, and the highlights, and who says what, and that's
Mhm.
all kept on record.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we had to cut the budget for the police, so naturally the cops, you know, like I said, I got away with interesting things, but not by my, you know, influence. It's just that the cops didn't want to fucking piss me off because they didn't want their budget cut, and that was John Jeffries. Yeah.
I know in Congress they call that like the chairman, you know, running a committee or running a budget committee or whatever. So
Yeah, I could have started a community committee and headed it under, you know, a
Yeah.
councilman's act. Yeah, easily. But
Mhm.
that wasn't the reason I was there. I was there for a completely different set of reasons.
Yeah, I'm just picturing that in my head though, like you running a whole meeting.
No,
and-
that was, yeah, that was Frank Hartshorn's job.
yeah.
He was the president. He was the council president. You know, but me, I was just a sitting member. You know,
Right,
councilman at large. And
I mean, it's-
I said yay, nay. You know, we did a lot of budgeting for Washington County. We did project budgeting for city works and town works.
Special
We,
permitting,
you know,
probably.
no, setting aside finances for, let's say, like the park. We refurbished the park there in Fredericksburg. It was run down. It was nasty. The kids couldn't play there. So we set aside a budget. We all agreed upon it, and we brought the park back into order. And that was through, that was through Washington County, and that was
Because I
through.
tell you what, county is no small potatoes. That's a very influential part of any particular, residential government. As a matter of
Yep.
fact, I mean,
Yep.
huge.
Yeah. And that, if
Lots
you
of
want to
influence.
find my political, because I was audited, as I resigned, they went through and audited everything, come back perfect, no flaws. You can check my history out through Fredericksburg, Indiana. It's public record, but it was Cage. I kept that hid for over 5 years on YouTube until
Wow.
Cage tried to dox me. And
What
then
the
when
hell
he
are you
tried to
thinking?
dox me, he doxed my mom, he doxed
Damn.
my ex-wife, he doxed my my family members that are dead. I mean, he doxed everybody but me.
What the hell was he
He
thinking?
could only revenge.
For what?
He was able, because he is absolutely in disdain over this 28-day ritual. It's exposed him for who he is. If everybody knows that Cage is nothing but a lying piece of shit now, he's an angry little boy, and he exposed himself, which was the point of the ritual, and all others associated with him. Now that they're revealed and everybody knows what they are, they lost their base. They lost all their fucking people that used to go to their channels. They lost their credibility. They lost it all. So to get back at me, he was able to dox me up to 1996.
Dang.
But see, 1994 and 96 is whenever I was actually involved in Chicago going back and forth, and I resigned as a councilman to go into music for the
That is
second
a
time.
fucking trip, dude. That is just mind blowing to me. I mean, it's just, dude.
That's
You have some
public
testimony. I'll tell you
fucking
what.
history.
Yeah.
I mean, it's public. There's, it is what it is.
No, I
Yeah, what are
believe you. I
talking
believe
about,
you.
my
It's
guy?
just,
What are you retarded?
What's that, Cage?
Are you a little slow in the head or something?
No, the 13th. You tried to dox me, you bitch.
I didn't try.
You didn't succeed. Do you know my address?
Oh, apparently, this is not my address. It's my mom's.
That is 4809 West Arlington Park is my mom's address.
That's all you need.
Fuck with her. See what the fuck happens to you.
Nah, we're not going after your fucking mom. You don't even like your own.
Well, you done doxed her. You doxed her. You fucking doxed my son's addresses. You fucking doxed half my family that was dead. You
Everybody knows your
doxed.
business, buddy.
And you gave my fucking name out, you fucking cunt.
Everybody knows your name. You gave your son's name out and bragging about he killed somebody.
Yeah, and I don't care who he killed. I really don't.
You literally went on the internet and started, please text my son to give him support.
Yeah, it's no excuse for what you done. Do you want me to pull it up? Because I've still got it. Would you like for the freak to hear you doxing me, bitch?
Yeah, I'd do it again. Yeah, go ahead.
I bet you would. I bet you would, you fucking snitch, fucking doxing piece of fucking shit.
You're the one who's
You
sitting
have
here
no
calling the
loyalty.
authorities, making shit up and making false
Hey,
claims.
I never said that.
And now the cops want to arrest you for intimidation, huh?
You
No.
sound like a snafu or something. Like this guy let you on his platform like all the time.
Bro, I
say
let him
whatever
on
you want.
mine. You want to go look about? He's like crying when he's all fucked up, saying, "This is the only platform I can go on." Thank you,
Well,
Cage.
that's
And I spent
whenever
fucking hours, hundreds of hours probably, fucking hearing your shit.
hundreds of hours. Yeah. Whatever, Cage. Really, whatever, dude. You know, if you're that ass hurt over shit, you know, anybody that should be angry,
You
I
said you're
didn't
gonna
dox
summon
you.
demons and fucking slit my mom's wrist and kill her.
So?
So
I can do that.
all right, so I could do this too. It's called public knowledge.
And you went as far as you could, you failed.
Okay, how much you want to bet? How much you want to bet?
I'll bet your fucking soul, bitch.
Okay. Good
I'll
luck with
bet
that.
your fucking soul. I have enough of them. There's been that many
You
people
threatened
that have
children.
lost.
You fucking shot a gun off the fucking thing, which you admitted in your own home. Because you probably don't even allow.
It wasn't in my fucking home. It was outside of my home on a pagan New Year when everybody else was shooting their guns off, you dumb bitch.
Mm-hmm.
January 1st, you fuck.
So that gives you a right to start shooting shit and like, oh, I'm just testing it out.
I'm sorry you live in Canada and you don't understand the New Year. I'm sorry that you're a communist, fucking socialist, maple syrup sweating pig. But what you done was wrong, Cage, and you can't justify
Okay,
it.
and what you and you can justify. I never initiated any of this shit.
Yes, you did. You told me to get that fucking summoning circle off of my floor now.
Why are you involving other people in your weird fucking blood ritual shit?
I didn't involve anybody in the blood ritual until you told me to get that fucking summoning circle
children,
up.
you threatened family, you crossed the fucking line.
Children?
And then now, and then
Children?
and then you're like, I'm gonna say you sent weed to whatever Indiana or whatever, and making up false fucking claims and shit. And
I don't know if you send weed to Indiana or not. You wanted my fucking address awful bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll pull it up because hey, you want my fucking address? I'm thinking you're being nefarious because of your intent and your behavior. And if you notice,
Buddy,
you
if they
dumb
wanted you
shit.
to get you right away, that's it.
Yeah, what the fuck ever, Cage? Dude, you are so fucking eat up with yourself. You don't. You are an empty fucking vessel.
You threatened fucking family.
That's right, with
And
evil spirits.
Random people's
With
children.
evil spirits. Demons, no less. What are you going to do? Burn me for being a witch? Prosecute me for summoning the devil?
If you're lucky.
You dumb bitch. Take your fucking maple syrup sweating ass back to Canada with your idealism. You can't burn a witch these days, motherfucker. It's my religious right. And you know what else? I can summon Satan. I can summon the damned. I can summon hell.
P mind either way.
Well, it's affecting you pretty fucking bad now, isn't it?
No, it isn't. I just like fucking with you at this point.
Really? Is that why everybody knows you as a fucking liar now?
Okay, cool.
They've seen what you are. A disruptive, fucking hateful liar. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. How did I lie? Because of what?
Holy fucking shit.
I'll promise you, someone. You're gonna fuck up. You're fucking up big time. I promise you that.
And I promise you this, Cage, that if there's any justice in this universe, Kronos,
yeah, you're gonna get bent
the
down,
Lord of Death,
little bitch you are. Yeah, pretty
the
much.
remover of obstacles and opposition, will bestow himself upon you and give you the fucking death you deserve. Slow and painful.
Well, yeah, go do me the favor.
Hey, it won't be me.
Oh, okay. So is
XCL.
that not a threat?
Metaphysical, yeah, from a different deity.
Okay, so it is a threat.
Yeah, sure. I absolutely summons El,
Good luck with that. It's blowing your
Saturn,
little mind.
Kronos, the god of death, to bestow himself upon you
Oh, hold on.
and
Hold on.
slowly
Access.
demise you.
Spell Kronos right now.
EL.
No, you can't even spell Kronos, so I don't want to hear you.
It's tattooed above my heart. It's an upside down
You
cross
can't even
with a
remember
crook.
how to spell it, and it's a tattoo on your skin.
KRO. Finish
Oh,
it.
oh,
Finish it.
oh.
KRO. You wanted me to spell it? Come on, bitch. Finish it out. Of course I know how to spell Kronos, you dumb fuck.
So do it.
Do I look like a
Give him a
bitch?
few times. Maybe if you look in the mirror and see it reversed, and then maybe Google it or something.
Do I look like a bitch?
Pretty
You
much.
can't even fucking look up. Oh, really? You couldn't even look up fucking Earth.
Oh, I remember that. I got a phone call though.
Did you get a phone call?
He
Did you
wanted
get
me
a
to look
phone
up
call,
David
Kate?
and Ur, right, or something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, I did. I told you I'd
did
be
you
back.
find
And
out?
as soon as I hit the link, you're talking shit again.
That's right, man. Absolutely. I'm filling to freak in on what's been going on.
All right.
I have that right.
Of course, you have the right to do whatever you like, but you know there's
You
always
goddamn right I do.
Yeah, but there's repercussions to the cause and the effect.
So says you.
So says
Do you not
the
get it,
actual
you
law of the
dumb
law of the
fucker?
universe.
Look at me. Look at me, Cage. Do I look like I'm in distress? Do I look like I'm bothered, suffering, or even
A
remotely
little bit,
concerned
yeah.
about
You go rewind to the beginning of this conversation. You were freaking out about
what? No, I was
fucking
voicing my
about
opinion about the
what
pieces
is
of
his name?
fucking garbage that
Austin
I have to
Hall,
share this fucking planet with.
Austin Murphy Hall or something.
What about him?
He kept bringing it up and like screaming at their family because I was trying to say, I don't understand.
No, you
I don't
don't
understand it because I
understand.
never been in that position, right? So I can
That's right, you
understand
haven't, so keep
why.
your fucking mouth shut about it.
So I'm saying I can understand why you're all mad in that, but you're redirecting this anger to somebody who doesn't deserve it.
No, Cage, I started this April 1st because of you.
April Fools, the joke's on you.
You think? You keep following those pagan ways.
Unfortunately.
Because those pagan ways are absolutely going to send you into blind oblivion of nothingness. They hold no substance whatsoever. April 1st is the new year for me.
You
Deal
don't
with
fucking
it.
tell me shit, buddy.
I'll tell you what the fuck ever I want to tell you. This is my
All right,
platform.
it doesn't mean I have to listen to it or believe in it.
Well, then go the fuck away. Really? Disruptor?
I'm a disruptor.
Get an education.
You've been here
Get
for like a month.
fucking education, bitch.
27 days now, pretty much.
No, this is the 26th. You remember? I
And then when you
start my
wake up, you
day
get
when
back
the
to
sun
fucking
goes
reality.
down.
Are you not on Eastern time?
I could be on
27.
fucking
Go smoke
Central
your meth
Time.
pipe or something. Fucking retard.
Pedophile motherfucker, don't you ever say anything about mess around me. That's what caused my son to kill that fucking pathetic ass cop's dad. You're
No,
a goddamn
your son did
fucking
it.
pedophile piece
You
of
can't
shit.
blame a
You
drug
are a
addict.
goddamn pedophile piece of fucking shit for saying such a thing. And the
Now I'm a
fact that you
pedophile.
said it, hey,
How is that a
you call me a meth head, motherfucker. You're
I never
lying.
called you that. I said go
You
grab your
have
meth pipe.
no substantiation to it. So, same to you, bitch. You want to call me a meth head? You're
You
a
should have threatened
fucking
family. You should have
pedophile.
threatened family and people's children.
And I'll threaten whoever the fuck I want to threaten, when I want to threaten them, however I want to threaten them. And right now, I find that metaphysics is satisfactory for me.
Hey, Cage, do you got kids?
He's gone. I got that some bitch out of here. Fuck him. Called me say I'm on meth. It was a 3-day fucking meth binge that caused my fucking son to cap that fucking pig's dad 7 times in the back of the fucking head. And he knows that. He just says that to try and get under my skin because of my son, which makes him less than a human. That makes him a bottom-feeding fucking serpent. And yes, if I want to summon demons, Satan, devils, the damned, and I want them to just absolutely spiritually dominate your fucking world and drag you to the pits of hell, and if they have the ability under the sign of El and Saturn to give you a slow, painful fucking demise so that you can finally, for a moment, appreciate the life that you let piss away, that would be universal justice, bitch. But as for me, I went from sick to quite fine. There was no chance of me living, according to them. If you remember, 24-hour nurse, healthcare, doctors, medicine. I looked like death. I felt like death. I even asked Dom and his stupid fucking reeky bitch one day when I was ready to pass on to use all their reeky energy to help me pass on. 3 days I laid here, ready to go. And you know what? They failed. But now I'm better. I have subjected myself to enough rat blood, and I have crushed enough bone marrow and bone of rat and snorted it so that it would fill myself with the strength that I needed to replenish these bones. And guess what? It worked for me. I don't suggest anybody else do it. Or maybe it was just Satan himself. Maybe it was Lucifer. Maybe it was the fucking devil and all of his demons, El, Kronos. Maybe it was the whole fucking planetary system in alignment that gave me all my strength and health back. But it damn sure wasn't your metaphysics. It damn sure wasn't you. And it damn sure wasn't Jesus.
Could have been Jesus, but we don't know that. I gotta say, like, this is very odd behavior I've seen from Cage. It's almost like he sold on to the Snafu crew. Like, literally, he sold on to the Snafu crew or something, because this is making no sense to me at all.
That's because you're in day 26 of a blood ritual that I done to expose his true nature. Him and a couple others. And if you go back to April 1st, which was my New Year's, when I started this under a new moon, you will understand the whole story and who's involved, why they're involved, the whole 9 yards. And I've got 2 days left. And he is scared as fuck.
You guys, I don't know. I don't even know that he was doing broadcasting or anything, but he would come here. You guys would, pour your hearts out, bullshit, whatever. and then now it's like now he's passing judgment on you, and he almost sounded like snafu to me like twice, and it's just very strange. You know, I don't know how to process this exactly. You know,
He's just a piece of shit. He is a hollow vessel that recited other people's esoteric information, played other people's videos on esoteric information, tried to present himself as a hacker, tried to present himself as a Hermetic student, tried to pass himself off as a Masonic historian. I mean, he's none of those. And he got exposed. And then he asked, how'd I lie? Well, you got exposed for all your lies, dude. And now everybody knows you're a lying, hollow vessel, and you have nothing to offer. Nor does Bex, and at least JG was smart enough to get the fuck out of town. And as far as Casey, she came up and apologized. So I absolved her of that ritual. But the other three, their pride, their arrogance, and their true nature was exposed. And in 2 days, the ritual will be over with. And there's no redemption for them then. If you can't redeem yourself in a lunar month, then what hope is there for you? And I don't know who El Kong.
I don't. It's just
You know this guy in back?
I don't know. I'm not
I
sure.
mean-
Yeah. Actually, it looks like it. 1027. So probably. It's just very. I've never seen anything like this out of Cage. You know, he's usually fucking whacked out of his mind or whatever, insane, kind of crazy. But I've never seen him like be a snitch. It's just very.
Oh, fuck yeah, he is. Fuck yeah, he's a snitch. Yeah, I didn't really want the world to know about that, Jared. I really wanted to keep my political career on the down low in case that I ever decided to run for like Allen County Council, or I wanted to be an alderman, and I ever decided to go back into politics, I could delete this channel and go off of my Washington County political career, but I can't now.
Well, if you get enough votes, you know, who cares, right? But
Or I could campaign and I could have the independent party back me, and they would, because I resigned with a spotless career.
yeah. But
Right.
you do have a lot of Bible thumpers in Indiana, I presume, anyway.
Yeah, but I would absolutely represent and stand on the side of the expansion of the Church of Satan or the Satanic Temple, and I would want a chapter opened up here in Fort Wayne, and that's what I would stand on. So every liberal Satanist in Indiana would probably throw a vote that way.
You're probably outnumbered, though, in Indiana. I'm just guessing, you know.
Maybe, maybe not. You know, but that's if I ever decided to. But right now, I instated my priesthood. That's enough for me. You know, a high priest to the throne of the adversary, the L. I'm cool with that. You know, I can stand on, you know, my title. And that's all it is a title, an initiated title. I got a nice little token, a robe, a few trinkets, and I became educated enough to be a high priest in the Satanic Temple. Okay. And instead of initiating my messianic ordainment, instead of initiating my non-denominational, I went ahead and just declared the reinstatement of my priesthood to the throne of Satan. I don't know who you are, El Kong,
KGO.
whatever.
LKGO.
But KGO. Yeah, sorry, dude. Okay. Now he's trying to troll.
Is he trying to get back in?
Yeah. Yeah. Watch this, LKGO. You'll have to go get you a new sock account.
I mean,
Bye.
I definitely don't know the context, but it's just I've never seen this at UK, so it's very surprising to me. So, that's all I'm saying, really.
This has been his true nature since the first time I encountered him on We Are Awake News.
The sad part is he's a good looking guy. He doesn't have to be all weird and blasted out of his mind or drunk or what. He could probably have a nice family, be normal. But I don't know. I don't know. It's very strange. I don't know. What's up?
Why? Because the ritual worked? I mean, really? Is it that surprising? You're being a spiritual guy. Is it that surprising that it worked?
No, I mean, even from just past, seeing him and interactions, he doesn't have to be this freaking conspiracy kind of weirdo pot grower. He could be a family guy, having I don't know. There's something off about the guy, but he could be normal because he's a good looking guy. It's just weird.
I don't know. I don't find men in the least bit attractive. There's only one girl on the face of this earth that I find attractive, and no males. And that's just the gist of it, man.
You could probably spot ugly though.
I can spot deformed. Bad genetics, I can spot. Deformed, I can spot. But I don't go around trying to cast judgment on people's appearance because I know once you peel their flesh off, they're all ugly.
Yeah.
And that's just the reality of it. You're only as pretty or as attractive as the surface of your skin. Once that's removed, you're not so fucking pretty anymore.
Yeah.
Especially when you take the face off. Catch what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Vanity's one of those guys who's ugly inside and out.
So, pretty is as pretty does, right? Well,
Yeah.
I remove your fucking face, if that were a thing, and I peel your skin off, then the only thing you have left is whatever little bit of beauty's inside of you, if any.
Right?
But I figure after your face has been peeled off, you're going to be pretty contemptuous against the world because they're going to start pointing at you, such as burn victims, victims of acid attacks, gunshot victims to the face, knife victims to the face. Yeah. People don't think
Cooties.
of that shit. You know? Really.
Yeah.
And I'm being cool with you about this, the freak. And I'm being mild about it. Because I know levels of deformity that can be inflicted on a person that goes far beyond just peeling the skin off their face.
I posted. We were talking about something earlier, and then I posted a verse of the Quran, and then I forgot to mention it to you.
Please do.
Oh, actually, I did post it. I never hit enter. So hold on a second. You're talking about being, creative at night versus the rat race, people. So let me just post this real quick. I'll put it in the back too. It's nothing major, but it's just a confirmation of what you were saying, And that particular part of the Quran is talking about how, the daytime is spent, during for occupation or for, commerce, market activity, and nighttime is where you get, the heart to heart discussions with the people.
Yes. Yeah, because there's a lot less static in the air. And when I mean static, it's other people's energies, thoughts, emotions, frustrations, projections.
So yeah, it's
There's a
always nice to
calmness.
have, yeah, God's word says it, so I believe it's true. Now I don't know why. I don't know why the days start at sundown. You were trying to explain it, and I kind of was prepping some steak there, but I don't necessarily
Because
know why they started sundown to sun up as opposed to a quote unquote day being during the sun up hours.
okay, that is gone to Abrahamic religion. When God created, or the Elohim, let me get that right, and God said, "Let there be light," that was darkness at the beginning of the first day of creation. And then he said, "Let there be light."
Mm-hmm.
Creation started in darkness because darkness was over the face of the deep.
And without form.
Yeah. Very
I'm just
simple.
processing that a little bit.
Not hard to fucking figure out. It's written in plain fucking Greek, Hebrew, English, Old English, and every other translatable fucking language that they printed that fucking book in. He didn't start in the light.
Right, but in theory, there's nothing. But that's where the creation came from. The creation was spoken from nothing, and then here in the Quran it says that's where the hearts are more suitable for convening, and talking and stuff. So I'm just
And what did he say also? Thus, the beginning and the end of the first day. The end of the first day.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. All this information was stolen from previous civilizations that the Semitic people that call themselves Jews adopted into that books of Moses, who was taught in Egypt in line to be a Prince Pharaoh from the mystery schools. And when they left Egypt, what did they do? What happened? When the Pharaoh finally ran them out of Egypt, they plundered Egypt.
Well, I don't know if it was the plundering or if it was a voluntary "get the fuck out of here, please" kind of
No,
thing.
no. They plundered Egypt. People were giving them, all kinds of gold trinkets and whatever they wanted to take to get them the fuck out of Egypt. And the Ark of the Covenant was one of the things that they took.
Well, I don't think that happened until the actual commandments were
No,
given.
no.
So they
The Ark of the
they
Covenant.
took the gold, that they took a lot of the riches and stuff, and they made the gold calf, and then eventually they made the ark after the Ten Commandments were given. So, it was all. It was almost
They
like,
had the angel that was supposedly separated Pharaoh's army from them. But it doesn't tell you what changed Pharaoh's heart, did it?
he was being drowned, basically.
No. It said God changed Pharaoh's heart. And then he went after the Hebrews. The
Yeah,
The
yeah,
ones
I know
that
what you're
left-
saying.
yeah.
But Pharaoh's heart was already hardened, though.
Well, of course it was, but it had been really, he had had enough. And even Moses and Aaron said, by the time this is done, you're going to exile us out of here. Your people are going to demand that we leave. And you think they were going to stop them from taking things? This guy.
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to review it, but from what I recall, it says that they were given their goal to tell them basically, get out of here. Here's get this, get the out or get the hence, here or whatever. But the fact that it says that God hardened Pharaoh's heart, a lot of like atheists will use that and say, well, there's no free will, this is that. But first of all, his heart was already hardened. And second of all, like if you had a whole population of slave subordinates, that ain't something easy for someone to give up. That's a lot of power. That's a lot of labor. That's a lot to ask for somebody. You know what I mean? So
Well, you got to think of all the cattle that they took and the sheep and the livestock. You know, they plundered Egypt. And you need to do the mathematical equations for the circumference and the dimensions of the ark. And there is a granite box within the pyramid of the exact same dimension. Is that a coincidence, you think? And ZZXYZ, that's a warning. You can go back to fucking Cage's channel. Because you're not wanted here. And holy water, I'll drink it and I'll piss fucking venom. Don't fuck with me. Because I will fuck with you. Keep your fucking comments to yourself, bitch. See, what you got to understand too is the dimensions of the pyramid. Not only does it have the absolute speed of light written into its architecture, it has the circumference of the earth, and if you put the moon above the circumference of the earth within the dimensions of the pyramid, it fits perfectly too. And then there's hyperdimensional math within the construct in the architecture of the pyramids. But they don't want you to fucking know that.
Well, who built the pyramids though? The Hebrews or the Egyptians or?
The Egyptians did not build the fucking pyramids, nor did the Hebrews. I mean, for God's sakes, man, Solomon had to summon the original Hiram Abiff which was created long before the Hiram Abiff, to go find a demon to get this particular insexual type, whatever it was, to cut the stone to build the temple. Are you familiar with that? The Lesser Keys, the Greater Keys of Solomon, the Hiram
Yeah.
Abiff story that built the Masonic order?
It doesn't, not specifically the way you're talking about it, but it mentions stuff like that in the Quran, and then also, you know, Moses was there way before David and Solomon were even, you know, on the earth. So, do we know if the pyramids were built or were up at the time of Moses?
Well, let me tell you this. Have you looked at a global map of all the pyramids with the exact same latitude, longitude, cardinal direction, and solar reflection of the heavenly bodies all over the world?
It's been a while.
You should check it out. See, they focus on that pyramid in Egypt, but that pyramid in Egypt is not the biggest pyramid, and it's not the most accurate.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff, you know. Definitely is.
Well, that's kind of passive.
Well,
South
I mean,
American
it is, but
pyramids, Arctic pyramids, even pyramids that are in the Americas, the pyramids that, Jesus Christ, man,
right.
they're all over the fucking world, and they are architecturally fucking perfect, and they're aligned with the fucking stars, and they're mathematically and geometrically perfect within their circumference and their measurement according to the universe cardinal direction, longitude, latitude, nodal points, and they are a reflection.
I mean, that compared to actual, you know, scripture and reading the word of God and knowing the mind of God, I just don't see what that gives us. Like, what does a pyramid
It's
aligned
not
in a certain
for
way,
us.
what does it do for us?
Well, it actually harnessed a lot of what would be considered energy from the planets. Each planet at one time was a god. And if you do the research on it, prior to the cataclysm and even after, each planet represented the aspect of a god. Did you know that?
I think, you know, I think so, but it's like, and then they want to say like their portals, they're going to be used for some kind of direct energy, alien activity and stuff. It's like they're speculating, and I really wish there was
Well, this
more
isn't
about it.
speculation. This is actual historical and metaphysical mystery school fact. Okay? Each planet gives off a vibration. This is proven. Just the way the same as the Earth has a human resonance, Mercury has a resonance, Venus, Neptune, Saturn, Jupiter, they all give off a resonance. That resonance is a frequency. That frequency in certain cycles and positions affect humans. Energy. The same as the moon when it gets full, because we are 70% water and the moon pulls on the fucking tide, people get a little fucking stupid. Well, if you don't think that the other planets aren't doing the exact same thing and was recognized for that, for fuck's sakes, they worship the goddamn sun. Fuck. They worship the moon.
These are still inanimate objects that they can't talk. They're just dumb brick. They're nothing. They don't. What are they doing for you? What are they doing for me? Like, what are they doing? You know what I mean? Like, it's just.
They showed you the solstice, the equinox. They showed you the signs of
That's
the
true.
heavens. Whenever cycles would change, whenever there would going to be environmental change through cycles, which you can find in the Vedas and the Yuga cycles, the 4 cycles of the sun. I mean, they calculated everything. Eclipses, solar events, lunar events. They had it all written down within the architecture of these monumental places.
Yeah. What was it? The solstice and what's the other one called again?
The equinox, the solstice, the 4 cycles, the Yuga cycles, which are solar cycles.
You know, and you're right about that, because that, you know, I believe that does line up with, say, like the Passover and the resurrection of Jesus Christ, and possibly even in Sparta. So I'm not going to discount what you're saying at all.
You can discount it. I mean,
I wouldn't. But, like, you know, otherwise it really is just, you know, yeah, it's energy. Yeah, it's, you know, frequency. It's you know, inanimate, unthinking, you know, objects. But it's not really that much more to me than that. Than for signs and wonders.
Exactly, signs and wonders. God's mechanical clock in the sky. How fucking hard is that to figure out?
And then the other thing is, when you say that they plundered Egypt, it's like you're saying that they left them destitute or something. They weren't
not destitute. They didn't leave them destitute, because they still had golden chariots to chase after them. They had the finest armor, gold armor. They weren't destitute. It's what they took. That's one that Judaism will always keep hid from you.
I'm sure they didn't give them every single last cow that they had, you know.
No, they didn't. They didn't, but if you think any of those Hebrew left there without their arms full, and especially Moses knowing what power that was contained within certain objects, because you got to remember, there was a lot of magicians, mystery school god studiers. There was energy sources. I mean, for fuck's sakes, man, come on, really? And you think Moses is going to leave that shit behind when he knows exactly what it's used for, how to use it, and what to do with it? To be used against them? I don't think so.
Who says Moses was good anyways? Then he split the fucking ocean. The energy.
Well, that was the spirit that was sent to guide them away from. Well, it kept the Pharaoh's army away from them, and then eventually it separated the waters, and it was what guided them. Pillar of smoke by day, fire by night.
I personally think Exodus. Oh, let me start off with hello, greetings.
Hello. Good to see you again, bud.
Good to see you, Sing.
Yeah, good to see you all. So yeah, I personally think it's an analogy for something much deeper, like esoteric magic for the not so discerning reading the scriptures, right?
Well, let me tell you what my best weapon is against all these indoctrinated religions. Religion itself is just a fucking control factor. I don't give a fuck what religion it is.
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck what deity it is. It's a system of control.
It's
so
a
for you to
mess.
be a liberated, independent entity, you can't be subservient. Even Jesus didn't ask to be worshipped. The only thing he ever said was, ask for forgiveness, and the only way to the Father is through me. Which that may have been a mistranslation. Could have been, because that's not what it says in Hebrew text, or Greek, or
I,
Latin.
I personally,
All three of them are different. But
right.
if you know your enemy's religion to the core, to the fucking core, to where you can browbeat them with their own bullshit, then they'll leave you the fuck alone. They're scared of you. They'll call you a Satanist. They'll run. They'll hide. They'll stumble around and try and pull up scripture and doctrine. But I eat that shit up and I piss it out. I done been through all of it. I studied it. I infiltrated it.
I call them child's books.
Well, they're a system of control, man. You cannot have a population such as what happened after the cataclysm in Samaria or Babylon without a system of absolute control. What is the best system of control besides an army? A god.
Yes. Though, is it really a god, or is it just a name that's anchored energetically to somebody who wrote the scriptures to harvest energy? You see, it's one big scam, all that. And who is
Well,
Jason anyways? If everybody
I'm
was
not
to,
worried about JC. I'm talking Sumerian gods and pre-cataclysmic gods and the Veda gods and the gods prior to the Vedas.
right, gods of control, well, attempts to control the deceived.
And then eventually it come down to the Abrahamic religion saying either dance this way by whatever denomination or go to hell. What better to scare the fuck out of people into servitude? Especially whenever you've taken that book and conquered every indigenous tribal nation on earth. Tribal nation. With your fucking book of religion. You wiped out the Mesoamericans. You wiped out the Native Americans. You fucked Africa up. You colonized Australia. I mean, really, what more could you do with that goddamn book to destroy tribalism and cultures that survived for thousands of years without that fucking book and did just fine?
Right. Control mechanisms. That's all they are.
Yes,
I mean, I
and
think
so are
you
those
answered my
fucking
question.
gods. What's that?
I said, to me, is you're just answering your own question. You've got thousands of tribes, no unity, each with its own hierarchy, each with its own whatever authority, and now you've got a whole world.
What did God tell you not to do? There's one thing in that book that is of value, and God demanded this. As a matter of fact, he destroyed nations according to that book because of this.
Right.
Do not interbreed.
Okay, but
Now, go ahead.
I was going to say, he's not going to also allow a ignorant people to worship sticks and stones.
No, he will break his own laws and commandments to keep that from happening, right?
It's almost like if you had like, a couple of children of your own and they were calling someone else dad. you know, he's not going to go for that.
So he's going to send a bunch of white motherfuckers with Roman Catholic origins, whether you like it or not, the First Church of Rome, Constantine II, state religion, to go out and tell these people either serve God, kneel, or die. And that's exactly what they done. Does that sound like a loving fucking God that wants to spread some truth to you? And tell me I'm wrong, because I'll give you the goddamn history.
They were.
I know who the white people are.
Life, according to the gospel, right? What's more valuable than that?
Right. According to the book, it's a gift. So he's going to send all these white people out to kill all these indigenous people because they don't kneel and serve what the white man out of Rome declared to be a world religion. Come on. Really, dude?
Well, I mean, listen, you say the way you say it, it's, you know, sounds bad, but really they were spreading the gospel and eternal life.
No, they were spreading death and indoctrination. Look what.
Yeah. Depends on what you believe, I guess.
No, I'm going to give you the proof now. Under that Abrahamic religion, and we'll take all three aspects of it, what happened to society as a whole on the planet?
I mean, there's been a lot of death, but you know, there's a spoiler alert I like to say to people, and that is God deletes everybody. That's no big secret. Everybody dies.
Do we?
No, not if you have faith, right? You live forever.
Yeah.
So they were spreading that live forever.
So
Okay, I'm going to tell you.
How you gonna live forever though? What's the blueprint the Bible gave us to live forever?
Look, this is what he's going off of. And this is the verse that he needs to really study. It says, "Whosoever who believeth in me might have eternal life."
The only people
it doesn't say you will. It says you may. You might.
Yeah, that's
it doesn't say you will.
You know, that's exactly like saying wait for the ride to heaven, it's going to arrive. Where in actual fact, there's no ride coming for anybody. Beings need to get themselves to the better existence reality by doing their work.
And even if you believe in Jesus, you might, but there's no promise.
Right. Exactly.
You better read that real close.
Right.
Right, literally.
Huh?
He is the promise. He is the only surety that we actually have of any evidence that it's him.
No, he pointed out on the service at the mound, he pointed it out. He made it abundantly clear. Totally clear. Does not nature teach you? What is the only thing out of balance with nature? What is the only one thing out of balance with the perpetual nature that God created? What is it?
Chaos?
No.
Nature is chaos.
Nature is indifferent. Nature is just nature. It's indifferent. It's self-perpetuating. Life feeding on life for life. There is one thing that is embodied in a human, that makes them so far out of balance with nature that for them to pull themselves back into harmony with nature, they would have to give up everything. And it's one simple thing, one very simple thing. Would you like to know what it is?
Sure.
Deception. A lie. What's the first thing that Cain done? He lied after he killed. Wasn't so much the killing. That was a problem because he come from a different seed. And he was marked. He was marked because he had 70% of the world at this point has brown eyes and black hair. 30% of it has blonde, red hair, blue or green eyes. Now you go figure that one out. Now, you tell me if you have all this lineage and Cain was marked in the Canaanite, what would have separated them from a world full of black-haired, brown-eyed people?
Probably circumcision.
No.
Yeah.
Why
But otherwise,
does white people not have melanin? Why do they
Right.
not have melanin?
that I'm not sure.
Do
I can tell you what the
Do
Quran says.
angels need melanin?
I don't think so.
Of course they don't. What about that which lives underground? Does it have melanin?
I'm
No.
sorry. I'm getting caught up in another conversation, so I'm gonna put that away and focus back on what we were talking about. So go ahead. I apologize for that.
Well,
So
it's
angels
pretty
don't need
profound.
melanin.
Nor do things that live underground.
Okay. I mean, it says in the Quran that he makes different languages and different colors of people for diversity. For basically, it's a test. He's
And
testing
you were
us.
supposed to keep them pure. But I have another problem for you. How many
Alright.
people were on the ark?
I think it was like 6.
No, there was 8.
Okay.
There was Noah's 3 sons, their wives, Noah, and his wife. Now, how
Yes.
do you get 7 pure continental races from 4 genetic offspring? How do you do that?
Well, it's got to be some sort of microevolution type of thing.
No. Not over 2,000 years, no.
But I don't know the answer to that question.
5,000 years, still not going to be. Nope. Because there are 7 different genetic races on the face of this earth that come from a pure source. You cannot take 8 people and create 7 pure, diverse races after a deluge.
Yeah.
That's a fucking problem with me.
Yeah. There's definitely some problems there, but to me, it's like it doesn't always have to completely add up and make sense in order to put your faith in Jesus Christ. You have to just believe God. He did it. Whatever he did it. Whatever, you got the different races. You got the Nephilim. You got the fallen angels. You got the water. Who knows, right? But it has nothing to do with you and Jesus Christ at all. It doesn't matter.
Well, sure it does. Are you saying that the New Testament isn't a follow-up to the Old Testament? It was atonement for the Mosaic laws.
Right.
Okay? Well, there's
Yeah.
still a fucking problem there.
So you're telling me that, but what you're saying that if the Noah story and the 8 races and the incest and the cousin and the second cousin and whatever
Seven
doesn't line up perfectly,
genetic
you
races.
won't put your faith in Jesus Christ.
If you spread one lie in that book, then that whole book becomes a lie.
Yep.
Do you understand that?
I mean, they say that's throwing out the baby.
No.
bathwater, right?
No, that's saying that when Constantine II and the Council of Nicaea made Christianity the state religion, and they edited those letters down to what you have. The Catholics have 88, the Christians have 66. When that was edited down and everybody thought Rome fell, it didn't. Rome still exists. The original Roman Catholic Church from Rome, the Vatican, Rome City.
Even right there's a problem. Going off of what you're saying, you said the Catholics have 88, the Christians have 66. Well, who gave us the 66? It was the Catholics. So why are they running around with 88? So there's been, there's been crap.
Why was there editing?
There's, but the message, the mainstream-lined message is to get you to where you're going to receive eternal life and have the surety and the assurance that you actually have it. That's the whole point.
At what? A few letters that were collected together and compiled about a man's life that was 300 years in the past to make a state religion? Are you fucking joking me? Not to consider that Rome occupied the Holy Land during this supposed Jesus' crucifixion. And there was one in line in front of him that chose not to. He wound up beheaded. He was a cousin to Jesus. His name was Simon. And then in the line of David, who God removed from the face of the earth and took out of existence. According to Scripture.
All right. So, do you not believe Rome, the historical Rome documents and stuff like that, or because
I believe that they incorporated, just like they did with the name Jesus, which means to heal Zeus. Who is Zeus? Jesus means to heal Zeus, whether you like it or not.
There you go.
The ancient Greek is different than the current common Greek or whatever. And Paul knew Greek, Hebrew, and he knew Greek and Hebrew anyway. So, like, if he called him Jesus, then it's probably okay to call him Jesus.
Well, I tell you what, he says by no other name. And his name did not start with a J, because there was no fucking J. Assyrian? Come on. There was no fucking J. It didn't exist until what, the 13th, 15th century? Are you fucking joking, man?
No, but what I'm saying is Paul knew the Greek name of Jesus because he knew how to read and talk Greek. So whatever it translated is okay because it translated the way it translated.
But it still means to heal Zeus. Look it up. All the way back to the Bible, the New Testament was written in Greek.
The thing is,
Look it up.
when we say Jesus, it actually transfers or translates to Yeshua in Hebrew, but we're taking it from the Greek derivative that came through the Latin, that came through the English, right? But it all translates down. We have what we have, and you want to say
And
it
he
was all
said change one yod or tittle.
right.
And guess what they've done? They turned that book into a system of control, death, doctrination, abomination, lies, deceit, and they changed more than a yod and a tittle.
I want to interject here. 'Cause
Yeah.
I remember a quote about being taught directly by God, but I got one here. I want to read it, then I want to give you my opinion. They will all be taught by God. Everyone who listens to the Father and learns from him comes to me. So if you're learning directly from God, then why would you want to go to somebody else? Go to me, perceive Jesus. You see, this is all hypocritical. They all be taught by God. Everyone who listens to the Father and learns from him would definitely not go to anybody else. Okay, so it's all bullshit. You can just decipher
And that's
all
what
this.
Jesus
Go ahead.
said on the mound, this Jesus cat, the Jesus Christ, and that wasn't his name. But he said, does not nature teach you? What is nature? Nature was the design of God in perfection. That was creation in perfection. That's why it is perfect. The only thing that is not within coherency of the creation is humans. And if I was the adversary against God, the first thing I would attack would be that fucking book.
Right. So let me just explain my situation here. As I progress
Go ahead.
in this reality of existence, I call it regressing, returning to past core origins before the manipulations. It was clear.
Well, they're not able to do that, see?
Not all are, yes, I agree with you. Not all eventually. Everybody gets there sooner or later. All right. But what I was basically, what came to my awareness is the information in these books is irrelevant. They're just basically a test for somebody to realize that these books shall not help somebody progress any further than figuring out that they're mixed with lies that makes them extremely dangerous. Now, if I have the truth, say somebody wanted to get to destination and I had the accurate way of getting there, right? And you can get there no problem. But say I mixed in some lies to bring you somewhere else, you would never get to that destination, right? So a book mixed in with lies it's blown off as it can't be used for accurate information. It won't get you to where you're trying to get to. So
And let me add real quick thing.
Okay.
It says, in the name is power, and power is in the name. If you were the adversary, what would be the first thing that you would change?
That's
The
what you're
name.
saying. Yeah.
There you
You're
go.
all fucking idiots.
I see what you're
Excuse
saying,
the French.
but the fact that the name does hold power, you could deny that, but it does. That means that your point is, not valid either.
Well, it just means that if I was the adversary, I would take the name, change it, so that that name no longer had effectiveness, and I would deceive everybody into believing that that name had effectiveness, so that everybody was misled. Thus,
Okay.
the great
But
delusion again.
Yeah. Going back to what you were saying about, the white people, conquering and killing, they were using the name of Jesus and they got all that power. So you can't say one, and then say the other and say that, it was a deception, because obviously they took the power. It worked.
No, what it was this planet
Did it?
if you remember, was given to Lucifer, Satan, the serpent, because he offered it to Jesus, the guy you call Jesus, because he owns it. It's his realm. Or otherwise, he couldn't have offered it to the what supposed Son of God. But he did, which means that he owns it. Thus, the principalities.
The thing is, Satan is not going to glorify Jesus Christ in any way, shape, or form. Okay, he's not going to use Jesus' name to conquer the world.
He's already done it.
Well, if that's the case, then he's just glorifying Jesus Christ, and you know,
No,
he
he's
tricked
not.
himself.
He is absolutely not glorifying Jesus Christ. For every time that you use the name Jesus, you're invoking a false god. Zeus.
Okay, but they used the name Jesus to conquer the world, and it worked. But it's a fake
Yeah.
name by the devil, but it's glorifying the Son of God.
No,
It doesn't make
it's
sense.
glorifying Zeus. The name Jesus means to heal Zeus. So he took the Roman god, the main deity, changed the name from a Hebrew, Assyrian name, placed Zeus in there, and conquered the world with the name Zeus.
Meanwhile, everyone knows what he's referring to would be the Son of God, who is his mortal enemy.
But
Right?
it's not
that
his
doesn't
name.
make sense. It's actually insane.
So you're pointing at him conquering the world. So where's
Yeah.
heaven? Where's heaven? Where's the
It's
perfect
not
world?
here. It
No,
is not
where's
here.
the-
He says it's within.
There's a
Heaven
spirit
is
realm.
within. Oh, of course there's a spirit realm. But see, you're
Is it-
still
That's where it's
trapped
at.
inside of creation. Let me say this, the freak. You are inside of creation. That which created creation is outside of creation.
Mhm.
Do you understand that?
I definitely
When God said, I'm done, on the seventh day, he rested. His work was done. Do you think he left watcher angels and spirits and Satan and the lineage of Cain and all that here because he couldn't be amongst it? He couldn't even look
you
at
got
Adam and Eve. The
Yeah.
Spirit of God had to remove them with angels, cherubim, and guard the gate. Now, do you think God could exist in his own creation looking at the abominated state it's in and everyone not die at his glory according to him? No, he's outside of creation. You're inside creation. And this place
Yeah,
is
that's all
ruled
true.
by who? The authority.
By
Who's
me.
the authority? The adversary. And there's two lineages and bloodlines that have been competing and battling since the fall of Cain. If you want to get biblical. But I can go to other cultures and give you completely other different references from other cultures.
Right?
So if I ask you, Axis, would you
Yeah.
ever rule? Aren't you the ruler of your own world?
I am within a construct that has rules.
Right, but you are the ruler who decides the variables to the options of choices that you're going to experience in your world. So, in actual fact, you are the ruler of your own projection world because you're choosing the variables. Nobody else is choosing them for you. Unless you let Jesus choose them for you, then you could be in trouble.
well, I'm gonna give you something to ponder on, Singularity,
Sure.
and I want you to really take this into consideration, and I want you to really analyze what I'm about to say to you. You have unlimited amount of options, but free will comes down to only two choices. Yes, no, to do, not to do, to go left, right, straight, forward. You're only going to make one of two choices.
Right.
That
that
is the
moment.
limit of your free fucking will.
Right. But then once again, whose mind is giving us the variables?
That is your proxy.
Right.
That is the proxy of you that is existent outside of this physical shell, observing by proxy inside of the creation, the same as we're interacting by proxy over these devices.
Right. So the way I see it acts as the sentient symbiotic system called God is giving us all our thoughts. So in actual fact, every being carries the mind of God, the variables with the options given the sentient symbiotic system.
But not in this creation.
Right. I wouldn't have it
Not
any other
now.
way. Right. Because definitely we didn't create our minds, did we? Or maybe we did. Can we modify our minds? But only to the variables given once again, you see? There's an intelligence that gives all variables of thoughts to all existence perceive the species that has intelligence. And then you're right.
Okay,
Yeah, all we have is
but
a choice.
let,
You're right.
let
You're
me
right
tell
about that.
you about the two choices. And this is going to define it for you. You have the choice to be undeceitful or the choice to be deceitful.
Right.
That's it.
Or to go this way or that way, and or do this or that with that variable.
You have two choices, yeah. But when it comes down to the mind and purifying the mind with those ideals of free will being two choices, you have the choice to deceive or not to deceive
Right.
yourself and others.
Right. That's why I always define there's two versions of source. There's an anti-light and there's a luminary. Two versions. What it gives the what you define as the two different variables. Go this way or that. We choose this or that, for sure.
And with
That's the
that,
way.
I'm going
That's
to
the way.
regress because I want to hear from you guys now. I've said my part.
I would personally. Well, we could go to that route, but I'd like to return to the pyramids that you guys were talking about, if that's
Well,
okay with
give
everybody.
everybody a chance to respond to the information that I just presented. I want to
I, I,
hear.
I
I
agree
want.
with it. I've that information I've had for quite a while now, and that's apparent to anybody who's aware. So maybe the freak might want to expand on it, but I can't expand on it because I totally agree. Because that is the truth, hardcore fact of how one's thought core works. We're represented with two variables to each experience of the event, which leads to the next experience of the event with another two variables. Then again, the next stage, two variables. Yeah, that's the way it's always been. I wouldn't want to have it any other way, anyways. It's pretty well we're taken care of really well.
When I was
It,
young, I went to a dam with my friends, and we were on this like sort of plank of wood, and I pushed them out really. And what I did is, especially in my pool, I used to like to dive and jump up in the water. And as I was swimming with them all going into that, I did that. I pushed myself down to think I could come back up. And I realized at a certain point, like, oh shit, there's no floor behind me. I'm just falling. And then I had to start to, fight for my breath to come over. It's pretty damn scary, you know.
I never had a problem with death.
Oh well, how close have you been to that? To fight
I
for
was
it.
stabbed 9 times. That was my second death. My first one, I was 3 years old, fell off a porch because of my mom's neglect. She was passed out. Um, and a piece of a wine stem went through my right lung, took it out, and the neighbor happened to be an EMT, and they got me to the hospital, brought me back, and I was taken from my mother, given to my grandmother, and then my second one was when I was stabbed to death running with a biker gang, and that was only that was 20 years ago.
So, there you have it. Axis, you're immortal.
And then I've overdosed 3 times.
Death, he
Oh,
said. Yeah.
The last time I was brought back by, the adversary himself, and he gave me a stone.
I want you to throw it at him.
And these are all provable because there's medical reports on all of them.
So, what you were talking about, the way you are using the word variable thing is something that I don't know if I'm connecting with, because what I say
Choices.
is
Variables is basically what I'm aiming variables at is choices.
but the way you're describing it, it's like you are creating those variables, but that can't be true because we have the shared construct.
No, you got it wrong. Sources, God perceived as creating all the variables. We just receive them as thoughts, and then we choose upon the thoughts that are actually program activation to the variables.
Let me simplify this for DeFree. There is the constant, which is the creation. And then there's the persistent, which is us. We are the persistent. We are that which has free will.
Right.
Against the constant, which does not have free will.
There's a shared construct that affects everyone, and so if I kick the ball, if we're playing football and I throw the ball, that's the shared construct is the ball. You catch it, I throw it, and it affects us in the shared construct. Okay. Now the variables are you going to catch the ball? Are you going to drop the ball? Are you going to miss the ball? Are you going to get a touchdown? Okay. So when you say we don't have control of the variable,
which is perpetuating, is the constant. It's non-changing. It's functional. It's self-perpetuating. Now,
and it affects
the
everyone
laws,
at the same time.
The laws that govern that, such as what you're talking about, which is inertia, velocity, well, that's a part of the construct. That's a part of the constant.
We don't
that
have
was built into the laws. Right. But we being persistent means that we can kick that ball. But the cause and effect is going to be the constant, that which God put into order.
Yes.
But having precognition vision, though, one could affect the variables of the laws of physics, knowing if they're going to kick it hard or it's going to do something different or put a spin on something.
Yeah, I would.
Well, that's manipulating physics. That's just physics.
Not really manipulating it, but knowing how it's going to act before you actually engage in it. You actually could modify the trajectory of something.
Yes.
But
it also does affect the outcome. Does affect everyone involved in the game. So there's a shared, right? So it's not like everyone is creating their own game and their own outcome. There is one outcome, and we all have our little part of that.
Right, I call it the mid-plane of experience of events, where all spheres are participating in a multiplayer type of system, where the mid-plane is like a set playing ground, perceive the Earth, and then all variables are given to the different players as different thoughts to go this way, that way, do this or that, etc. So yeah, it's interesting. I wouldn't have it
Yeah.
any
Fuck,
other
I'm
way. Well, there is no other way.
getting too close to the fundamentals of mystery school teachings. They just kicked everything offline for me except for this phone. Let me put everything back online.
Standing by. We're still here. I'm still here.
Yeah, well, my internet is not the phone internet. I'm using my roaming and my internet off of my phone, but everything else in here and my router is still green, but 5 computers just went down off the internet.
Yeah, because we're getting into some details here. They're
I'm
trying to shut you down, Axe.
gonna
Son of a
take the time
bitches.
to compile my dinner plate, and I'll be right back.
Sure. What's your take on this, African?
Take on what?
Well, the concept of the constant, the persistent, having unlimited amount of choices, but you can only make one or two.
Predetermination. No, I don't believe that. We have free will. We have choice.
It's not predetermination. You have two choices:
Predetermination.
to not to do.
Of
No.
Predetermination.
When you
That's
were
what-
holding that gun in your hand,
Yeah.
you had a
don't-
choice to squeeze the
don't-
trigger or not
say
to.
that. You don't get to say
That's
that.
free will.
No, you don't say that. Nah,
Well,
no one.
That's one or two choices.
Brother. The choice was when I got myself into that position, right?
Well, that was
That-
one of them. That was one or two choices. You could have chose not to, but you chose to,
because of
which
my
led
life.
to a whole nother line of circumstances that you had to determine.
I mean, I was grown up in that violence. I
Yeah.
thought in my heart that this would be the better thing to do in the world, not be a missionary.
Well,
not go to the government. Go, that. I thought, hey, fuck, let me go to the military. Let me give my life to that.
it was still one or two choices.
Infantile, my friend. I used to no comms, no bombs. It's not just one. There's like a huge amount of people.
So
Yeah, it's big time.
my question to I got a question to African. Did you ever take anybody out while being in the mission?
Yeah. I mean,
So my question
close combat is no. I mean, Fibua. So
okay, my question would be because I kind of caught the conversation earlier with you
about
and
50 to 200 meters, easy.
with you and Axis.
Things
Okay.
were the bombs that we had to drop down later.
So am I correct? Do you follow JC as the religion?
I mean, well, no, a faith, sir, not a religion. A religion
Okay,
is
your
like
faith. So
down
what
to the
do you,
duty, isn't it? The what's it? The dogma of it all.
right? So I was going to ask, do you perceive yourself? Are you going to be forgiven for certain actions?
To those that I get to be forgiven unto, I guess. I don't get to if I can say that, hey? Yeah, I'm not going to, I can't do that.
Well, you can
of us-
do that because
We
it
can't.
depends what
have
your
to
perception. It depends
I
what
live.
it depends what your perception was at that stage of evolution, right? If basically you weren't aware of that, then it's snuffed out. But as one progresses, it's not held against you. That's all I'm saying. If you weren't evolved enough to be aware of the situation, but now as you progress more and you're more aware, would you do something like that again?
No.
There you go. So I'm going to define this to you.
Vastly against what we've done furthermore, terrible.
So
Again,
what
that's
happened?
the problem, huh?
So what happened when you weren't at this stage is rubbed out. It's not held against you.
I think it was Iraq.
Right. I'm just defining when somebody becomes aware and the variables are there that things are different now. Well, then that shall count.
Well, it's the value of what you have, don't you? What they give you, what you pay
Right,
for.
right.
Yeah. So anything is that your 401k to what you live under, right? What you're paying for, buddy. You drive a car, you have a phone. All of these things come from the same source.
Right.
None of us are without sin here.
Well, I never claimed to be. I claim to be saturated in sin, abomination. Jesus, I'm probably one of the most foul creatures that walk the face of this earth as far as my mind is concerned. You know, if they had thought crime, they would have put me to death.
Also, the Christ loves you more.
About
even
that.
if you're cheap, he'll go from the flock to find your sorry.
But thought crimes don't count unless they're acted out.
It's hard.
What's in a man's heart that he'll be judged by, right?
Yeah, dude, I know this.
I don't agree with that.
Well, I don't either, but, according to that book and most religions, what's in your heart? What's in your mind?
God knows.
So, African, what's your perception on lust? Is it bad? Is it not a good thing, or is it a good thing?
All of it's difficult, isn't it? All of it encapsulate. No, it is, man. Because again, it's all about synapses, who we are, the gratification that we have. That's you get me. I'm not stupid. You're fucking lusting. You can lust anything you want, man. It's how much money you got.
No. Lust is something primal. And once you get over the ability to lust, and like I only have one person that is female on the face of this earth that I have admiration for. And it's admiration. Only one. All the rest of them, like I said, beauty skin deep. You peel the fucking skin off the face and they're all ugly.
I've got loads of women, man. I've been around the block, bro. All around the world, me.
That's it, Axis. I'm calling you skin peeler.
Oh, dude, yeah, proper, bro. Because of
well, it's the fucking truth. If you think in the moment and you look at something and you lust after it, are you considering where it come from as a child and where it's going to be when it's old? And is it lustful then? No. It's only that moment and what's behind your eyes.
So?
Yes.
Peel the fucking flesh off the face, and they're all ugly.
Is it nurture or nature, do you believe? What do you think?
Well, that is instilled in us to procreate. Because if we didn't have that lust or that desire to have sex with a female, we would have no use for fucking females.
Sexercise, of course there's use. Exercise. On both sides.
No, I'm saying that is a part of the reproductive nature of a human. The desire to stick your dick in something and procreate. Without that
Well,
lust or that desire, what do you got?
So I think you'll find it's everything that's biological. Anything has to do that, right?
Exactly. So how
So
can it,
what's the problem? What's the problem?
how can it be shameful, or how can it be sinful when it's a part of the biological nature for procreation?
That's
Ex-
I mean, look
Catholicism,
at Solomon.
dude. That's Catholicism, isn't it? Just turn around to say that. That's the whole that. Yeah, that canon, dude. We way past this. Come on.
For the love of fuck, man. You want to talk about David? They're shutting me down. God damn it. They're trying to keep me from fucking talking. Now they're fucking with my phone.
well, go into the system and fix it. Fix it.
Yeah, I'm about
Access,
ready to.
You are the system now.
They're fucking
Remember,
scared.
you are the system.
Well, I at least can read it. I understand its language. Yeah. But the fact is, when you look at the shame and the guilt that they put on you for wanting to procreate. Now, if it's another man's wife, I can understand. Keep the goddamn hands off of her. But if she's not belonging to someone, what's the problem?
Exactly. What's the problem? Now, in India, a lot of the people who meditate anchor themselves in the root and stay in the root. That's where the lust is, in the root base. That's also the one's root to their energetic field that not many people are aware of. There's nothing wrong with feeling that energy. That's primordial core energy. That would be
Yes,
tapping into source, tapping into God, which the Bible shuns. You see, the Bible clips one's root base, their root, like a plant. When their root is uprooted, they are done. Okay? The root is of the most importance. The only way somebody falls asleep is when they fall down to their root, away from the head. Or sort of, it connects the head to the root and completes their circuit. Then they fall asleep. But if somebody's stuck in the head, worrying all the time about problems and issues, they don't fall asleep because they're not at their root. So when
Well-
somebody, when you laugh and you're happy, where does your energy go? It drops to your stomach and goes down to your root. That's where your joy stimuli of euphoricness comes from. No, anybody who's happy and joyful is in their root. They can't derive joy or happiness from anywhere else. I put this to the test of trial. I observe in my energetic fields, and it's proven to be fact. The root is where one's joy emanates from, perceived their lusty, climatic, sexual energies. And if somebody could be driven away from their root, not aware of it, well, that's when hijacks do happen from seen and not seen forces. Okay, tapping into
I
somebody's
would
joy.
agree with that to a degree. Singh, let me chime in here. It took me a few years to get past the sexual desires and the
Right.
lust, and to see things for what they were. And this is going on my 16th year of celibacy.
Yeah.
Bad, man. No way.
Yeah,
And the thing
Way.
I've realized
Couldn't do that.
is,
In 16 years. Fuck me, man. Jesus, no.
yeah.
and the thing I've realized is, eventually one, if so practices, can activate it basically by their energy work. Or I'm not saying get a hard on and be walking around with a hard on, just to feel those energetic fields that are joyful. That's all I'm defining here.
Well,
If
I
they want
found
to,
that admiration in one female, but it's not sexual.
you don't get that.
If I was to have sex with her, there would be a romantic uh, honeymoons, and then it would turn into contempt by familiarity, jealousy, um, disagreements, arguments. Fuck that. I like the image I have in my head of her as she is defined perfectly. I don't
Do you,
see
do you
women
think?
the way
How
that
about
you guys
access?
do.
Do you think anybody is out there self-developed where they have a perception where it's not codependent and they know how to regulate their lust energies and realize what it actually is, where it's not going to spawn jealousy or an argument or anything like that? There
No.
could be somebody. Could be.
If
Could be.
there
I'm not
is, I have yet to encounter them.
right. So I just
You
threw that
know,
on the table just to get people's
I'm
perceptions.
gonna give you a little biological lesson of my detesting of a female. When a female is born, they're all magic and princess and innocent. And then when they go through the biological change, they have a cerebral change. Then when they start getting promiscuous or sexual, they have multiple partners. Not just one, multiple. And that energy stays with them as well as the DNA for up to a year.
Right, but how about if they're aware how to clear all that, you know, like a computer virus, and they're cleared. You see what I'm saying? With the right person, it could be a desirable experience of events. But I agree with you. Some cases it may not be, so it can go either way. But like you defined it, it's probably a rare thing.
What
But
about yeast infections, periods, the religious implications of a period, venereal diseases, yeast infections? Jesus God Almighty, man. And not including all the fucking frustration that men release between their fucking legs and all the residue genetically that is retained within the vagina. Are you fucking kidding me? And a blowjob? Are you fucked up? I'm not sticking my fucking dick in a fucking mouth that's got scissor fucking teeth. That's giving absolute submission and control over a fucking bitch. She can bite your shit off just at the blink of a fucking eye. I'm not giving a bitch that much power. Fuck them. I had my kids. I did my due diligence. Fuck it. Yeah, the honeymoon's over, Jared. You're absolutely right. What does that man say here? There's one religion you can't mess with. Existence, like the Romans, Babylonians, Pharaohs, and next is the Germans and the Palestinians will go away. They messed with them, then they went away. And yeah, Jared, you're absolutely right. Yeah, man, I get what you're saying. Yeah, Jared, the honeymoon's over, man. After the second divorce, and I seen the damage that it done, I knew that if I ever went through that again with a bitch, she would not live to see the next day. So for her protection, I never engaged again. Dare a bitch fuck my life up. because I was lustful for her. Fuck that. First time, shame on her. Second time, shame on me. Ain't gonna be no goddamn third time because it's gonna get kinetic. So at least the world can thank me for that. Fuck a bitch. They've done nothing but damage to my life, both wives. Dare I fuck up and do that shit again? More or less drag kids into it. It's all a part of the indoctrinated American dream. Get married, have kids, house. This is the proper way to conduct your... No, it's not. It's a good way to fuck your world up every goddamn divorce that happens, and then the state gets involved. Money, lawyers, divorce court, alimony, division of property. Go to hell. Really?
Hey, buddy, that's why I'm not married, man. But I've been with the woman for 20 years. You know that?
Well, you've tolerated a lot of bullshit.
No, I swear. You'd love my wife, Emma. She's a
No, I
barrister.
wouldn't.
Yeah, you would. No, you would. Yeah, she's Scottish. You know, proper. She's a good woman. You know, went through the mill. You know, used to be Concorded all the way from London to London to what's it? America, New York.
Well,
Slaughter and May, when she used to work at the high society. It's good stuff.
well, maybe you got lucky, man, and maybe you're one of the fortunate ones.
Very lucky, don't get me wrong. Yeah, but her father and her mother, they're the other aspect. That's where it comes from, right? Not mine. My family's like very different.
Well, I suppose the two that I married just weren't quality at all.
But by chance, my friend, how life just is. You know, by chance. Well,
Hey,
you know,
I did
what's
it
the-
twice. That's enough.
Access.
I'm not going to risk a third time.
I'm going to step away from the panel. I need to take care of something. If this is still going, I may return.
Please do, Singh. I appreciate you being here, and your input is very appreciated.
All right. So I might see you in a bit. See y'all
I'd
later.
appreciate that. Thank you, Singh. Always
Thanks.
welcome.
Likewise.
Yeah, I'd say, African, that you are the rare exception. And especially when you look at the divorce rate in the States, it's pathetic. Broken homes, broken children, broken dreams. Once that honeymoon phase is over and you've had enough of the bullshit, the state gives you the option for divorce. And you will pay. Oh, too much ground up rat bone. Are you still there, African?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've been looking out the window here, and there's two birds that have attacked a pigeon's nest and the tree next to me. One's a crow, and the other one was a magpie. Going for the eggs, going for the meat. One of the two. Funny stuff,
Life
huh?
feeding on life.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
That is
that is. Yeah, in perpetuity, we are like it is Soylent Green to the world. It's how special can you believe you are, what you leave to the world, and why we've come here to understand this. Because humanity has that upper hand, as in man does. We can exploit everything. We're allowed to, right? But whether
You want to know what I think
no,
we're
but the
here for, African?
Well, okay, sure.
To make peace with ourselves and to stop deceiving. We have the choice to deceive and not to deceive and to make peace with ourselves. But choose not to deceive, make peace with yourself, enjoy what you can, and go the fuck on. Shame, guilt, hiding who and what you actually are is deception. Putting on a false persona, deception. Being at turmoil with yourself through shame, guilt, or anything else, even fear, you're not at peace. You're at conflict with yourself. And generally, you're going to disguise that with deception. So that's the problem I have getting along with humans. What you get here with me is the real fucking deal.
Okay.
I like me. I'm at peace with me. I liberated myself. I found peace within. And do I have a reason to deceive? No. Why would I do that? It doesn't benefit me. It doesn't benefit anybody because it's not substance. It has no foundation. Therefore, it's dead air. Thus, the name of God being breath in and breath out. And whenever you deceive, you're using the name of God to do it. If you believe such. He did breathe the breath of life into you according to what those scriptures say. So every breath you take is the name of God.
Same as you, sir.
Absolutely. I didn't say I wasn't created. I said I'm in creation. I just don't conduct myself or believe the way that you guys do. I believe completely different. Just because I know all of your indoctrinations and your books and your various religions and mystery teachings doesn't mean that I agree with them. That's why I'm an omniist. I take what I need that is useful and I utilize it for the benefit of my survival. Such as nature.
No, but
And thus a crow.
How can you say that what I believe in the book than that? No.
I don't know what you believe truly. You haven't defined it.
That's incorrect, yeah. As you say, I'm not like governing what reality is here. That is a metaphysics here, huh?
Yeah.
As what we share is what's going on is still zeros and one and on and off, I guess, with the electricity, radio length, waves, and lots of other, mechanics.
Until you reach a quantum state, which is entanglement.
Yeah.
And
but
then it's
that-
no longer binary. It frees you from binary.
yeah, but the human mind is that anyway.
Well,
Reality
it's
is
within a quantum state, and it's entangled with a proxy, whether you want to call it a soul, um, your spirit, or the voice that guides you. That is your proxy outside of this physical body. That is the entanglement. And the mind is quantum, if you can develop it. Otherwise, you're caught in a binary world of ones and zeros. That's why you have free thinkers and you have those that are taught how to think.
It's critical thinking, man. It's not just free thinking, it's how people understand, think, and where they can. It's difficult with academia and actually reality.
You got to remove your safety protocols. When you reach a point where your mind says you can't think of that thought, remove that safety protocol and think of that thought. That's quantum. But if you are controlled by safety protocols as to where to think and where not to think, then you're binary. You are code written within yourself by someone else.
Yeah, man, but that ain't true. That's your belief.
Well, it's the truth.
No, it's not.
Are you saying that humans don't think binary?
No, you can't
No?
quantify it that way.
Well, I think indoctrination is binary. I think that the system of work,
Okay.
5 days a week, programming, television programming, audio programming, frequency programming, multimedia, computer interfacing, that's all binary. Even the construct you live in is measurable by binary. You do not live in a quantum construct until you reach the subatomic, or
I
you
don't live
remove.
in any construct that you think is quantum. I live in a construct that is life.
You live in a creation, is what you live in.
No, I live in what I choose to. That's the
Well,
most
that's
thing.
pretty fucking delusional for you not to think that there is a grand architecture to this particular creation. Then you are truly within the confines of delusion.
Man,
There is grand architecture here, and
wow.
it's provable. It's all measurable. Tell me one thing that can't be measured. One thing that can't be
Gravity.
measured.
Gravity, I guess.
Sure, it can be measured.
No, go on. Show me how. How can gravity be
Well,
measured?
gravity is a resistance,
Because I want to
right?
know that. We'd be billionaires then, man. We'd be trillionaires.
No. Gravity is not provable. The graviton has not been proven.
Yeah.
But resistance is provable and measurable, thus aerodynamics.
Dude, no.
They know exactly how much velocity that they put against the structure of something to test its integrity. That is measurable. That is gravity as best to be explained by velocity against structural or hull integrity by measurement. Thus, a balloon filled with helium defies that state until the helium depletes, and then velocity takes over. Inertia. It's measurable. Give me something else. I'll break the variables down for you. Or remove the safety protocols and give me something I could really work with. All I'm asking for is one thing that cannot be measured in this creation. And I'll allow the fucking chat to join in on this. If anybody's got the fucking balls to try and mention something out there that can't be measured, put it in the fucking chat. Hell, hit the link. Bring your ass on up here. All I want is one goddamn thing that cannot be measured. We may have it. All right, Sing, give me your best.
Hold on a second. Isn't working.
One thing that cannot be measured.
One thing that can't
And
be
that's
measured, my
creation.
penis. My penis.
Oh, fuck, you got me.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, my dick.
You got me.
Nothing can be ever measured that big. Yeah, oh my god.
What? Okay.
That
Okay, let me think,
is
man.
such
About
a male thing to say. Your masculinity had
Yeah,
to
man.
cover up
Dude,
your
hey.
lack of ability for thinking.
Fucking hey, man. That's the way it
yes,
is.
yes. Okay, let me give me a moment here. Has anybody else answered?
No, he tried, but
Okay, space.
You know-
The final frontier. Okay, I got one.
of
A
course,
black hole. A black hole.
yes, it can be measured. It is the absolute collapse of energy into a vortex with a surface level of information as we understand it and have been told. But it can be measured by density, by the strength and pull of the black hole, by the circumference of information contained within its field. Absolutely
Okay.
can be measured.
Okay, somebody else give it a whirl. I gave it my best shot. If something else arrives, oh, but you have to give us the answer after we're finished, Axis. You can't leave us in suspense.
I've yet to find anything that can't be measured.
I want mathematical equations, not your fucking words.
Has the
I
freak
can't-
come back yet? Has the freak came back or what? Has he
Not
come
that I
back?
know of. He
All right.
will after he eats, but
Maybe
Yeah,
he's looking
I've-
up some more
I have
quotes.
absolutely,
Almost
as
ready.
much as I have endeavored into all my studies, I have yet to come up with anything that cannot be measured within this creation. Nothing.
Well, if we're looking at it from God's perspective, the creator, everything's measured right down to a T.
Well, then you're getting biblical, and you're absolutely right. Even the number of hairs on your head
Right. It leads to behind the veil, all the programming, the core programming to everything.
That's why I said outside of creation is the real. Within inside of creation is nothing more than a measurable construct of the constant. And we are the persistent. We are
So
the
isn't
thing that is out of sync.
you know as I took care of something I had to take care of. I had something arrive to me here. Is how does anybody know that maybe JC is the devil, perceived the deceiver, and Lucifer is actually the accurate truth? Since everything
Well,
perceived
I
could
can give
have
you
been
the answer.
reversed, right? The devil gives the answer, or many people know the answer. The devil reversed everything.
I can give you the Hebraic answer to that.
What's the freaks?
Uh,
What perspective on that too? Because well, he may be thinking JC's the one, but say JC's the one that's going to bring people to a bad place, not a better existence. Maybe.
What does the word Yahushua mean?
I'm not so sure. I haven't studied that.
It means through Yahweh is salvation, and vice versa. Yahweh is an ancient storm god.
Storms?
Yeah, look it up.
Okay, keep going.
So, by invoking the ideal that Yahweh and Yahushua or Yod-Heh Vah-Heh, you're invoking the name that is a pagan deity storm god, and that's the name of that ancient deity storm god, the same as the El. So it means through Yahweh is salvation, through salvation Yahweh is. That is why whenever they had to divert that, he said, "Who shall I say sent me?" And he says, "I am."
Mm-hmm.
He didn't give a fucking name. He just said, "I am."
Isn't that Popeye's name?
I am what I am.
So hey, I got it. Axis. Good thing you brought this to the table. The Messiah is Popeye in disguise.
I don't know that I'd go that far, but it is interesting that he uses that "I am what I am,"
No,
especially whenever that was what was delivered as a message to say who sent one who was anointed by God to deliver a message.
right.
How do you get those big forearms, though?
And check this out.
Jacking off.
Hold
He
on.
was filled with lust.
Check this out. He's got olive oil. Maybe olive oil is a slash code name for Black Guitar. That's sentient symbiotic stuff. I am what I am. Black Guitar olive oil. Hell.
Olive oil is a very big thing amongst the Israel tribal nations and many others, especially Egypt.
So, DeFreak, I'd like your perception if you're back. I think you're back anyways, aren't you? What's your perception? Maybe everything has been reversed. Maybe JC is not the one and Lucifer is the one.
Well, we've been going over the book of Melchizedek, and the creator, eternal one, is called Ali. Sometimes is called many different names. But the one that is actually the eternal one sitting on the throne, that's the creator of the first angel, which was Lucifer, is named Yahweh. So I'm going to go with that. The Yahweh of the Hebrew Bible as the creator, even the first angel of even of the first angel Lucifer, who ended up being too curious for his own good and ended up roaming around in the darkness and got caught up.
Is that why there's 72 names for God underneath of the temple? That was
Something,
kept.
Yeah.
Come on. And it is
So-
no mistake.
my question would be, how could Lucifer be turned if he was enlightened? Would you think he would have taken a dark route?
Well,
A kingdom divided
what it
cannot
says,
stand.
He thought he was able to learn the knowledge of the darkness as well. He apparently he was the light bearer. He knew all the secrets of the light, but the darkness he didn't know. No one knew except God, and he thought he was able to also learn the darkness and got caught up and ended up staying there.
Well, maybe the darkness is
Or-
the light. Hold on. Maybe the darkness is the illumination, and the light is the perceived evil darkness. Since,
Or
since the devil reversed all the teachings here, should be signifying a lot about. At the end, even it says in the Bible, they will be calling good bad and bad good at the end.
of course, but
Yeah.
take this into consideration. Even God and the Son that they suppose said a kingdom divided cannot stand. Therefore, how could God divide his kingdom?
You
They
can't-
all work for the same fucking system.
Exactly.
Okay, so when they say that was it Michael had could kill Satan, but God stopped Michael doing that, right?
Well, absolutely, because a kingdom divided cannot stand.
Yeah, but it also means God knows. Yeah, true saying. I like that. Yeah.
So it's
True.
all for the same fucking system.
I mean,
Yes.
And
Yes.
Satan defines God. Okay? It is
no,
Satan, the adversary, that defines God's law.
Satan fell from God. Christ is begotten to God.
Without the adversary, God has no definition.
Well,
Yes.
he does.
Ah,
Yeah, he does.
no.
And then
No.
He doesn't have. He wouldn't have full knowledge per se,
Well, that's
but
dark and light, isn't it?
God wanted everything to stay in the light, but Satan went out of the light. That forced God to learn about the evil of other things, and so he caused a lot more fuller knowledge for God, I guess you could say.
No,
Yes, he gave God an identity.
Wait, no. Some of the theories go that one is that Satan, be it that when God created us, man, as in us, we were so fragmented from what they are because they're administrators. They are not like us. God is not like them. But when God created us in his infancy, he was marveled by it. So Satan hated
Yes, Jared.
that and picked
I'm
on
sorry.
well, that's one of the sort of areas of thought here, where we sit in the Garden of Eden, right?
Wait, let me
We are separated from God, and we're separated from the devil and angels and all of that.
All right. Okay. Now, I've become aware. Okay, my perception of other beings who aren't aware. There's nothing to marvel about that. Okay, why would an enlightened being be marveling at somebody who's in a trance, in a daze, and is fragmented? Isn't that kind of that wouldn't happen? I can't see that happening. It's just somebody.
Well, what's the first thing God did whenever Cain killed Abel? He did what? He divided. He separated Cain by a mark. And Cain was scared and thought he would be killed. And then he was told, no, anyone that touches you will be cursed. by however many generations, and there were two lineages. That's why there was enmity put between the seed of the serpent and of the woman. That's a kingdom divided. Two different bloodlines. And God tried to get the Israelites to wipe out the entire bloodline of Canaan.
But that's like prehistoric style, man. We're like in the advanced stages here of correcting things at the computer programming levels where
No, we're at the end just before the cataclysm that started this shit in the first place. And when we start over, all this electric fucking bullshit and all this AI is going to be completely demolished, just like the technology prior to the cataclysm, and it's going to cycle itself all over again.
that's why I'm leaving, man. I'm packing up my tent, my sphere, and going to a different planet. This metaverse, I don't like anymore.
Are you going like via what Blue Jacket and Elon Musk's deal?
I got my own craft. I got my own ride parked. I don't need their primitive,
Shit, man.
prehistoric builds. I don't trust their spaceships aren't built well. They may stall halfway in the travel.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really trying to hitch a ride between like all of them, but where am I going? I don't know. Maybe Mars. I think Mars first. Get to
I'm ready. I made my own copy of the Earth. I'm prepared. Everybody can go their own ways. I made my own copy. I have my own ark. I'm ready. I got my boat.
Dude, by the way, this is my voice from 200 years into the future. I'm dead already.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you this.
Hang on. Hopefully.
If you think that a purely perfect system is going to allow such an abomination as human to infect, it's not.
Well, Axis, we got to look at it like this. Even though the system got fragmented, split, it is sentient symbiotic. All sentient symbiotic systems self-correct. Eventually, they self-correct and keep self-correcting. That's the design.
Yeah, but it's not going to be spread throughout the universe as a virus and a plague. That would be destroying perfection.
Axis, actually, well, why do you think we're a virus as a human race?
Are you able to deceive?
I mean, really?
Are you able to lie, deceive?
I mean, yes.
Are you able to?
Yeah.
Well, the universe don't lie.
Because if we're not, then we're controlled. Then you have no free will.
Well, the universe is perfect without us.
Could we, when we're doing certain actions, Axis be jumping into what is defined the fragmented reality that is not accurate, and then when we're accurate, we're jumping into the other reality that is accurate, like shifting from different computers, just having some fun.
Yeah.
Well, that's in
my favorite
theory.
games. Snapback reality.
Well, that's in theory. You know, whenever I had my last death, and I near death, we'll call it near death experience, I have never been brought back to the same reality. Ever. When I was stabbed to death and brought back on the helipad, I did not come back to the same reality. When I overdosed, I did not come back to the same reality. The second time I overdosed and I got a hold of my mom, I didn't know whether I was alive or dead. And I kept trying to solidify where I was at because things had changed. And then this last time, whenever the adversary or whatever brought me back and gave me a stone, I realized I was not in the same fucking place.
No, you're right. You're not in the same place.
No, it was quantum death. Variables change.
Yes, and you're a different surrogate with that too. You're not the same surrogate.
Probably not.
So you see,
Do I still have the memories? Yeah, I got the memories of how things were from my first death to my last. But are they the same? Fuck no.
Except for the suspended animation.
What do you mean?
The place of that you call peace, that's just black.
Oh, yes. Peace. That is infinite, void, and if I would have had my way when I got stabbed to death, they would not have brought me back. I was at peace. Truly at
but
peace.
but if you were
And
there
I'm
for,
still angry
how about if
about
you were
being
there?
brought back.
How about if you were there for a prolonged time and you figured out it's boring here and you wanted to come back to this place? How
It
about if you
wasn't.
stayed there for a long time and it's just like,
It,
okay, now the stimuli. Mm,
because there was a variable in time, singularity. What seemed like an extreme amount of time that I was there was only a matter of minutes.
fair enough.
Probably and vice versa. But I got to tell you,
It,
Axis, that place is a temporary place, and it's usually a holding place until the time of judgment.
well, if it is, it's very peaceful, and there is no want, no desire, there is no discontentment, there is nothing but absolute peace.
Did you
Right.
feel really
Beyond
light?
anything that I could. No, I did not encompass a residual self image. No,
No. How was your energetic field though? Did you feel like the stimuli? That's what I'm asking. What did it feel like there?
peace. There
So you
was no
weren't.
residual self image of this body.
So
The
what was
body
there? If you
was
could
not
describe,
there.
if you could describe what was there from your observation, what would you give us as an image or a vision or something to work with?
Infinite vastness beyond anything that I could ever comprehend with this state of mind, and peace beyond anything that I've ever experienced or probably ever will again until I die,
So
like
you felt,
permanently.
you felt a good stimuli there perceived. It was pleasing.
Fuck yeah.
There you
That's
go.
why I gave the doctor that brought me back the finger. Told him, you didn't do anybody any favors. You know? Really. He
But
thought
you're
he
meant
was
to
a
be.
fucking hero. He was not a hero.
Have you ever tried going back to that place in meditation, energy work?
No, only the last time that I was in that state where I was borderlining on achieving that was the last overdose that I had
Right.
whenever the adversary brought me back.
Right, right. You know, I've realized something, Access. Anything I've experienced, I have a copy of that program, the stimuli. I can actually upload it in the right conditions. I can get there. I go to this void. I don't know if it's the same void. I've been there a few times, but I don't stay there very long because I prefer just to have different experiences after a period. So you do know you have a copy of that program that you can upload or get it activated in you and go there with the right conditions.
Yeah, death. Why do you think that I was at peace and had Dom and his reeky ass wife putting every last bit of energy they had into me? I let go of everything, all of my ties and connections. And I laid here for 3 days focusing on their energy and they were projecting their Reiki energy so that I could pass. Three days. Asked Dom about it. Him and his wife both, as Reiki mastered as they think they are. But yet, a Hindu yogi can choose his day of death. And I studied that very heavily before I endeavored into laying here, calling Dom, asking for their assistance, and to allowing me to pass on. They had done given up on me for dead.
I'm going to ask you another
I got
question.
pictures.
All right. I believe you. Though I'm going to ask you another question. If you could attain that state and condition, being here, traveling through here like that, would that be desirable?
No, this place is too dense, too constricting, too confining, and I don't think that level of peace is obtainable here.
Interesting. Again, another question. In your meditation energy work, have you ever experienced a black hole, going into a black hole?
Well, of course. I mean, that's part of your development into meditation is to enter the void, that
Right.
place in the mind where there is no inner dialogue, there is no self-communication, there only is that which is within the void.
How did you enjoy that experience?
It wasn't as fulfilling.
Gotcha. That's all I wanted to ask. Anybody else can interject now.
Have you ever been to those places, Say?
Pardon me?
Have you ever been into any of those places?
I have been into the void. I've been into the black hole. I enjoy the black holes more than the void. The void may not be the same as what Axis is describing, but I totally enjoyed the black holes. Why? Because the stimuli is, and the mind is at a different state. It's not thinking, it's awareness of feeling, transfers of information. But I truly enjoy the increase in the density, compression, and pressure fields. For myself, I really enjoyed the densities.
The density or the
those
lack
go
of.
by,
No, the extreme compression densities. When I go into the black hole that I know, is I increase the density because I know it's increasing frequency, which is increasing digital data transfer, perceived intellect, wisdom, and knowledge. But I could only stay in there for a short period. It doesn't last very long. That field can't be held for too long. Sometimes you can, but it's never more than a few minutes where it's at maximum threshold.
and
That
that's
would be
something
the
you're just using yourself,
bioelectrical
or
field around the earth.
The freak you, yes, thank you, Axis. Got that. The freak you were gonna state something.
you induce those with your own, willpower or whatever technique?
Yeah, I call it energy work, energy frequency tuning, meditation. Though I don't do still meditation. I'm usually, well, if I'm laying on my bed, I'll do meditation on that when I'm resting or going to sleep. But usually, I do to the best of my ability to do mobile energy work where it's integrated with all my activities. It's more difficult, takes more multitasking, but once again, doing your daily affairs, nightly affairs, whatever so be it, to be in a better energetic state, one has to be multitasking, aware that how they're tuning their energies.
Have you ever had any of those states induced on you, like from general anesthesia or life NDE, near death experience?
Probably not. No. I haven't had. Well, I had NED, I guess, when I got spiked with a neurotoxin in a parking lot from one of the perceived travels I had. Whether it be this earth or not, yeah, I got spiked with a neurotoxin on a parking lot and total setup from an etheric and astral level. Yeah,
Anytime I
almost died in a creek, small creek. My body all seized up, was paralyzed from the neck down. I had to elbow my way up the hill, slid down 2 or 3 times, and I got and I knew what had happened, right? And I got the message, so I kind of chuckled. I'm like, so I actually stated to myself, I rolled over my back. I'm like, so this is how it ends. And I was just sitting there looking up at the creek at the side of the hill. And I'm like, I ain't gonna stop until my last breath. So basically my elbows would work. So I elbowed my way again once up the hill was a Rainbow boat.
Like a walking catfish.
Yeah, it was pretty nasty. But as soon as I got to the top of the hill, something happened. So there was an intervention. All my body's functions was it went into hyperdrive. Everything worked. So I was stated though, at that state, if I gave up and just stayed on my back and didn't decide till my last breath, I'm going to keep dying. I'm going to keep going. I was stated you would have died there if you didn't give it your all, right? So there was intervention watching to see if I would have given up or kept going. I was just like, okay, till my last breath, I'm just going to die trying here. At least I did my best, right? And something did intervene, which would have been impossible in the state of condition that I had reached with that neurotoxin.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, there's crazy events that do transpire that some
but you
go
never
through.
got to the suspended animation stage.
I didn't actually succumb. No, I didn't get to that stage. So I've never been to that stage as Axis has been. So I can't say I have experienced that same void.
All right.
And anytime I've been under anesthesia, I don't remember a fucking thing.
It's
yeah, me neither. So now I'm going to turn things around on you a little bit. You work with your energies and you meditate and you go to the black hole and you do energy work and stuff like that. How do you know that JC hasn't already done that and is just trying to instruct you on how to do it better to reach where you want to go?
I don't know. You see, but the thing is, well, maybe JC has done it and hasn't done it. I haven't met him before, and I wasn't there to, witness all the things written down. So I have a rule to myself. If I wasn't there, I don't know if it's exactly true because I like to be careful of what I'm guiding myself under, right? But what I do is I go directly to God, perceived source. Why wouldn't we be able to go directly? Because we're sinners? Isn't that kind of, I don't know, I would say ridiculous, because what would disconnect my access to source, God perceived, is believing something can disconnect me, believing I need a mediator to get to source or God. So I do know God leaves the choices to the individual, right, as the variables of thoughts. And God doesn't control no choices. He leaves it up to the individual with all the variables, probabilities, and possibilities. So why wouldn't I be able to go directly to God perceived to get information? That's the question I have. I know I can go, and I've experienced it. I've used the mediator Marduk for 4 years. That was just my path. The Anunnaki king, reptilian Draco king. But after I finished with his apprenticeship, when he showed me everything he could show me about the anti-field, perceived evil and darkness, when I went to summon and invoke him one day, there was just a simple message. Now you go to source directly, and he never intervened after that. So even the perceived evil, or the Marduk, also known as Ra, also known as Michael, they're under the authority of source. They obey source, right? It's interesting because after
a kingdom divided cannot stand.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
That's the reality of it. Not only that, but have you read the Nag Hammadi text?
I've read some of it, but it didn't grab myself to be really that feasible, because by that time I was sort of introduced to that. I went through Marduk and it was like, I had all this information, and reading that was shallow compared to what I was shown as the wisdom and knowledge, the illumination I had, and that's why I don't use no more books, because they can't assist myself, because what I'm being assisted with isn't written in books in this plane. So
I
yeah,
can relate to that, but the Nag Hammadi text has a lot of what you're describing in it.
right, and I wouldn't be surprised, right? Some of the different teachings, books, or archives of records are accurate more than others. So what I wanted to end with, the freak, is even after that I summoned and invoked him, there was no intervention. I didn't feel his energy, his presence, etc. And every other time for 4 years, every day when I summon and invoke him, I'd feel his essence and presence inside myself, as getting a first perspective seat tour of what this
Okay.
being knew.
Okay, but you said there was a man that got you to that being, and then that being for 4 years gave you a feeling that you were connected.
No, it was just directly through Bartok that I was getting the
Okay,
information and the
is that like a
teachings.
guru person, like a teacher guy, or is he a entity, spirit realm?
No, he's actually known in the Anunnaki Bible. He's known as the Anunnaki, the God King of the Anunnaki, and
He was
he's
the
also
one that
known as,
defeated the Anunnaki rule.
yes, he
Okay,
defeated the Anunnaki rule. He started with the Anunnaki, but they were an evil faction, but he disagreed with them and he went on his own, and he actually rebelled against all the perceived dark anti-gods, and he actually defeated them all. And when he defeated them all, he was empowered, gifted with another 50 powers from other perceived gods, very powerful being. So he's basically in this realm here too. He'll be perceived as not defeatable by any other title, rank, position, luminary being, anti-light being, or demon. So he's one of what I was informed. He's a primary gatekeeper of extreme wisdom and knowledge, if so one decides to go to that route. So after that ended, he directed me to Source, and I attempted twice to summon and invoke him, and there was on the same message, go to Source directly. Basically, it was the same message, and he never intervened again after that. And so after that, I've been going directly to Source. But
He
don't take me
became
wrong.
Gilgamesh.
Don't take me wrong. Even though I took that route, I've been informed that one can go directly and get the teachings even of because I will define it, that Marduk took me on quite a lot of conditioning, where I was actually going through dark warfare and dark entity attacks to be not immune, but to be conditioned to where I can handle in the future. If so, a dark attack would happen energetically, or even a demon would try to mess around, where I could handle myself. So that route was my path. That's the variables that were represented to myself. So I took that route because there was no other assistance. And before I utilized Marduk, I was asking for JC to assist me for 4 years, and my state and condition didn't change. The first time I came across Marduk in some writings, okay, from ancient tablets, was the book called The Evil Devils and Spirits of Babylonia, which was incantations and counteracting like negative dark entity manipulations. And basically, when I read 2 lines of that book, everything stopped that I was going through, and I was getting majorly manipulated in every moment, day and night. I had basically one foot in the grave. I was unhealthy. I probably lost 20, 30 pounds. I was bone thin. And I kid you not, pale green and yellow. I couldn't even recognize myself in the mirror after going through that for about 4 years of dark entity anti-light manipulations. So when I read 2 lines, everything stopped, and I'm like, my reality became normal. I'm like, this must be a trick. This book is demonic. Probably it's not counteracting the spells, and probably, or the energy attacks him, the energy manipulations too as well. So I was like, this must be demons working. They're gonna get me really good after this. And then later, I ended up reading the whole book. It took about 2 hours, and everything shifted. But later on the same evening, in the parking lot of Superstore, I would wait there before going to Superstore because I didn't like being around people. Total anxieties. I'd feel energy attacks, energy from people. Just everybody was out to get me. And plus, I was pretty well high anxieties for like many years. And with that creeping in, phobic, paranoid scripting, dark entity, anti-light scripting. So I didn't like being around people. I basically stayed in this residence I was staying in. I was in my room for like 4 years, and I only go out to basics. So, the washroom, shower, eat, or go shopping, and stay in the room. Keep my window closed through the heights of summer. Summer, I didn't even like opening the window because I was being scripted that the bad energy's coming in, etc., etc. It was like a hell, a total hell. But later on that
Can I
evening,
intervene real quick?
sure.
This is a mistake that Christians make all the time. Now, when somebody claims to be under control of the devil and they get scared and run to Jesus, why would Satan divide his own kingdom?
Right. Okay, then I'm going to continue, and then I'm done, and then somebody else can interject. So at that, I was in the Superstore parking lot about 10:30 p.m., and then a voice came and said, "Ask Marduk." I'm like, so I paused and contemplated. I'm like, what? I read this book earlier now, and Marduk's name was mentioned a few times in that book, and that's the first time I heard that being's name, and a few other female goddesses. So, anyways, I was pausing and
Anana?
considering. Yes, that was in there too, if I could remember correctly. Yes. And so I paused and considered. I'm like, what if I ask this guy and it's a total trick, and then I get double nailed and pretty bad right now? And so I paused and consider. I'm like, what the hell? I got one foot in the grave. I really have nothing to lose. So I didn't know how to invoke fancy. I'm like, I asked Marduk to help me, something like that, right? And then I went into Superstore, and my reality was as normal as could be. It felt like my health returned. Everything was normal, like before all these energetic manipulations happened to myself. So after that, I was like, okay, there's something about this as a catch. And every other time I go in there, I'd be like asking JC to help me to get through this without getting attacked and energetically manipulated. And I didn't get no assistance from JC. It stayed the same peak level throughout. And I was reading the Bible also for 4 years, anywhere from 1 hour, 2 hours to 4 hours. I had lots of time in the room going through my isolation and so forth, manipulation. But after that, I utilized Marduk for 4 years, and that's the way I get introduced to him. But after 4 years, it all ended. He directed me directly to source. So what I wanted to state is that's the road and path I took, because everybody's lot is different and the variables represented is different. So I took that lot. But what I'd like to state is it doesn't define beings need to go through any dark lord or dark entity or summonings to get there. What one asks source for, they shall receive. If one truly, genuinely is prepared and asks source to be shown everything about the anti-light, the darkness, and also the luminary perceived, the better existence reality, and they want to know all the information and possibly go through what they need to go through to comprehend the what is perceived darkness, anti-light, then they shall go through it. But be careful for what you ask, because when somebody asks source, they are expected to complete what is given to them like an assignment. There's no backing out of it.
Amazing testimony.
So what I'm going to find is maybe JC, that being works for other people, but for myself, it wasn't my path to go that way. It was my path to go that way that I chose Marduk. So maybe a lot of people will define when JC has done a lot of things for them, as into a system. I can perceive that, yes, if it is this being and it is their lot and path to go through that, then it may be the route they're going to take. But where I'm getting at is, doesn't matter what route and path anybody takes, eventually everybody gets to the same region of evolvement, advancement, and enhancement, where I define we start returning, traveling to our past core origins, where we start to become restored before all the manipulations happen to us, or the breaking away from source, what that would be the fall, disobeying what I define the luminary laws and codes, and believing the lies as Axis defined, that totally disrupts everything.
Do you think that you are going to recycle back, or
Not this time. I was defined this. This is everybody's third cycle. We've only been here for, this is going on 300 years. And for some people, the third cycle, if they so choose to complete whatever they need to complete, they're not returning to this earth. They're not coming back to this plane. The third cycle would be the end of some of us departing from here. And definitely this cycle, as Axis knows his cycle too, is we're leaving from here. We're not coming back when it's our moment to be called to go what is defined to a different plane.
so? My only point of, I guess, contention would be, you asked me, or you asked me, or you say, how do you know it's Jesus Christ versus the one that intervened for you? And it's the same thing. It's some entity that is directing us to the source. Whereas,
Right.
The thing about Jesus is he actually was one of us, walked on the earth, ate the dirt, and was sinless, and so you can actually trust him.
Right, like you defined, right? And I
Were you
defined
there?
No, I wasn't there, but I
Then
saw
you
him
can't prove that. You cannot prove it.
But what he's stating, though, Axis, it may be other people's paths to go that way and figure things out for themselves to that path. You see what I'm saying?
I agree in a thought sense of self-faith or self-actualization through a faith-based system or
Yes.
understanding.
Yes, the ultimate
that's
test,
his.
everything is.
Yeah, that's his.
Yes,
But
yes,
he's
that's
not
his.
willing to face his safety protocol that keeps him from experiencing the darkness that is within him that he denies or tries to
See,
suppress.
I've already been through the darkness, though. I've been through the darkness, and that's part of finding the light. Actually, there's no way around that. But the thing is, if he actually was on the earth and was sinless, that means that there's something more real about him. It's easier to make the mind connection to him than it is to, say, some other being that you have to really put faith in order to have a manifestation of any kind of like spirit realm experience.
Right. So what I want to interject with Axis that clarified for myself, because I was like, I ask many things to source for information. I was like, I understand my lot. I'm aware my lot is different from others. And I'm like, is everybody going to have to complete what I complete to comprehend, to perceive, go to the different planes when they are called? And so and I asked, what about the people who aren't aware, like they're not aware of the system? Well, the reply was, well, they'll get out on blind faith, on good behavior, perceived to do to the best of their ability as they can, not lying, etc., and doing what they can do to create a better existence for themselves and others. And what I define, they'll get out on good behavior, as in qualifying to go be pulled out of the system and to start ascending towards what I define core origins, being restored and evolved. So some people will get out on blind faith, good behavior, I define it, but for beings like myself and others, our lots, what we're going to have to complete is different from just good behavior and not breaking the luminary laws and codes. So it's going to be different for everybody, the levels that they do and what they need to complete and sustain to go to what is defined a better existence, reality, returning to core origins. But now changing the subject, now directing this at the freak, was JC really sinless? Didn't he get angry in the temple and overturn the tables? That's anger. That's a sin. So he wasn't perfect.
Well, I mean, being angry isn't a sin, but that was also a
Flogging
fulfillment of
people,
prophecy.
do
What's
no
that?
harm, love your brother, love all
Ex-
people. But
Exactly.
flogging them with cordial weather?
Well, he didn't hit
Mm.
them directly. You know,
Are you
just say,
sure?
just return the tables.
It says
and-
he flogged them.
Huh?
It says he flogged them.
He flogged inanimate objects, you know, and I guess
No,
he scattered some money around. But
nobody that crosses through this plane stays sinless. They shall break the luminary laws and codes because it's the influence of what is defined the programming in one's thought core. So nobody is sinless. Nobody shall be sinless. Not even JC. Impossible.
well, only God could do it, right?
Only, well, yeah, but not in this factions, a section computer that we exist in this reality.
Well, here's where you get the Christians with that. Apparently, when he was crucified, he wasn't talking to himself when he said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. He was talking to something outside of himself. He wasn't talking to himself. Therefore, that does not make him God, and he did not ask to be worshipped.
But then God glorified him. So we have to factor in linear time, and we have to factor in the human law that he fulfilled. And only a human could fulfill that law.
But also, I'm gonna fire something at the freak. When JC needs to be defended, that is not what I define sinless. Arguing, fighting, defending, guarding, challenging, that's sin.
And he was not born
if-
a man pure.
if
He was born through a virgin birth and seeded by what? He was
By the
only
Spirit of
half.
God.
So he was only half human.
so isn't part of the teachings that arguing isn't acceptable, perceived it as
No.
a sin.
I wouldn't
I'm
say
just
that. No,
stating
I would say
facts.
sin is a trespass or a hurt on someone else, not necessarily a disagreement.
It is a deception, a lie that is presented towards another human.
So the freak, I have this question: is all the Bible accurate from your perception?
It's probably not 100%, you know, but anything man touches gets corrupted.
So I want to make this abundantly clear. Jesus was only half human.
Just like us, or maybe we're more evolved than Jesus. Who's to say by now?
You know, I think he
No,
was.
we were born of man and woman procreating. Jesus was born of divinity and human. He was not a pure human.
You know, that's the. It depends on where you're pulling that from, because you could find it in one place that says that, or I think he was human. You know, I think he was human with perfect faith. I don't think he was half God. Okay, because
Divine. I didn't say
if he was half
God.
God, he could declare himself as God in the temple and not be subjected to anything at all, right? But he wasn't.
Well, he
God.
was only half divine. half human, so he couldn't
Still.
declare himself as God.
Even any part of anything the divine could not die, and he definitely died.
Bullshit. The Nephilim died. They were half divine, half human, and they were killed easily by a deluge.
Well, they became flesh when their fallen whatever angel ancestors, had children with human women. So they weren't
Exactly
like
the
divine
same
beings.
as
They were fully flesh.
So, Access, my question is, have you read the interpretation where Jesus was led to Golgotha, interpreted the place of the skull to be crucified? He never went up on a
Yeah.
cross. There's only
the
one
metaphor.
Bible. There's only one Bible that is accurate. He was never put on a cross and nailed. He was crucified in the place of the skull, where the test happens, where people's thoughts perceived with the variables are tested. And these days, the crucifixion to the skull is what would be defined as the technology frequency emissions. The commander of the spiritual powers of the air is actually the signal that attempts to corrupt many people with the anti-life, perceive the crucifixion in their head. So the
Well, that's
crucifixion.
Gnostic.
Yes. What do you perceive, Axis? Did he go up on a cross to be crucified, or was he crucified in the crucible of the mind?
I don't believe that he existed.
There you go. Okay, we're changing the subject now. No more JC.
He talks about taking up a cross and following him. It's not a coincidence that he said cross, right?
Let's
But
see what you put in the chat
what else could cross define? A crossing of dimensions. Pick up your cross. Go through the thresholds. Could mean many things. Crossings. Cross. What's your input, Axis? Oh yeah, you just stated you don't think he existed.
No, there's no proof of him. There's only that which was written in Greek a few hundred years later through a few letters that was from Gnostic texts, and they interpreted it into, because it was the actual Gnostic Christians that Rome brought into the state of Roman Catholicism, the First Church of Rome, and gave them the books that they could study and learn from and teach.
Right. And I agree with
So-
Axis. I truly believe that JC name is under the disguise of somebody else.
Zeus, look it up. It's easy.
Why Zeus though? Why would
Because
it be under
Zeus was the god of the Romans. They had a pantheon of gods, but Zeus was the number one god.
So have you ever
He was
traced
the one that escaped Kronos.
Have you traced it back? That name Zeus did any investigating? Does it lead to any other beings?
Yes, Kronos, El, Saturn.
There you go.
He was the son that didn't get devoured because Kronos' wife wrapped some stones in swaddling clothes, fed it to Kronos because he ate his own children so that he wouldn't have anyone to contend his authority, and she hid Zeus out. Then she hid Hades out, and then there was one other one, and that became the Roman beginning of the pantheon of gods. Before that, there was the planets that were considered to be representations of gods.
So,
Thus Saturn,
he lived in
El. Huh?
He lived in Rome.
Catholicism Rome, the first Church of Rome was developed in Rome. Yeah, it was under Constantine II because the Gnostics were disrupting the empire. So Constantine II's mom said, "Hey, make it the state religion and control it, and then you will bring these people under control, and they can be ruled."
But you
That's
said
history.
Zeus was put in stone. Would you say something about swaddled in stones or something?
Kronos' mom or Kronos' wife didn't want him to devour her children, right? Because he was afraid there'd be a successor. So she fed him a stone in swaddling clothes. He devoured it. She hid Zeus out. She did it for Hades and one other Roman deity, which began the pantheon of the gods for the Romans.
Okay, so where did he live at? In Greece or in Italy?
No, that's actually from Roman mythology all the way up to Zeus. That's where Zeus come from. See, Saturn, was the god of the Golden Age. And the god of the Golden Age wanted to keep the perfection of the Golden Age. And he was concerned that if he had a successor, that would destroy the Golden Age that he held in place.
Okay. So, but no one's ever claimed that he ever walked the earth like Jesus did, right? I mean, if you believe
absolutely not. I mean, he was a planetary body. He was a deity. He was a frequency. He was an energy. He kept the frequency of the Golden Age that we lived under here on Earth intact until Zeus. And then when Zeus was adopted or taken on as the god of Rome, the supreme god, and there was the Titan struggle, then they had to incorporate Zeus into the Council of Nicaea to allow their paganism in, such as Christmas, Easter, Valentine's, all those pagan holidays.
So, DeFreak, I'm going to ask you a question. How are you so sure that JC did travel on this earth and the Bible's not fabricated? Like, how come you're putting such... Like, there was a point in time I did that too, but I couldn't do that after I became aware. It's like my awareness started talking to me. Aris, were you there? I'm like, no. Then how do you know? Oh, then I contemplated that. Well, maybe you're right. Because a lot of events that transpire in the earth, that certain things happen, you know, of a friend, they say it, this happened, doesn't really happen, or they kind of change the story by the time it gets back to somebody else. So how can you put so much guarantee on JC that it did happen? Is there somewhere in the back of your mind where you hold that room for, well, maybe it is fabricated, maybe it didn't happen like this exactly?
For me, no, because I had a first-person witness experience, kind of like Paul had on the road to Damascus, where I actually saw the Father. Okay, so I had a vision from God, and unless that vision,
tell me about it. Can you share the vision?
Sure. You see my avatar, kind of like an exploding star, the source that you call it source, the light. That's what he looks like. As best as I can, try to describe it, with words and everything, because it's so beautiful, glorious, majestic, that right there is as best as I could, find on the internet.
And how are
So
you still alive?
and at that point, I'd been praying to the God of the Bible, and so He revealed Himself to me as the God of the Bible. So that's how I know that the Bible and Him are connected.
How are
How do
you
you know?
still alive?
Like he's still alive, but how do you know that wasn't an etheric and astral perceived program manipulation just to sort of lock you into that faith further, right?
Sure,
Like for
because
myself,
nothing else.
I've had a few experiences too, but I have to take I do reviews, and then eventually it's just if I like how could I explain it? Did you have a feeling, like a
Yeah,
feeling?
you know how we talked about like going through the darkness and experiencing the darkness, and walking through the darkness or the hall. I call it the hall of darkness, or fear, the hall of fear. You feel either fear or you feel something, dread or anxiety, something along those lines. Sometimes you even feel peace or whatever. But the love of God is undeniable and it's unproducible by anything else. And that's what I felt was the love of God.
God.
I can't
Not
argue
Jesus.
access.
God.
Yeah, but I
Yes.
mean, I've been praying to Jesus and God. And so, they go hand in hand. Basically, Jesus is the representation of the Father.
So you're saying that even through the Old Testament to the New Testament, you, even beyond that of Moses, who was not allowed to look at him, was able to see him.
In the spirit realm, that's how He revealed Himself to me.
No. See, because he allowed Moses to pass by him as he shielded himself.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are filled with iniquity. He cannot cast eyes upon you, and you cannot cast eyes upon him, according to the text. So how in the fuck are you still alive?
Well, I mean, when He passed before Moses, He was in the physical realm, not in the spirit realm. And then also, if you read Matthew 5:8, it says, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." That's me.
Okay. That's for you.
You see, access, like I defined, everybody has a different lot and path, right? So I can't
Yeah, I'm not
argue.
denying his law. I'm just comparing what he's saying to actual scripture.
Yeah, and I mean, I get that from Christians a lot. Obviously,
So my
they've got
question
that more than
is,
anyone. But
my
I believe
question,
in Jesus Christ, and I believe what He said. And if He says that pure in heart will see God, that's what happened. There's no other way to explain it.
so my question is the freak to you. Whenever you're asking for something, do you ask JC or do you ask God?
I think it probably depends on what I'm asking for. If it's something like a global like peace on earth, that'd be like the Father. But you see, Jesus is like the God you could play baseball with. You can wrap your arms around Him. You can play catch with Him. So if it's something more like humanly, I would ask Jesus Christ, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. So you flip in between both for specific
But
needs.
ultimately, I know that it's Him. They have the same mind. It's the same being. It's just that Jesus is the human representation of the Father God, who's above the throne, and Jesus is sitting in the
Right.
throne.
Right. And you have the extension of the same mind too. So you have direct access. Let me redefine that. There is no link or no separation between you and God, nor no link and separation between Axis or I We have the mind of God. That's the biggest secret. Our mind, perceived our computer, sentient symbiotic, is God. As long as we do our work, we unlock certain features and get more advancement and enhancement known as wisdom and knowledge and vision. So the biggest secret of all these teachings, even the Anunnaki Bible, okay, is imperfected too. There's nothing that's perfect. The biggest deception, even through the teachings of the greatest books of Luciferian Satanism, is to get these mediator demons and perceived other gods, etc., that are not needed. Okay, we have access directly to Source and to all of Source's intellect, wisdom, and vision, perceived intellect. There is no separation. The only separation I agree with is access, is what he defined. A lie separates us from the all wisdom archives of the luminary Source. A lie shall go to a different section, faction, computer plane, that there is exactly what one practices, not accurate information. Not accurate information, even in that system, with accurate information, makes it a lie. One kicks themselves off from being deceived from what I define the accurate information of truth, the luminary, the one and only luminary with all the accurate information, wisdom, intellect, and knowledge is Source. Now, the anti-light is where one kicks themselves out through being deceived, period, by breaking what I define the luminary laws and codes.
Or they're in the midst of the moment and they have too much fear.
And fear is an anti-light program. You see, anybody who's having fear or anxieties is somehow being puppeteered or deceiving themselves and being puppeteered. And that's another program. Fear for myself, I comprehend it when it creeps in. It's just a program. I don't even call it a demon. It's an anti-light program. It's the opposite of what perceived God is. No fear. Well, the breaking away reverse field is fear. Okay. Or fear could be somebody's perceived conditioning till they figure out what fear is. So if I analyze fear, what is it? Excess adrenaline. My heart starts beating. My mind starts racing with all these variables of non-desirable thoughts, and then that's what fear is basically, trembling and shaking with that, and excess energy, electricity going through the system, short-circuiting myself. There's fear. It's not really fear. When one analyzes, it's just a program with many variables, overclocking one system, fracturing them, splitting them to the anti-light system, the reverse field to God.
Well, let me ask
So,
you
yeah.
this, the freak. Whenever this last overdose and the adversary brought me, well, he said I was delivered from death, okay? And I was given a stone. What was the purpose of that to your notion then? It wasn't God. It wasn't Jesus.
Mhm.
And I was delivered from death and given a stone. I still have the stone.
The physical stone.
Yes.
Okay. And you say it was the adversary, or it was just some other being that? I mean,
No, it was the
could you
adversary.
differentiate that, like who it was exactly?
Yeah, it's just an average, very calm, demeanored, polite individual who showed up out of nowhere, Narcan my ass within my own home, was very, very polite, filled with mannerism, was not distinguishable by certain, beautiful traits or ugly traits. It was just average.
Okay,
And it was without any type of malevolency that I felt whatsoever. It brought me back, and he says, I delivered you from death. And he gave me a stone.
Okay,
And that was that.
Okay, so when he brought you back, that experience was in the spirit realm?
No, that was a fucking physical overdose. And where he come from, I have no fucking clue because he was in my home.
Okay. But during the time that you were you also in suspended animation at any point during that time?
No, I was overdosed, dude.
So you never connected into the spirit world and the black void that you talk about?
No, I was on the verge of it, but I was so
Okay.
doped up that I don't even think the chemistry in my brain was actually interpreting its own death. And then when I was Narcaned by this individual who was in my home and brought back, and he said, I delivered you from death. And I was still stunned from overdose. And he handed me the stone, and he said, this was before creation
Okay.
of man.
You
And
never
I
knew
got
this
the
guy.
stone.
You never knew this
I've
person.
never seen this motherfucker. I don't know how this fucking got in my house.
How did you get the drugs?
That's none of your fucking business.
I mean, but it was this person, right?
No.
Okay. But as far as we know, that was a human being in the physical realm.
Seemed to be.
So, Axis, my question is, the person that gave you the stone, you ever taken in consideration maybe he was an agent, not portraying who to be who he is? Maybe the stone is like, have you cleared the stone? That's my question. That's what I'm aiming at.
No, I've got it contained within a blessed box because it is chaotic energy, completely chaotic.
Have you done any clearings to clear any maybe malicious things that weren't from the adversary perceived? That's my question.
No, it's in its natural state inside of a sealed box. As a matter of fact, I'll show it to you. I keep it on my altar.
No, you showed me it last time. I seen it.
Well, there you go. And my doors were locked. I was in here alone by myself. Overdose.
So you received that before the Narcan or after?
After the Narcan.
So after everybody left, this guy appeared.
It wasn't everybody left. I was alone. I'd been alone for several days, and I had done an excessive amount of benzos, alcohol, and other substances, and that was it. It was over. I don't even remember falling out into an overdose. And my doors were locked. I was alone. Nobody even knew that I was fucking that fucked up and that I had overdosed. And here's this motherfucker in my house reviving me with Narcan.
Evidence of that person being in the house at the time? Like, was there a door left open? Was the curtain torn? Was the door broken in?
No.
Was it anything?
No.
Was it a hallucination?
So
Axis, the stones are hallucinating. Okay. All right.
So
sure.
Axis, did he leave through a door, or you didn't see him leave? He just sort of.
I was still laying in this bed when he walked through the curtains. He moved the curtain that separates this room from the kitchen door, which is the way in and out. And he walked through the curtains. I didn't even hear the door slam or shut. I was still stunned.
Like, can you picture his face?
Yeah, actually, it was almost a slight slope to the forehead. Kind of full face, dark hair, not like devil dark. I mean, just long, beyond shoulder, long hair, bearded, piercing eyes that I will not ever forget. And
what color
of,
eyes? Color eyes? You remember?
deep, just deep, piercing, dark eyes
Well,
that were
brown, black.
mesmerizing.
So they were brown or black, I guess, dark.
Yeah, brownish, black, deep, just mesmerizing.
What
I
was
don't
he
know if you've
wearing?
ever
How was he dressed?
it, just regular. I mean, he was well dressed. Like
Not
I
like
said,
the
his
men.
mannerism
Not
was
like the.
great.
What's that guy that wears like a top hat? He didn't have a top hat, did he?
No, his
Okay.
head was not covered,
All right.
and
Just
you
curious
know,
about the details. You got it.
his beard was, you know, well kept. You know, it was a beard, but it was well kept. Long black shoulder length hair, dark piercing eyes, kind of a stout build, well dressed, and it was gray, a grayish type top, and if I remember, it was black pants and dress shoes.
Interesting. My question is, did you ever have that? Would you ever have that stone analyzed? Would you ever chip a little piece off and just out of curiosity, have
Hell
someone analyze?
no,
No.
hell
I'm just
no.
I'm just curious if it would be in the records of the periodic table. That's all.
Oh,
You
I'm
have
sure
any
it was. It was
physical?
just a stone before man was created. This was a stone pre-Adamite.
So would you say out of all the stones that exist, there looks like obsidian, maybe?
No, it's not obsidian. I've got obsidian. I've got a ton of stones, man. I've got all my New Age stones. You know, everything from malachite citrine to pure copper to
So it doesn't.
amethyst to rose quartz to fucking natural quartz, smoky quartz. I've got onyx. I've got dragon glass. Fuck,
and it
man.
and it doesn't
I
identify
know who
with
it
that.
was. Just kidding.
It was Jesus in
It was
disguise.
Jack Talcott.
Oh no. Fucking
I'm just
Jack
kidding.
Talcott.
I'm just kidding.
I
No,
knew
okay,
it
seriously.
didn't look like
Access.
Jack Talcott.
I knew it, Axis. He's Jesus.
Hey, was there okay? Seriously now, was there any like physical touch? Like, did he sit you up? Did he get you a bowl of soup? Like, did he even when he gave you the stone? Was there a physical exchange of any sort?
He didn't say nothing to you but
actually-
that.
No, he said he delivered me from death, which there was the Narcan, open Narcan. You could see where it had been used. There was the package where it had been opened. And when I come to, I was confused, kind of disoriented that I had just come back from an overdose. He said, I delivered you from death. And I looked at him and I thought, who the fuck is this? And then he says, this stone was in existence before the creation of man. And he set it down.
He's not the one that Narcan you, is he?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know if before that happened, you were crying out like "help me" or you were just unconscious?
No, I didn't know I was fucking overdosed.
Gotcha.
Look, man, when you overdose, you just overdose. I mean, there's no precognitive anything. You just start feeling like, oh shit, maybe I've done too much, and then boom, you're out.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like it could have been literally. It could have been like a Michael Landon type of angel, you know, or even Jesus himself. It's hard to say, but it seems like even though you think it was a totally physical realm type of interaction, and it very well may have been, it seems like it was a spiritual experience as well. Like
Well, I
it
got
was
a souvenir.
angel physically manifested.
I got a souvenir, so I've still got the souvenir inside of a blessed box, and not blessed by Jesus or the church. And the stone is very chaotic. The energy off of it is it's just fucking unbelievably chaotic.
Yeah. It's interesting, you know. I want to say that I think you had a spiritual and, you know, a physical spiritual experience because you didn't touch him. He didn't touch you per se that you were aware of at the time. He may have, you know, injected the stuff, but after that it was no physical touch. And so I think it was half spiritual and half physical, which is very possible, you know, with God, all things are possible.
I don't fucking know, man. I just know what happened. I know I've got a souvenir, and I'm still alive. And now I can at least tell you that like right now, I'm on heavy benzos. I've went through almost a fifth of whiskey, which is Makers, and other things. And I just
You seem pretty coherent to me for the most part, you know. Like I
I
don't
mean,
think you were
literally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you were in this good a shape at that point in time, right? So
Oh hell
it
no!
sounds like there was a angelic intervention of some sort. You didn't feel
I don't
fear,
know.
did you? Did he make you
No,
afraid? But you
no,
didn't
it's
feel love.
comforting.
Yeah.
No, I
Okay.
didn't feel love. It was just comforting.
That's
You know,
why
it was
it makes
like,
me think that it was in the physical realm because, like, if you're in the spirit presence of God, His love radiates off of Him. You can't help but be overwhelmed by it. But since you were in
oh
the
no,
physical,
no.
you know, that didn't radiate off of Him. Plus, He wasn't glowing. So, you know, it seems like it was a, you know, kind of a mixed experience, is what I would take from it.
Fuck. I just know that my ability to consume alcohol, benzos, sleeping medicine, any other type of uh, crushed rat bone, or whether I'm, you know, inducing rat blood into me, which I don't suggest anybody do or even consider doing what I do. That's why I had to quit drinking on screen. If you remember, I used to drink my fifths on screen, and I would consume large amounts. Um, I had to quit doing that because I was afraid that somebody, because the comment was made about, you know, trying to, well, Flowstate made one comment, and there was another comment that was made, and I thought, no, I don't want people fucking trying to match me on my consumption and fucking kill themselves.
Influencers, the influencer argument.
Well, it's because
Probably
of the
true.
amount.
Okay.
I don't want anybody to try and match the amount of what I'm capable of ingesting, especially now, and kill themselves trying to do what I'm just, you know,
Yeah.
what I do.
That makes sense.
I mean, fuck, I've got my, you know, I've been drinking bourbon, and I'm down. Well, I've got another fifth over here, and I've got a fifth in my studio, and then I've got what's left of this bottle that I've been drinking on all day. And I've taken my regular regimen of benzos and crushed up rat bone, and I haven't I haven't induced the rat blood today, but that's tomorrow.
One thing that I know for certain is when you talk about you were in the place of peace in the void, or what I call it suspended animation. One thing I know, I've been there as well, by the way. I know for certain that is a temporary place, and I know the peace that is there. I was there, I felt it. I know where that place is, but it's a temporary place. It's a holding place, sort of like a counting holding tank. If you've ever been to jail, and it's not a place that you want to be, actually. So, one of the things I hope that comes out of talking about this kind of stuff, or even like Jesus or anything, is the way out of there is through Him. I told you that I would do my best to cover you and to pull you out or whatever, because I believe that there's good in you, whether you want to admit it or not. And even just our conversations are good. That's good enough for me. Okay. That I would try to pull
Yeah, I
you out of
enjoy
there, but I
talking
don't
to you
necessarily have
guys.
the power to do that. I have to be allowed to do that. But if I'm not allowed, then I won't be able to help you.
Well, I don't deny you from here. I always welcome you and Sting and people who are reasonable and have something to offer of value. Yeah, absolutely, you're welcome here,
And I
and
love those
and that's
discussions. I really
without
do.
hesitation.
Yeah.
So I don't think you need
And
to
I mean, even
pull
before I
action.
got on, you were ranting about people are going to end up with dying in their unforgiveness and their darkness and all that stuff that you say. You do know about those things. Those are all true things. And so, like, to me, that's more faith than a lot of Christians I know. By the way,
Well, as
Just the experiences that I've been through, my
there was
understanding.
there was a point in time where I needed forgiveness for others, but now I have absolutely no forgiveness for anybody. For the reason is I can't get a resentment and be deceived to need forgiveness.
you have to
Oh, I
explain that a
have.
little bit, though.
Was that?
Explain that. So
I have no
you can't forgive
forgiveness
because, or wait,
because
wait.
I don't commit something where I need forgiveness to give
Okay.
forgiveness for
Yeah.
something to be forgiving. I don't do idiotic things anymore. I absolutely regulate myself to the best of my ability, the luminary laws and codes. What would be
Oh
perceived?
shit, he's Christed.
It's that's banking on people aren't going to screw you over, though. That's what real forgiveness is. And yeah, you
Anybody
gotta
can
forgive.
screw. If they screw me over, it's already forgiven. I'm way beyond what is defined the resentment. I have unconditional acceptance, no conditions for every circumstance of events, with every person, place, or thing, and technological device. There's nothing anybody could do to me that would get me to have a resentment, because what they do attempt to do to me, they actually do to themselves, I know. So henceforth, why would I get a resentment when somebody is actually harming themselves through their actions, perceived negativity or something bad towards myself? I understand how this whole system works, right? They're only doing it to themselves. They're doing nothing to myself, because I'm not going to be deceived by whatever is thrown at myself. Even somebody comes up to me on the street and tells me to F off, I already see what's happening, right? It's that dance of the devil, the anti-devil, trying to entice me to dance to his song so that I don't dance to it. It's just sometimes I also know is the best responses, or the best response is no response and no reply. You let somebody just figure out their own shit that they're trying to impose on somebody else. So yeah, I don't need forgiveness never for myself or anybody else, because I comprehend the whole system.
Well, see, that's the thing with Cage the Freak is
Who?
dumbass.
Who?
Yeah, right.
Who?
But
I kind of,
you
you
know,
know what? I just can't remember that. Anyways, go on, Kate. Go on. Go on, Axis.
yeah, I understand, Sing. I truly do. He has no effect. And though he tries to penetrate me, all I did was expose him. And then he went adversarial on me.
You think you could forgive him if he apologized?
It's already done deal. Axis can't develop a resentment. Is that right? If he's not penetrating, you see the anti devil anti lights game and don't play it. It's simple, man.
He's the one that keeps coming to attack me. I don't go to attack him.
Right. Well, this is
Even when
odd
he's up here.
I've realized, I've not seen this side of Cage before, so it's kind of shocking to me. But what I'm asking is, damage done, everything, that we know. If he came to you today, tomorrow, and said, "Hey, I'm sorry, I fucked up, but can you forgive me?" Could you actually forgive him?
He's asked me that a couple of times, and he turned around the next fucking day and attacked me.
Let me explain something here to you, DeFreak. Just because I forgive somebody does not define I'm going to continue on experience of events with them. Sometimes I must let the other person take their own path, because for my being, there's a certain amount of strikes, like Axis is getting attacks. After that, I make a decision. I don't have a resentment. It doesn't define just because I don't have a resentment. It's been forgiven before it even happens for myself. But I understand if I'm not compatible truly and don't desire to have experience of events with that person, I take my own path. No hard feelings, and they take their own path. It's forgiven. There is no resentments. It's just a path I choose not to continue on with somebody. So just because we forgive somebody, that is, let it be over with, it doesn't define we need to be on the same path or a communications path.
Subject of narcissistic abuse or something. Yeah, I agree with that.
Correct.
Here's one for you, DeFreak, if I may. Whenever you expose someone to the truth and it reveals their true nature, they will hate you. And then whenever they come at you contemptuously over and over, it tells you to shun these people, wipe your feet off, and move along. Well, he's got 2 more days of this blood ritual. And after that, whatever happens to him, whether it be the god of death bestowing himself upon him, or whatever, it does not matter to me. My feet are wiped clean. He's been exposed. He could not handle the truth. He cannot deal with it. Therefore, he's an empty vessel. He is dead inside. He contains nothing. So I have to brush my feet after this when the new moon and this ceremony's over and go on.
I understand.
It's not about forgiveness. It's about shunning. They're dead to me.
I understand. One thing that I want to go back on, you were talking about this thing, and that is, no, I lost it. Oh, no, I didn't. The path of the normies out there that don't know or have no awareness of the spiritual realm or, of God, and they don't ever like spend any time trying to figure it out because they're just, normies being busy, being corporate slave, whatever the case may be, that they are basically kind of judged on their testimonies and whatnot. And a lot of them, portion of them are going to be judged righteously and they will make it into the light and they'll be fine. But what I wanted to say, and sometimes I get a little preachy or whatever, but one of the beauties about Jesus Christ is he takes away one of your fleshly judgments to where you don't have to worry about it so much. And that allows you to be really grateful for the life that you have because you know that he's got you taken care of in that sense. Doesn't mean you can go out and be a reckless gracer. I call it reckless grace, but it gives you surety and it eases the anxiety. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Right. You know, there's a different aspect of JC that I see is when he defined he came to take away the sins of the world. Well, that's basically from my perception is he's harvesting negative energy, cleaning up the bleed evil spilling energies, which I can comprehend what he did because I do that too. I clean up the garbage. Anything emitted to me is converted that is authorized by source, but I don't take away the initial sinner continuing on sinning. If they're going to continue on sinning, they're bleeding dark anti-energy that I convert. If it's directed at me, it's fair game. I get that energy. What source authorizes, I convert it to luminary energy. But to take away somebody's sin is impossible. They must self-develop, self-correct themselves, and change their way of being, or else their sin shall continue and they shall bleed to death. What I define is by
Here's
exhibiting the bleeding negative dark energies all the time that shall consume them.
here's another one that Christians overlook. Okay? The adversary was given dominion over the earth. Now, for this supposed Jesus Christ to have come in, as that may be, that means he came in under the authority of Satan, the adversary. So the adversary allowed all this to happen because this is his world, his realm, his domain. And I can prove that through your scripture because he offered it to this guy you call Jesus.
Right. So he was the seed that was kind of he's the infiltrator of the darkness, bringing back what is or should be part of the light again, and whatever doesn't follow or whatever doesn't,
Only because Satan
good.
allowed it.
He didn't. I wouldn't say he allowed it. He kind of took. Remember when we were reading in the book about Melchizedek, he offered this. Literally, it says like a political system of good and evil versus all good, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it was.
It's all one
They called it a
machine.
rebellion. I mean, it's like almost like Star Wars political talk, of the Donald Trump age. It's a political system. He called it that allowed, first of all, well, not first of all, but large part of it is the full knowledge of God. He has all this knowledge of good and evil and can judge it, right, nuancedly in the future, eternity future. So like when we have our godly powers or whatever we get, we don't screw up and then have no reference to say that was an evil thing to do, because we will have reference.
Hold on. Whoa. Let's go back to the Garden of Eden.
Okay.
Whenever the knowledge of good and evil was bestowed upon Adam and Eve, he separated them from the tree of life. Thus they become as we are.
Right, but they did die spiritually, and then they had to sacrifice that lamb, which introduced death into the realm of light,
But
which had to
if
be
they would have eaten from the tree of life, they would have been just as God. It says that in Genesis.
You mean from the knowledge of good and evil?
To the tree of life. Once they ate from the knowledge of good and evil, he said they have become like us, knowing good from evil. Lest they reach the tree of life and become as we are, we must separate them from it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm missing the point.
Am I?
I mean, I think I am. I don't know what the argument is.
If they would have ate from the tree of life, they would have been as God.
I think they were eating from the tree of life until they had the other one.
And then what happened? God separated them from the tree of life. Thus they become as he is.
Right. But there's also another thing that I noticed, from the time when they were not, where they didn't worry about the fruit. How come they never even bothered to even talk about having kids and be fruitful and multiply until after the knowledge of good and evil?
Well, that's the thing, is the pre-dawn, the first creation, the very first creation of our species as half divine and half creation, the sons of God, the pre-dawn, those that are considered goyim. We are the post creation of that.
Could they actually procreate before the knowledge of good and evil?
I don't
Were
think
they
so.
capable?
I'm not sure that they were.
I'm not sure either.
Obviously, the sons of God could, because they fucked the daughters of men.
Yeah, that was after they became flesh, but it seems like maybe they couldn't even procreate until they became flesh. I mean, like fully flesh.
Well, they couldn't find a helpmate for Adam, thus something to procreate with to replenish the earth. So God took half of Adam, which was the feminine side, and created Eve, and thus they could procreate.
Right, but they didn't bother until after the fall.
Exactly.
So why is that?
Because everything was in balance and harmony until that creation.
Interesting.
I can give you some analogy feedback from the energy work I've done. Why they had to fall before they could procreate? Because one cannot get lusty until they're at the root base, fallen from what is perceived the head, the third eye, the thought core above. What I define is somebody's up in their head, they cannot get aroused. One has to fall to the root base to come to solid state density, then they can become aroused. So the fall is basically one shifting to what is defined a different plane vessel of density where the stimuli is available to the what is defined the arousal for reproduction to even take place.
I would
So-
agree with that, except God
No.
brought everything that God brought before Adam to be a helpmate was found unworthy. So he had to create a helpmate.
Sure.
So what was he bringing before Adam to be a helpmate?
How long were they going to
Goyim?
help each other without
Pre-dawn?
having kids, though?
You see,
How
Well,
long
that's
were they
the
going to
bit.
help mate each other without having kids? In their spiritual, before the fall existence, right? That's what I want to know. Like, would they have ever had kids?
Well, that's where the Goyim, the pre-dawn, the first creation, the animalistic creation of human came in.
I think
There
Sing
were
was on
many.
something there, though. I think
There was
the physical.
many creations. The sons of
Yes.
God, the pre-dawn, the different various forms of spiritual entities that interacted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
plenty of non-humans in the Bible, actually.
Yeah, and he wound up having to divide Adam to create a helpmate that could breed.
All that being said, I'm going to be leaving the panel. Great conversation.
Definitely.
Absolutely, Singularity. And I'm sorry if I talked over you and brought
No,
abstract,
it's all good. It's all good.
but I am Axis Rat Blood, and I am here to be adversarial. And if something don't make sense, I'm not going to speculate.
Exactly.
I'm going to go off of factual information within the creation.
And that's what it's about.
Good stuff, Sink. It was great seeing you again, man. I really enjoy our discussions.
Likewise, it's always beneficial cross-examining, cross-firing analogies. I like that. I enjoy
Hopefully
that.
you have like some more like testimony you can share that was like pretty amazing today. So like, yeah, that stuff interests me a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll cross those conversations eventually and get into other experiences of events.
Well,
All right.
once I get past this blood ritual, I will be more comfortable discussing scripture, and whether it be, canon or Maccabean, or whether it be, Apocrypha. But while I'm doing this blood ritual, I am not going to recite religious text or go over religious text that is written, because the written word, that's a whole different fucking ballpark.
You mean you're not going to end the panels by saying, "In the name of Jesus"?
No, I'm not going to allow anything to interfere. Yeah, I'm not going to let anything interfere with this blood ritual. And I damn sure I'm not going to blaspheme that type of energy, because I don't need that type of energy prevailing itself against my intent.
I got you.
But thank you, Singh. It's been a pleasure, and you're always welcome here.
All right. Until the next panel, everybody do what they need to do. I'll see you
Absolutely.
sometime.
Good night. I think I'm next, man. Unless you want to do a chapter, but maybe we can wait a couple days. So.
Let's do a chapter after we've got 2 days left of the blood ritual, and then we will endeavor into whatever scripture, whatever apocrypha, whatever you want to get into. We will fully and wholeheartedly discuss it without adversarial behavior towards one another, and accept it for what it is and who we are. But while I'm doing this blood ritual, I don't want you to interject, because by being here and the fact that I'm doing a blood ritual kind of makes you complicit in it. And I don't want you dragging your belief of scripture or your interpretation to be bastardized by what I'm doing. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I don't want to piss anyone off.
Yeah, I mean, and with your faith and your understanding, that is completely contradictory to what I'm doing here for the next couple of days.
So today's you're gonna be broadcasting later tonight or whatever.
Yeah, it'll be the 27th day.
All right. I'll probably crop
and then
up.
Monday will be the new moon cycle, the 28th day, and the ending of the blood ritual. and we can go anywhere you want from there.
All right, cool. One other thing that just popped into my head from earlier, like way earlier, was you were talking about how you kind of get away with whatever on YouTube and like the whole hoping of a incriminating self evidence or whatever. That's probably the
Yeah.
most legitimate reason I've ever heard for actually having a channel remain on YouTube that actually makes sense. So like, I gotta give you props for that because I mean, as fucked up as it is, that totally makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, fuck yeah, they want me to incriminate myself. They want me to give them any type of insightful evidence to protect themselves, and they definitely want me to incriminate myself for vindictive purposes.
I definitely can see that as a possibility.
It's not a possibility, it's a fucking fact.
Yeah, I think that's that's a pretty good I don't even know what the word is, but I think that's pretty good analysis. So anyhow.
Well, here's how I discovered it really quickly so that maybe you can utilize it later. Whenever the old man was killed, there was a survivors list in the paper, public knowledge.
Mhm.
And I took every name down off of that survivors list. And I've been watching my subscribers. And then subscribers that had anything to do with Hall or Steuben County or a local county attached to it, I immediately went to their pages and discovered that they had all subscribed to my TikTok, to my YouTube, to my Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And these are county officials, like officials.
This
or
is his
just
family, him, and police officers.
Mm,
Probably a few
Yeah.
detectives too.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to shoot off an email or a letter to say a local YouTube kind of regional manager or something, and so it's obviously it's a really bad situation or whatever, but it's not. I mean, it's easy to point the finger at somebody and be like, that's where I'm going to rage or whatever, and it's a real thing, but a lot of that is misguided, and maybe they'll pick up something good out of whatever they're doing now. So anyway, I don't know. That probably
It's
didn't
all
make
vindictive
sense, but
behavior.
yeah.
A dad for a dad. And that's the way they're
Mm.
looking at it.
Dang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was definitely spoken and
Was it?
documented. Yes. They wanted my son dead. That's why they did what they did. And now the vindictive part of it is a dad for a dad.
Mm. Man, this world's fucked up, dude. Be careful, all right?
Yeah, well, yeah, I've got Satan guiding me, and El and Lucifer and all their allies and all their injustices have demons attached to it. And those demons work under a strict regiment of, we'll call it structure.
Mm-hmm. I think I know what you mean.
They have, yeah.
Yeah. And another that slipped my mind, but I can't remember. I'm gonna hit the bed, man. I will catch you tomorrow, all right?
Hey, it's been great, DeFreak, and I appreciate you
Yes,
coming up, and it's always a pleasure to have you, man.
I appreciate that. Have a good
Always.
one, man. Be careful.
You too, brother.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you go. More evil than my son. All love to Freak. May your endeavors be fruitful, and may your path be without resistance. Now, for all of those that have, outside of those who participated in the chat, which I greatly appreciate, and especially Jared, you're always very welcome and appreciated. DeFreak, you know you're welcomed and appreciated. Singularity, you know you're welcome and appreciated. Your presence here is a absolute blessing. Abman, always, you are you've been around just as long as I can remember, man. And I love your posts. You are definitely on your posts about a lot of things. Plastic African, you're always appreciated here. I have no animosity against you whatsoever. Monster, I appreciate your contributions. You are not unnoticed by any shapes of the means. You are welcomed here too. So, and as for the lurkers, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I really don't. Because if you haven't gotten it together off of this stream and the others that are comparable to this, why the fuck are you here? Why are you subscribed to this fucking channel? Why are you hovering my fucking channel? And what the fuck business do you have even trying to observe that which you will not ever comprehend, understand, or be a part of other than me utilizing your energy for my intent? That's what I thought. Let them fucking numbers drop. Thank you, Jared. And may your endeavors be fruitful. And may you meet least resistance. You have been true. So, I'm going to play a tune before I cut out, just because I create content. It's called music, and it has a lot of fucking meaning behind it. If you actually comprehend
the rest of my mind, step into yourself to see what you can find. There is naked truth I cannot hide. I reflect your face in mine. movement of a dream inside my head, the things I have seen that happen like I've said, what is soon to be. The vision is not dead through space and time, somewhere in my mind. Are the spoken words turn to dust, time in the past begins to rust, the vision is retained deep inside my head, I'm still alive. The vision is not dead. Crawling through the webs of my mind, step into yourself to see what you can find. There is naked truth. I cannot hide, I will touch your face is mine.
Trembling with horror and throbbing with emotion. Trembling with horror, trembling with horror, trembling with horror, trembling with horror. Welcome to hell.
All of my most sensitive areas were inflamed, my extremities pulsating with tingling sensation.
Welcome to hell. We've seen the actual reality of a monstrous crime, or merely an illusion, the product of a tortured brain. Obsessed with the taste of flesh. He was cruel and a sadist.
Swaying back and forth. A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip. It was all very good.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
My head is spinning. My head is spinning. My head is spinning.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
My head is spinning. My head is spinning. My head is spinning.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
No one had a bad trip.
The mind of man rests on a delicate balance between reality, the world of light, and the other, darker world below the threshold of consciousness. Welcome to hell. You. Do you know that? We're happy to have you with us tonight and hope you'll come back often.